um, the Office of Legislative Services, if there's a website that you can go to and submit your comments.
You said it was Office of Legislation?
Office of Legislative Services.
Oh, Legislative Services. Okay. Okay. And then I can submit my comment there?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, today I'm just going to listen in, but I'll definitely be probably submitting my comments to the Office of Legislative Services.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, I can hear you, Byron. Okay.
This is Peggy. Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Peggy.
Is it?
Good morning, Peggy. This is
Oh, but then they disconnected us.
Accidentally.
They just told us that they were gonna disconnect us. I guess they're on WebEx, so they know when somebody calls in.
Okay, so apparently it was a invitation only style call.
I suppose so.
Okay, all right. I guess they'll tell us what they want us to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe OMB is supposed to give us a brief today, so maybe they will share some information.
Yeah, I hope so.
Is anyone from DOJ on the call? Shanna, Mel, Rudy?
Rudy, TFU, I'm here.
This
Hi,
is
Rudy.
Edra, also from TSU.
Hi, Edwa. I keep forgetting you're with Tax and Finance now.
That's okay.
Delegate Brown.
Good morning, Giaz. I'm sorry, I was texting the telephone conference call number and the access code to the committee in case they didn't have that information. But we're just waiting for the rest of the committee. Yeah, we're waiting for the rest of the committee to come on.
Okay, I'll just be on mute.
There was an error at 9 o'clock.
No, it's just miscommunication.
It was the glass. So I don't like that. Those thin licking glasses.
Someone needs to mute their phone, please. We can hear your conversation.
Jamie Henio. Hello. Good morning. Is there anybody there?
Good morning, Chair. This is Ramona.
Good morning.
Morning, Ramona.
Good morning.
Do we have a quorum?
No, we don't have a quorum yet, Chair. It's Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and you are the only one that's checked in so far. And just for notification, Byron from the Speaker's office notified me that the meeting's going to be on, they're going to have it stream live today because of that legislation 11620.
Okay, so which delegates are on right now?
The only delegate that's checked in so far is Nathaniel Brown and yourself.
Oh, okay. Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith?
Elmer.
Elmer Begay, yeah.
Oh,
We have three so far. Do we have our presenters on the line? Do we have a
Sure.
search on the line?
Sure. Sure.
Yes.
Who's committee members are on the line?
Nadal, Celeste, Nathaniel Brown, and then me, three of us.
Delegate Crotty.
Oh, Shema. Delegate Crotty. We have a quorum. We have a quorum, so let's start the meeting. It is 10:15 a.m. Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Let's start with the roll call. Ramona?
Sure, Chairman Henio. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, date June 2nd, 2020. Jamie Henio.
Here.
Daniel So.
Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer Begay.
Here.
Elmer Begay is present. Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bach Crotty. Present. Calling in from Sheep Springs. Yeah.
And Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and your location as well, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate Brown here from Denahooso, Arizona.
Okay. Honorable Amr Begay, with your location.
Indian Wells.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman Henyo, your location.
I'm at Window Rock.
Okay. Chairman, we have
Good morning.
4
This
members.
is Yellow Hair is also on the line now.
Okay. Jimmy Yellowhair is also present, so we have 5 members present for the meeting. Chairman Henyo.
Okay, Sheena, thank you. Although with this, roll call, we do have a quorum, so we'll continue with business. And just the next one, invocation. There's a probably had Otsigi to lead us into this day. Shema, Delegate Crotty, that's a business.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shiash. We did have a prayer at the work session, but thank you for asking me. So, for those who don't say those Shemazo Nahasando Yadis, Yat A, those Shitano, Yat A, just not in those, sit those local people, the Bennett South, just not in. So, just not all, just three those. We just ask our holy ones to pray for us, to give us guidance in terms of leadership. We thank them for the moisture, for that soft rain that came upon our land. It gives us rejuvenation during the spring months as our crops grow. We see the strength in our community. We see ourselves coming together. We just ask the Holy Ones for guidance, for compassion through our heart, that we speak on behalf and for the people, that we reflect on this time as the sunrise, that we thought about a good, solid plan in terms of how we continue to strengthen and revitalize our people, reassure them that leadership are thinking about them, and touch the hearts of all our relatives that we've lost and those families that are suffering through this unimaginable pain. That we come together as a nation to speak with a strong, united voice, that we ask the Holy Ones to give us that wisdom, that knowledge, and access to that information so that we make the best decisions that are possible. We look to our children who are looking upon us and showing example and leading their ways as we protect their little precious footsteps that they're walking on this Mother Earth. We ask that all of our Navajo Nation employees that have the strength and the endurance that they need coming from their homes or their place of safety, and as they go out and working on behalf of the Navajo people or volunteering or providing aid and comfort in this time of great need. We ask that we heal the people, heal their hearts, heal their minds, heal their souls, to restore themselves, to remind them that tomorrow will come, to remind them that there's solid foundation, that there's prayers and protection, to remind them that we get our knowledge from all directions, from all elements, from the fire, from the earth, from the sky, from the land, that we get it from the animals, from the horses, the sheep, the cows, everyone that graces us, from the birds and the insects that provide for us, that we're just 5-fingered, humble people, and that we have a long history of getting things wrong, and we have a long history of not working together. But that we learn from the situation, and that we learn the value, and that we learn that water is so valuable and precious, that we learn that our compassion is valuable and precious, and that before all of that, we look to our DM, we look to God, our Creator, we look to our elements to know that we're the stewards and that we have a duty to protect, and that we have the wisdom and the knowledge to know better, and that we have the wisdom and the knowledge to do better, and that we say this blessed blessing with all of those who are calling in, who are traveling and working for our people, and that we know that beauty will be restored. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that wonderful prayer. Although with this, recognizing Yes, sir, this is the official. Do we have any delegates on the line besides committee members?
Daniel So.
Okay, Daniel So, welcome. Any others? Just see with that,
Vice Chair
we
Smith
do
here.
have, who's this?
Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, Vice Chair Smith, welcome. Thank you we have a full committee. All 6 members are present. Any other delegates? Okay, recognizing gifts of visiting officials. Daniel So, Chairman So is present with us. Also, do we have the Office of Controller? Do we have the Controller's Office present? Shema, Ms. Kirk?
We're here. Mr.
Okay, good.
Sir.
Is that Brent? Is that
You
Rob
got
Willie?
Brent, Juanica, Robert Willie, Ms. Control will be right here soon, Loretta Largo, and Shani Francis.
Okay, good.
And Jonathan Harrison.
Magashine, do we have our Chief Legislative Counsel available, present?
Chief Legislative Counsel will be on when you get to the legislation. In the meantime, I'm on the line, Chair. This is Kristen Lowell.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell. On the Department of Justice, do we have Jana Warner?
Yes, Honorable Chairman, this is Janet Werner. Also on the line for DOJ are Mel Rodas, Rudy Anaya, and Adjua Ajudanto.
Okay, good. Welcome, everybody, our attorneys. And then do we have any other officers present? That's on the line. OPDP? With that, let's move forward with our agenda. We have the next item on the agenda is review and adopt the agenda. Peggy, are you on the line?
Good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I am on the line. The agenda, proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, June 2nd, 2020, regular meeting. And then presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson. Place is Window Rock, Navajo Nation via teleconference. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive report. A, update on the nation's oil and gas revenues, impacts to FY 2021 revenue projection presented by Perlene Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller, and others. B, update on the FY 2021 comprehensive budget schedule, 3-branch agreement, etc., presented by Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget. C, update on the COVID-19 CARES Act funding received by the Navajo Nation, presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, with Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget, and Perlene Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller. D, COVID-19 related monetary donations and food supply donations, etc., presented by Perlene Kirk, Controller, OOC, Doreen McPaul, Attorney General, DOJ, and Jill Jim, Director, Department of Health, and others. E, CMY 4020 CARES Act Fund Implementation of Directives, presented by Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget, and others. 6 old business, none. 7 new business. A, legislation number 0061-20, 006-20. B, legislation number 0289-19. C, other. And then 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is June 16, 2020. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peggy, for reading that agenda for us. Our committee members, your motion.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion.
Okay, Delegate Brown. I have a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll take second yellow hair.
Your second, Shima, Delegate Yellow Hair, welcome. With that, committee members, questions, comments on the agenda?
Chairman, this is Delegate Amber Crotty.
Shima, go ahead.
Chair, if I may, would this be appropriate at this time to move new business legislation 0289-19 to letter A, so just reassigning? Looks like that's the older legislation. I don't know if that was just how the agenda was put together.
Okay. That would be an amendment to switch 289 and then have that heard first and then 116 be heard after that. Just Delegate Brown, are you okay with that?
Okay, say that again. I'm sorry, Chair. I can barely hear you.
You switch B, then legislation 289-289 to be heard first. It seems like that's an older legislation, and then 116 to be heard second. That's a recommendation by Shima Delegate Crotty, and you're holding the motion on the for the agenda.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Shima Delegate Yellow Hair, Nisha. Asbiga.
Mr. Chair?
So that we have a motion party and a second party agreeable to that. So, but then at the last meeting, Kadosha, Vice Chair Smith, he had it removed from the agenda because his agent was not available. Vice Chair, you ready to proceed on this legislation?
Leonard Sosi, OPVP office.
Vice Chair Smith?
Present.
289, are you ready to present that before Budget and Finance? I remember at the last meeting you requested it be deleted off because your agent was not available.
Thank you, Chair. There's a request for them to visit.
Vice Chair, we could barely hear you. You're breaking up.
You hear me now? You hear me now?
Just barely.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
My agents were notified yesterday, the other day, and they said they would be there, so we'll just keep it on for now.
Okay. I'll just share with that though. Recommendation to switch B and A, B to A, and then A to B is what was recommended. So, but this, Peggy, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did, Chair. Thank you. This is regarding number 5E. It says CMY 40-20 CARES Act Fund Implementation of Directives. Do you still want that report on there since it was vetoed?
Okay, committee
It wasn't
members.
vetoed.
5E, under receiving report.
Yes, there were directives that were attached to that legislation, and since now it's on veto status, committee members, do you still wish to hear this report? Is what Peggy's asking.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shima, go ahead.
Chairman, I would ask committee members if we could leave that report. We've had several calls regarding this resolution, and so I believe that we should still receive this report. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's move forward with our agenda. We do have a motion and second, and then with the request that the legislation 289-19 be heard first, and then 116-20 be heard second as item B. So A would be legislation 289-19. Reason being that's the older legislation. So even that agenda presenter and sponsor and presenters are ready. So that the committee members calling for the question. Vice Shinanta, Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, green with me.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Shema, Delegate Cardi.
Delegate Amber Canis-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
The Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Delegate Begay, vote, we got green.
That we have on our agenda before us with the everything intact except for switching the two legislations around to be 289-19 to be heard first as A, and then 116-20 be heard as B. With this moving down the line, we have no journals. Item number 4, reviewing adopted journals, none. Item 5, receiving the reports. Update on the nation's oil and gas revenues. Impacts for FY 2020. Presenters of the Controller's Office. Is there somebody from the Controller's Office that's ready to present this subject?
Good morning, Chair. This is Perlene Kirk, Controller, and my staff and I are here on the line so we can present Abira.
Okay, go ahead with item A then.
Okay, I think from the last BNF, it was a good idea to keep, this item on the agenda as a report to periodically check in. If everyone recalls last time, did talk about the revised revenue projection, and so we don't have any revisions at this point. So our assumptions are still the same. I believe our average price for the next fiscal year, 2021, is still $15 per barrel. What was really troubling and hard to predict is what will happen in the market, especially the oil industry. So if you recall, there's an oversupply, and that's why the prices have gone down. There's not much of a demand because nobody was traveling that much, including the airline industry. So because there's a lot of production, then now we have a problem of storage capacity everywhere. So we still have that storage capacity issue, although if you read or listen to the news, the oil pricing has rebounded. However, we're not out of the woods yet because overall the industry has the storage capacity issue. So there's production being done, and therefore there's a supply, but the oil has nowhere to go if nobody's buying it. So that's what's going on. That effect, the storage capacity and the production, the oversupply, that leads to the producers, they're producing, but they don't have any, they have to get the oil somewhere, and sometimes they have to store it. So they are faced with that decision to shut in wells. And it's happening here with our the producers on Navajo. So in terms of how that works is the wells, when a producer wants to shut it in, they usually get the blessing of BLM, Bureau of Land Management. And right now, some of the producers, they're not waiting around for BLM to come around and bless them and say, okay, you can shut in this well. And so that includes one of the major producers, which is Elk Petroleum. So some of these, as a business decision on their end, they want to shut in wells, but, you know, so there's some activity, I would say, even on the smaller producers that are shutting in wells without telling, you know, BLM and so forth. So that's how it's hitting the industry. So in terms of, do you have the new numbers? Okay, so last time I think I went over the oil, the projection versus the actual monies that came in as of the end of April. And we projected oil and gas to be 27.8 million, and so far at the end of April we only received 13.8, and we still needed to collect a little over 14 million. So so in terms of we have some preliminary numbers for the end of May, and it didn't really go far. Again, the revised projection, the projection we had is 27.8 million. Like I said, auto at the end of May, we've only collected 14.3, so about another million is what we inched up. And so we still have 13.4 that we need to collect for the rest of this year. So that's the one we're keeping an eye on to see if we can be on target for the end of the fiscal year. So so just to kind of give you an update, not much has come in, and that's our preliminary numbers for this month, for the end of May. So I just want to let you know about that. I think last time, we have to keep an eye on the oil activity, how it impacts fiscal year 2020, the fiscal year that we're in, because, you know, hopefully we hit it. There's still 3 months, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. We still have 3 months left, and we still need to make up 14 million from our revenue projection versus our revenue projection. So that's the part where we're concerned, and I think everybody should be concerned as well, because if we don't hit the revenue, then it's important on what our expenditures look like. So I think it's critical, for example, the 600 million, that would help us, like in recouping the general fund dollars, let's say payroll, for all the employees that we pay on payroll. If we can recoup some of those payroll costs from March to all the way through, then that might help us, you know, not be in a deficit. So just something for consideration, Aisha. So that's the update on the oil industry and how it impacts the current fiscal year. Although looking forward, we're sticking with our original assumption. I think it's still a conservative assumption. We haven't really gone across anything that will make us change those projections for 2021. I know the prices are up there, but it's the production side, with the shut-in wells activity, the storage capacity, and so forth. So that's how the pandemic and market looks like. So see if any of my staff has anything else to add. Nope. yeah.
Okay, committee members, is there a motion? Accept the report. Is there a motion?
Delegate Brown.
I'm motion,
I'll motion.
Okay,
Yellow
motion by Delegate Brown, second by Delegate Yellowhair. Any questions, committee members?
This is Delegate Karate with the question.
Okay, Shema, Delegate Cardi, question?
Thank you, Chair, colleagues, and all of our relatives on the line. Thank you, Controller, for your report. I think, if I may, as we add this on the regular report, if it could, I'm looking through my email and I don't have a written update. If I could request I would like to keep track in terms of where we're at in terms of, I know we can't predict market predictions, but at some point, I don't know how the investment committee is reviewing the impact of the stock market on potential, or what you assumed were going to be potential gains, and how that affects the trickle down, not only with our revenue projection, but also looking at some of the interest earned and those types of impacts. We had a work session with the veterans last week, and so I would like to have a better number to understand their potential impact on the Veterans Trust Fund and the type of funding that would be used for them, as they're asking through Delegate Stewart is sponsoring the legislation for a disbursement through their housing. And so to know the lay of the land, that would be beneficial. And I think that's why a written document, it could still just be a high-level summary, or maybe it could be something that we receive from some of our financial advisors. Thank you. And if you have any comments on that, I did in the past request more regular update. And I think rather than just providing these updates at a duly called meeting, that there should be at least a weekly check-in, more of a formal setting for all of our committee members, and so that we're kept updated and not receiving information that's fractionated. Thank you.
Hello? It went quiet.
Hello.
I wonder if we lost the chair. Vice Chair?
Vice Chair's here.
Okay.
So Vice Chair, if I can make some comments on that.
Who's speaking?
This is Controller.
Okay, I just got back on the phone. Go ahead with your rebuttal, I guess.
Okay. Okay. If it's okay, then I can make some comments. Delegate Crotty had some questions and comments and so forth. So regarding the investment portfolio, the nation's investment portfolio, regarding the master trust and the defined benefit plan, the fiduciary funds for our pensions and so forth. And we can send out a quick market high-level summary from RVK. I know we just sent that out to the investment committee just now. So essentially, in the last couple months or so, the market has been very volatile. You'll probably heard, I know the chair has been tracking, the stock market and so forth. And we've talked about it a number of times. The equity side has really been hit hard, and our portfolio did dip. There were some indexes that were pretty low, historic lows. So today, the latest is that the portfolio has rebounded. So for example, our defined benefit plan, it came back up to 950 million or so. And then our master trust fund went back up to 3.5 billion. So there is a rebound on those values, market values. So that's good news. The other thing is specifically to, some of these trust funds, for example, Shadeda, she mentioned the Veterans Trust. Keep in mind there's a certain effect, for example, just to kind of be aware, the NNGE loan, the gaming loan, is made up from funds from the permanent fund, as well as veterans, land acquisition funds, and a few others, some of the higher education funds and so forth. All of those are I guess you can say, invested in gaming loan. And so right now, as you guys all know, the government, with the Navajo Nation shutdown, gaming has been shut down since mid-March. And I know there's another draft legislation up for comment. So being that the gaming is closed, that will have an impact. The longer they're closed, the more they are unable to pay on their loan, and that loan payment is considered income to some of these funds, including the Veterans Fund. So I just want to put it out in front of you all as a committee to keep that in mind. So that's how the pandemic is affecting income. So that's one component. The other one is interest rates. So right now, depending on the type of asset, interest rates can have an impact. So therefore, whether we get interest income off of our investments, that remains to be seen. I know in the last few years, we've had an up market. So we've done good. In some ways, we've gotten spoiled because it was a long run since 2008, 12 years, and we've gotten used to seeing those good numbers. But now we're in for this, we're in for a wild ride, and that includes the amount of income that we'll realize off of these investments. If there's anything, there is a little bit of timing, as we're in FY 2020, and we're talking about actual income being realized off these funds, and that will have an impact in FY 2022.
Yes.
So there is a little bit of time lag to prepare for that impact on those program budgets, just so you know. But it does have an impact. So I just want to make that clear. So those are some of the ways that, at least on the investment side, the pandemic is affecting, our operations on the financial picture of the nation. So it's not just trying to predict revenue projections, and in which case oil is a big consideration, as well as interest rates, but the other thing is how our portfolio is doing, the two portfolios, the master trust and the DB. So I just want to share that. They did not think because of that. So I think that's all I have as far as comments go. Yeah.
Did we lose our chairman? This is Vice Chair Smith. Continuing on. Do we have any other questions? Committee members.
Yate, Chair, she's Jimmy over here. Yate, Pina. Can you hear me? Hello?
Not it. I saw it.
Oh, Yate, Pina. She's raw. So, Atishli, Bahatisti, and so. Call, Chair, Vice Chair.
I'll go see. We'll give you the floor. Jake, go ahead.
Oh, I had controllers there. He's not like he any or the best of it. Yeah, there'll be a problem we're gonna have. We have a problem all the way to maybe up to maybe December. We don't know how long it's gonna take with this pandemic. Yes, it's gonna be interference in the whole world. It's all global. It's gonna have problems with it. Yeah, money might be down again. We don't know what's gonna happen. We're all looking forward and something will happen if the pandemic slowed down. Would be good for us. It all about and any base and anybody in Nali best bet in the market. Hey, and anybody take out of the ordinary. We can't predict. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It may be good down, may be good news for tomorrow too. It also about investments that are it. So thank you, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, comment. I think we have our chair and you back on board. I'll turn the floor back over to him.
I'm trying to fix my phone here. I'm back on the line, but any other questions for Ms. Kirk regarding this topic? Danielle, I'll call for the question.
I don't believe that we have a, Mr. Chair, we don't have a motion or second that I've heard of on this report.
There is on the report item topic 8. We have Select Delegate Brown, the motion to accept the report, and then second by Delegate Yellinger.
What area?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Chairman. As we now are in almost full swing of budget season, I have asked for at least a weekly update or a meeting with Budget and Finance and the Controller and OMB. Could you please schedule that meeting so that we can be consistently updated on the progress of not only the revenues, but the impact on our portfolio, and then how we're going to move forward with this upcoming budget. I think that was requested early April, and our first meeting was canceled or postponed when the legislative branch had to close. And since that time, I have not received information on another call or meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for reminding us. Yes, there is. We were on a roll, and our first meeting was supposed to be May 1st. Because of what happened within the legislative branch, everything was shut down and continued to be shut down. But we will certainly, I'll work with Peggy and the controller to schedule that again on a weekly basis. I believe we're saying Friday, Friday morning, call in, and we'll continue with that. Hey, with this is the question for
Very cool.
we need to somebody says we need to go that somewhere. So with this, I'll call for the question on topic number 8, report. Doggy yellow hair.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Shema Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kennisbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
This
is Cordell with Contracts and Grants. Good morning.
Delegate Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay, Shana. Delegate Elmer Brigade, how do you vote?
To little down chair and then vice chair and the committee members. I tried to say something that then I didn't go through. But on this report, before I vote, I agree with my suggestion. I sent you some text message too. I think we need to start planning on how to start have meetings to plan we're oversight to this all the portfolio has start meeting with these departments. All we'll just meeting. No, okay, I think we need to be more proactive about this. So I need that. So I think we need to get back together and start planning how we could start meeting with these oversights. So I vote green on it. Go ahead.
So that takes care of item A on the agenda. Item B, FY 2021 comprehensive budget schedule. Mr. Bial, I believe you're on the line.
Mr. Chair, this is Cordell.
Yes.
Dominic was this. Oh, Dominic was this in my office. He went back to his office. It's about 50 yards away from where I'm at, so he should be back at his station. I'll let him know.
Dominic on the agenda. So we're waiting for Mr. Bial to come on. Mr. Kirk, and also Cordell, okay, update on the Monday.
I don't know. That? Yeah. Tell him.
Chairman Hino.
All right, Mr. Bial.
I just got back from our meeting before this morning. So Cordell tells me he's ready on C. So I'm suggesting that you just go to C and then you can come back to me.
That's what I was planning on doing. So Mr. Shorty, and then Mr. Kurt, we'll take C right now. Take the COVID-19 funding received by the Navajo Nation. Mr. Shorty.
Point of order.
Shema Dagakari.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues. I have to raise a point of order. If we want to move the agenda report, I believe we need to formally have a motion. I want to discourage any informal decision making on behalf of the committee. I would like to know my colleagues' thoughts on that, and if we need more time for Mr. Bial on the budget schedule, then I could formally make that motion. Sure.
Mr. So you make a motion to suspend the flow rules and go to item C while Mr. Bial is getting ready? Shema?
Chairman, if Mr. Bial needs more time, then I can make that motion, but it should be through a formal decision-making process.
Okay, thank you for that point of order. I will recognize that motion. I believe Mr. Bial needs a little bit some time to get ready again. He's puffing and puffing, so he's barely got back to the office. So with that, there's a motion to suspend the floor rules to go to item C. And once item C is taken care of, then we'll go back to item B. Is that your motion, Shema?
Chair, yes, I make the motion to add or to, to change from receiving report 5C to, now that'll be the new 5B, and then reordering 5B to 5C. I don't know if that, I'm sorry, Ramona, if that confused you. I'm just changing both of those report letters.
Hey, that's the correct motion. So, is there a second? A second to that motion?
Oh, yeah, that's Chair. This is Delegate Brown. I'll go ahead and second that.
Delegate Brown for seconding that motion. With that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding switching around the reports C and B? Making C the new B and then B the C while Mr. Bial gets ready for his report. At the know I'll call for the questions. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll be how about green? Mr. Gee, yeah, I respect that.
Vice Chair?
Green.
Delegate Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Okay, so select Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Oh, green.
Yeah, with that, find in favor, is there opposed to suspend the flow rules to have item C become B? Mr. Shorty, you have the floor.
In addition, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we provided a updated report by memorandum of May 22nd. I sent it out by email and included Peggy, thinking that Peggy will share that with the committee members. Know Peggy's in on the call, and then provided the report to you, so you can take a look at that if you have it on hand. Peggy.
Good morning, Cordell. Members of the committee, I am looking for that memo at this point. I send everything out that the program send to me for budget and finance. So I believe I sent it out, but I will resend it again just for a reminder. Let me look for it.
May 22nd is the date of the memo written to Paulson Chaco for me. Subject A report on COVID-19 and CARES Act funding, externally restricted funds.
So, Mr. Shorty, are you ready to proceed?
Oh, I was hoping you have a copy of the report. Okay, let me just go over it. The previous report we sent was May 7th. That was the initial report on COVID-19 and CARES funding contracts and grants. And then a follow-up report is the report I'm referring to, issued under memo of May 22nd. In that report, it's in two parts. First, a budget expenditure report consisting of award that has been entered in FMIS. There were 5 awards totaling $9.3 million. Since this May 22nd report was issued, it consisted of 2 awards that were not included in the May 7th report. So that's the first part. And then the second part of the report is information contracts and grant have on awards for COVID or CARES Act to the nation, which has not been entered in FMIS yet. There's an award out there, and we're waiting for a budget to be submitted by the programs. When the budget received, all okay, then that's get entered in FMIS. So on that, we have 7 awards. Included in that is that $600 million CARES Act funding. So, and then there's also grant application that we're aware of for CARES Act funding going through the review process. And then there's grant applications submitted by some programs online, uploaded into the computers, but we don't have copies of those applications that have been submitted. So there's 7 awards that have not been entered in FMIS, 5 awards entered in FMIS. The total is $617.8 million awarded to the nation that we have record of. The first page after the cover memo is the budget expenditure report that I referred to. One of the awards is to Navajo Epidemiology Program. The award is on row 2, $1.5 million, shown on the column J. The report shows that not a penny spent on that one, no expenditure. And then there's 2 awards to health management contractor 638 IHS on row 5 and 6. Row 5 on the column J is $7,300+ awarded, and then the other is $3 million, a total of $3.1 million. That also shows no expenditure. Emergency medical services on row 9. This is under DPS 638, also through IHS. Row column J shows $742,000 plus awarded, not a penny spent also. On row 12 is Navajo Treatment Center. This is IHS also. Column J shows $790, $91, not a penny spent. And then the last one on this report is for tribal enrollment 638 BIA, row 15, $4 million awarded, not a penny spent. So that's $9.3 million awarded. That's an FMIS, and no expenditure shown on those. So that's what's in the FMIS and available for expenditure. The second page is a listing of award that to the nation. Like I said, but no budget in the system, and since it's no budget, we haven't entered into the system yet. Row 2, when it's funding through CHR program under 630 IHS. This is COVID money, $3.2 million. Second is IHS under Department of Health, $147,000 CARES Act money. Row 4, CARES Act funding to NDSS, Social Services, $3 million. Row 5 is EMS, some more money from IHS, $150,000. Row 6, this is DALTEC, Department of Long-Term Services, $500,000 plus. And then the row 7 is the $600 million U.S. Treasury funded to the nation. And then Transit received $900,000. So the total award to the nation that we were awaiting budget for set up in FMIS. Under column D is the COVID-19, 3.5 million. The CARES Act, 604 plus million, a total of 608 million that pending setup in FMIS. The grant application that have been submitted, going through the review process, starts on row 11, 12, 13, 14. These are all by NDOT, Department Division of Transportation. This for CARE Act money, $100,000, $20,000 each. And for the total award and application that we have record of contract, look at column F is 608 million. And then there's a couple of other applications apparently have been submitted, one by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the other Fire Department. We hear it's been submitted, but we haven't received documentation on that. So this is the second report, like I said, we've issued, and the report shows no expenditure. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, that's an overview of that report.
Okay, this that conclude your report. Committee members, there motion to accept this report.
I'll motion the here.
Okay,
I'll second Brown.
Second by Cecilia Delegate Brown. Committee members, questions, comments regarding Mr. Shorty's report.
Hello.
Now somebody can email your
Vice
phone.
Chair.
Hold on.
Vice Chair.
Your phone. Somebody is I can hear background music or something. Vice Chair Smith. Who's calling? Shouldn't I delegate yellow hair? Are you calling?
Yeah, I'm calling. Yeah, I'm the one that. Okay, Chair and Vice Chair and my colleagues. Mr. Shorty, your report, this is what we need from you. The next meeting, when you come around, put us in the binder for us as Budget Finance Committee. All the report pertains to these, the grant comes in. Put in the binder for the Budget Finance Committee. This is what we need. Your report in Lai. This is what we're missing, especially with this $600 million CARE Act funds. That's what we needed. We kind of lost on that one information because it pertains to a grant application form that because those are grant request amount by the HANE, based by the HANE and the total amount. We need information. We need that one, the full report from you. And there's a lot of questions we have that pertain to this $600 million. Oh, you but that is we're in the third Budget Finance Committee. I wish this would come first before us, even before legislation. We need to straighten up some of these from Budget Finance Committee authority. Instead of these job peso. The budget committee. We need to have a budget form comes to Chair.
Jonathan.
Thank you.
Delegate Yellow here. Is there any others? Committee members?
Chair.
Elmer Brigation and
Jason, it's a yat eight adult adult Mr. Shorty adult need reporting lage yard na lage pesa limigi need huliage COVID-19 the no that pesa need huliage adult na hot it's a leo adult since to go ya where it can deal just when you get those kind of funds released. I don't think it that can't deal with what I based on it. Right now, are there now to understanding that some of these funds are unspent or what are not in the vehicle. So today, what I would say that right now is what is the nation, for example, Deltex, but the Ninigiko other is what's the funding that they're using spending right now. Money she spent. You said that this is the COVID relief funding that is available. It's in neither to the other than the funding. She is this on. I think they're operating. Right now, if we're not using it, I think that is there a timeline for this? I'm looking at it. What's the deadline to that? And then also the restriction or the term condition on it again. So what else is just are we going to be paying this much back, or how is there a condition on it? This COVID-19 funding keep in any. So that was my question.
Okay, back to Mr. Shorty. You have comments and questions from two delegates.
Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the request by Delegate Yellowhair to provide this report and put it in a binder for the committee and have it available prior to BNF meeting moving forward. Certainly, we will coordinate with PEGA to do that. Continue to provide status report on COVID funding and CARES Act. In response to Delegate Begay's inquiry, the first report, the one with budget expenditure, the timeline, the budget period on this award is shown in column E and F, when the award was effective and when it ends. On the 638, the one listed on row 5 and 6, which is health management. Row 9, emergency medical, that's 638. Row 12 is treatment center. Row 15 is travel enrollment. Those are all 638, and those dollars are available until fully expended. 638, okay, until every penny is expended. Hemiology program, it ends 8/30/20 here in a couple of months. So usually what's not expended on that, it can be carried over to the next year. So that would be the case. The only one that I'm aware that is subject to somewhat a strict timeline is the $600 million, which is supposed to be fully expended by December 30th this year. But all others, that there's flexibility. What's not expended can be carried over into the successor budget year. Now, Daltech, the question, not a penny spent yet on the CARES Act money. What are they operating with? They have regular program dollars that they're operating with. So this CARES Act money is in addition to the regular program money. So Daltech operating with regular program monies, and they're yet to start spending the CARES Act money. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, now Mr. Shorty for your response.
Any other questions? My follow-up
question. Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yes, Mr. Shorty. So, like you said, it's available for spending, especially on drug tax. for and so if they're operating on regular funding that they're using, when are they going to be replacing that? Is there a condition on this funding? Are they going to be replacing that money with the tribal revenue if they're using it right now? Can they be replaced or switch it to where they can use the money instead of the tribal funding? That's my question.
Hey, hold on. I think somebody needs to mute their phone. I believe we're good to go now. Any others, committee members, decide the follow-up question?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question, Chairman.
Go ahead, Shema.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shiaz, for your report. I'm just trying to learn in terms of the cadence of how often we should expect the report. So it looks like we have May 22nd. The prior report was May 2nd, and it looks like the next report will be June 5th. And so I know that doesn't really work with our committee schedule, but Chair, I think this gives an example on the way we need, as a committee, a more regular update regarding especially federal funds that are being
who's eating? We can hear you.
So, if I may continue, and so because I think this is critical in our conversation when we look at the Navajo CARES resolution in authorizing the expenditure. One thing we want to make sure is that we are not passing or approving expenditure plans for programs that may have additional federal funding. So I think there has to be a mechanism to make sure that that is not a possibility. And I just want to ask if there's an error on page 2 of your memo. I'm just looking at what's actually page 1 of your BER. On line 2, it says the start date is August 2019, but it does say fiscal year 19 EPI. If you could just, maybe let's clarify, is this prior funding that was available and now EPI is able to use it for COVID? If you could just give me that example, because I'm trying to develop a mechanism to know what funding's out there. The end date is coming up in August, and yet there's still looks like an available balance, but I'm assuming, and I think the program is using some of these dollars. So just please explain that one for me. Thank you.
Okay, with that, back to Mr. Shorty. We have a follow-up question from Mr. Delegate Elmer Begay, and then comments, questions from Shema Delegate Crowdy.
Shorty Yellow here. Not sure. I'd like to have some questions too.
Mr. Shorty, go ahead.
The chairman, members of the committee, question by Delegate Begay, and the response is Daltech. The regular program dollar is state funding, state of Arizona. So that's what they're operating with. And in addition, they receive some COVID money, which is a separate pot. So what they're operating with is state money, and then on the other funding available is the COVID money, CARES Act money. So it's not that whatever they expend on the program site, regular program dollar, that it has to be replaced with COVID money. So what they spend on the program side, the state money, stays, not subject to reimbursement from other source. So it's two separate pots, and it's both are available for expenditure by the program. That's on that. On response to Delegate Crowdy's question, this money, epidemiology money, the start date is August 31st, 19, and to end August 30th, 2020. But when the program received the money, it was on a regular funding basis. Then this COVID-19 issue started, and then the program got notice from the funding agency. Now there's this issue with the virus, the COVID-19. These monies can very well be used for that purpose too. When the program started, was awarded the money last August, it was for regular program operation, a virus we hadn't heard of yet. But since the virus started, they got notice, okay, now there's this issue that is facing the nation, that these dollars could be used to address COVID-19 issues as well. So that's response to the questions raised by the delegates.
Delegate Yellow Hair?
Okay, Mr. Shorty. Should have budgeted about this $600 million. But all your business on this way, we use the Navajo Nation a budget instruction. The requirements, Navajo Nation budget forms. Budget form 1, budget for program budget summary. That form 2, criteria, store budget and staff position and assignment for business unit. Form 5 and 6, because this pertains to external contracts and grant funding information. Because those budget forms will come before a budget finance committee. I would cutting budget, Mr. Shorty, $600 million. Because it's going to come to budget and finance committee. Hey, now this could ask, so yeah, Mr. Shorty. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that question for now. Mr. Shorty.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the resolution the council adopted on CARES Act money included a directive, as you will recall, for OMB to develop an expedited budget procedure. Then there's also reference to an expenditure plan format be developed. Legislative Council Dana Barbara provided a sample or a draft of that format, and then the budget procedure. So we looked at those, and we're developing guidance. It's in draft form to prepare for OMB carrying out the directive to develop the expedited budget procedure. The form that is used and included in the budget instruction manual 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's developed to where information provided contains information needed to set up budget and FMIS. Now, since CARES Act money is federal dollars, then federal dollars, state money, issued K numbers. So that's the discussion we've been having since this is external fund. Then funds awarded to funding recipient will have to be set up under a K account. Now, as far as the budget forms, the discussion is that the Form 1 will be necessary, which is a summary of the budget. Form 4 would be necessary, which is an explanation. Okay, we're asking this amount of money, and it's going to be used for this purpose, and object code and description, which is information Form 4 provides. And Form 5 is any positions, I believe it was. So those three, the discussion is those three, plus and then the expenditure plan format that Dana Barbara had developed. We drafted our version to OMB. So the form will consist of that format and then also budget forms to be developed and to be submitted by entities requesting funding from that $600 million. So those are all in draft form and subject to review and approval based on the directive included in the council resolution. Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Okay, with that, committee members, any
Chair.
other questions from the committee?
Chair,
This
this is Yellow Hair again.
Go ahead.
Yellow Hair. Chair, let's, it's Mr. Shardy. Thanks for the report on that one. Because of as Budget Finance Committee in here, and I see Tonigi, you Nishiki, but TD Pesona, but Hayanigi, I see Ancient Budget Finance Committee. Because even nationally, as Navajo Nation government, we do have the fiduciary responsibility to account for all public funds. We also manage the funds and finance wisely. Based on that, trade need issue money. And we also have the responsibility of a fully protect Navajo Nation government. The best of other things, the best of to be ability to make sure that important policy decisions are made in a manner consistent with a rational planning. But that need put on the politics. These physical decisions that we made in Navajo Nation, that include external funding, the adoption that generally accepted accounting principle. No politics on that one. Be efficiently fund for cost government, available resource. They couldn't need peso, couldn't need event on she when he chair na hot iki. Ukutaba has animan data lia. Peso and data started cheat non answer. A job in on she would on this case. Because I don't it's essential the public facilities over that you know you peso going to $600 million. A craggy by a deal and here as a councilman as a compromise deal neta. I saw President Billy I down is standing. Crushing behind and 8 up today. Yeah, today's kids or ye la late. Navajo Nation Council, I don't care me, Kalina in Salvation and Nahat the Arja. Eben, I don't hear now, Mr. Shorty. Those to all my colleagues. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Chair, this.
Go ahead, Shana.
Thank you for that again, Chair. Although the committee members, you know that we're all on the BNF committee. We all know that we're oversight to all the fundings that are available to the nation, and then the way they are being spent, and then to be accountable to the people. I got the role members is the best so up on CKs, yeah. So we're accountable for that. What are the certificates? Got a Asian yard and then the best on then but so but just send all this what are for special especially this COVID funding that are coming in. And to think about it, Mr. Shorty, So many years you've you probably experiencing different kind of fundings that comes into the nation. Some are restricted for that because you're doing your job to be upholding all that how this money is spent according to how they're being restricted. So for this one, this is the new fundings that never happened before. See, COVID-19 which cost the lives of young to the old people that we lost today. Some today people still I think the I think the Sunday result that's all together. So what are they up to have still they're going through that again. I don't know how we would go to a place otherwise to try to comfort those people. So the best of because this is a lot of money that's given to us on behalf of that COVID-19. My question is that you should know about that Mr. From the legislative side, you said that it's strictly that we have to go with the current regulation and the current policies that are in place. And we have to put that money there to use it according to the way the policy and the way the Navajo Nation government operates on these fundings. So there's checks and balance in it. So we have to use those fundings. We're trying to do is we're trying to there's some plans or propose that some of these laws will be waived to give the money only to a certain branch. So has we're trying to the years I didn't so so we now got here. I don't know how you would think like that. So that's all I should that's all so what this government is cutting it so has on so since ich found doch person then you what about Kagi don't I think this is the right time to speak about it. We say that no cut the internet let it no as another case and party no we were letting everybody know throughout the world. But resilient no. We're Navajo people are resilient for so many years. Yet could in and now the chin you got to know in Nasda. Halit in the case it lean. So up on this case in later Koya at in the a quick on the skis. At the end, he told us in the had on ship. I think the other Betty, he bended it yet by me, so it answer case as we saw me. This case your brother. You said that I want you to kind of mention it again that Dana Barber, other the person not what's happening, prove it. The next one, the expenditure plan. So what are able to check how young there. So what are is a legislative branch? Are they council not know that's the way it was all these years. So what I just do you think I can mention that again? As you now the process that goes through all these federal fundings that are coming in. Even the non-educated.
Okay, now, and committee members, any other questions? Then I'll back to Mr. Shorty.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, response to question delegate Brigade. The very quickly, just that the process that the monies awarded to the nation goes through. Then the award usually by award notice to the nation. Here's the amount of money coming to this program of the nation. Then the program submit a budget for that amount, and that budget is to be developed based on the budget instruction manual adopted by BNF, object code, the amount, justification. It's sufficient, then it's entered into FMIS, then the program notified. This budget is in the system on this award. Here's a transfer. Now implement the award. That's the process on the funding the nation applies for, and the application goes to the 164 review and submitted to the funding agency. Now with the CARES Act money, it's different. As we said, this is unprecedented time, and we've never experienced it. The nation was just given money, $600 million. It was deposited into the nation's account, and that was just to a notice issued by U.S. Treasury. There wasn't an award notice signed by anybody saying here's $600 million. So that's where the council amended Title 12 of the code to include a provision for CARES Act funding. Now in there's instruction for Director OMB to develop budget procedure. An expenditure plan have to be developed. So those two have to be developed first, expenditure plan and the budget procedure, and approved by Budget and Finance Committee for use by entities that apply for to get a portion, their share of the $600 million. So right now that's what the wait is, and until that procedure and the plan is adopted by BNF, and then a notice, and then that's when the entities will apply for funding. So, and then when they submit the plan, and from what we understand is subject to appropriation by the council. Now, the budget have been submitted, request made, goes to BNF and the council. When it's approved by the council, then the program will be given notice. Here's the award by the nation out of the $600 million. Now you can carry out the purpose of the request. So it's different. The $600 million, the allocation of that, and how it's going to be allocated to entities that apply for the money, compared to application that's submitted by a nomination program and gone through the 164 review. So that's what we're faced with. That's just an overview of the difference in the process and allowing the use of the money, what was applied for versus what the nation was allocated automatically. Mr. Chair.
Chair, don't give it again.
Go ahead.
So, again, I'd like to thank you, Shana, for that again. And then as we listen to that, you know that BNF, Budget and Finance Committee, has a major role in this $600 million. So even now, but we need to know that this physical, but also in the bed that we have even yen heart is even yet the photo, but we have the yeah. Of course, I don't think it should be within our thoughts. Look, this I just want to clarify that again.
Okay, that any other committee members? We still have 3 other reports to listen to. So Any other comments for Mr. Questions or comments for Mr. Shorty? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. Delegate Yellow Hair.
I'll vote green.
Vice Chair Smith. Green. I had a question though. Oh, do you have a question? Okay, I was trying to listen out. Go ahead with your question.
This is to Cordell Shorty. I just got the memo under the report, page 1. Talks about 9.3 million that were set up in FMIS and available for expenditure. Trying to frantically look for this, and now that's here on page 1 of the report to the Chief of Staff for that memorandum. And grant applications all by NDOT that are 164B review. Those are my 2 questions that I have, Chairman.
Mr. Shorty?
Delegate Smith, the report, that's what I gave an overview on. Page 1, the awards that are in FMIS available for expenditure. There's 5 of them. And then page 2, a award depending set up in FMIS, the first category, and what's in grant application. And these are all COVID-19 funding and CARES Act money. And some of these are in addition to the regular program dollar. For example, the 638, the Department of Health funding, the EMS funding treatment, and then the tribal enrollment, that they receive their regular program dollars. So these monies are in addition to that. And these are one-time funding. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I hope I address Delegate Smith's question.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Back to the vote. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Shema, Delegate Crowdy? Shema, Delegate Crowdy, how do you vote?
Shema, Delegate.
Delegate Amber Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Shane, thank you. Select Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Omer Begay.
Vote green.
Yeah, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Kehla, Mr. Shorty, for providing us that report, plus the handouts. That was real informative. Kehla, thank you for everything you do for the Controller's Office. With that, we have item C now, which is update on FY 2021 Comprehensive Budget Schedule, 3-branch agreement, etc., presented by Dominic Bial. I believe he sent out an email regarding this too. So, Mr. Bial, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee members, and everyone who's listening in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I forwarded a written report, a very brief summary. It's entitled Fiscal Year 2021 Budget Process by OMB. It's dated June 1st. So that was yesterday. And I hope you have that or you're looking at it. And that's the document I want to go through. And it starts off at the top by saying on May 31st, which was Sunday, the OPVP, Controller, OMB, DOJ, Tax Commission Office, all by teleconference, we had a discussion on the 21 budget process with Budget and Finance Committee Chairman Henio. So this is the first meeting that we've had with a lot of these players on the upcoming budget process. And we spoke about three main areas on the document I'm looking at. I have A, B, and C. A is the 2021 revenues and the funds that are available. The grand total from the various sources is $170.9 million. And that comes from the regular general fund revenue projection. Remember, it was revised on May 1st. And that amount is $113.5 million. And then next is the permanent fund interest, $25.4 million. The permanent fund contingency, $10.9 million. And then finally, the UUFB, $21 million. Altogether, that's the $170.9. So for comparison, the fiscal year 2020, today's budget, the recurring base is $167 million. So the way it works out, we actually have a little bit more money than, extra anyways. So letter B, I talk about the possible fiscal year 2021 budget amount options. And I listed three here. Based on the meeting on Sunday, one option is just to use the fiscal year 20 budget levels. In other words, the $167 million. And the way that could work would be each branch and the chapters and fixed costs, etc., would receive essentially the same level. So then 3.9 million, which is the difference between the 170.9 and the 167, would not be budgeted. And it might be put aside for use in fiscal year 22 budget. That's a possibility. Anyway, the second option would be to include an adjustment to reflect the general wage adjustment that was given this year. Now remember, the GWA is funded by the Personal Lapse Savings Fund.
Dana.
And so the executive amount was 1.7 million, judicial 278,000, legislative 200,000, and the overall total about almost 2.2 million. So the reason we put that in there as an idea, as a possibility, is because in the fiscal year 21 budget, we have to absorb it in the regular general fund. We always have to swallow it every year. Now, since we have a little bit left over, see, this is a possibility, and I think that would help the entire government and thereby minimize any possible layoffs and so forth. Now, the third option I mentioned is to include, on top of 1 and 2, the chapter official stipends. And this would be about $1 million. So those two, the 2.1 GWA to 1 million for chapter officials, see, that's about 3.1 million, which would come out of the 3.9. Now, the reason, again, that's in there is because I think the BNF committee is aware of this now, is that traditionally, for whatever reasons, the chapter official stipends budget is not fully funded in the prior year. So we've always had to fund it by UUFB supplemental or in this case, for fiscal year 20, it came out of the personal
Laura,
savings. So these are the three options we presented, at least for discussion so far. Now, we don't have the detail amounts yet. Each branch in each chapter, because we don't have the fixed cost budgets yet, and we don't have the IDC allocation.
Excuse me, Dominic. Could someone please mute their phone during this report? Thank you.
Yeah, somebody is talking. So moving on to number C is the budget calendar. Due to the COVID-19 emergency, which is currently underway, the Navajo government remains closed, with most staff and offices not open and not working. So this has the effect of moving the calendar back, and it requires adjustments and revisions to the dates, the activities, and so forth. So for this weekend's discussion, attached are two new options where we would start the budget process by BFC action on June 23rd. And we have two versions marked A and B. A would just simply follow the normal process. B would not include the Oversight Standing Committee budget hearings. That means LOC, HESI, and the other one, RDC, excuse me.
RDC.
So it would only be BNF and NABI committee. Now, this would be a time-saving measure, because if the option was chosen, let's say, to just stay with the 167 million and then the same budget levels, that means the budgets for fiscal year 20 will be relatively the same. So there wouldn't be a large number of changes. And then furthermore, all of the committee members from the various committees, of course, are members of NABI committee and then the full council. So that would be their opportunity to discuss the budget in more detail in those areas within or under their oversight. Now, number two, if the pandemic closure continues, meaning it goes on beyond next week, then we might have to consider additional changes to these calendars. So the attachment, again, is A and B. A being the regular schedule. Everything, however, has been condensed and squeezed together more in order to try to get everything done. And then B is the one that would take out the oversight committee reviews. Again, both calendars would finish within the 20-day requirement, which would be
Excuse me, Dominic. Dominic, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dominic.
Peggy, what's going on?
But some of the people that are online are requesting that Mr. Bial speak up. They can't hear him that well. Please, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bial. Also, Mr. Bial, President Nez, the committee members, we have President Nez on the line also too. He is listening in, so Mr.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. I've been listening in for a while now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bial, go ahead.
Okay, continuing on.
We heard when you got on the call.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Nice and clear, buddy. Keep going.
I turned up the volume.
Yes, that's great. Thank you, Dominic.
Okay, so Friday I got a message from the president's office that they wanted to have a meeting on Sunday along with Chairman Henio, and that took place. So this is a summary, what I just went through, of the matters that we discussed and so forth. And then this morning, early this morning, before the B&F committee, the branch chiefs also met. And by then they had this document as well. And we went through it and discussed it and entertained some various ideas, some questions about it, and so on. I think the controller was on the line, the attorney general, president, vice president, Chairman Henio, speaker. And so we're underway, at least as far as these preliminary activities go. Now, the key date that B&F needs to be mindful of is if we go this way, the way it's put in writing here, is that B&F would meet on or about June 23rd. That's 3 weeks away from today. So in the meantime, between now and then, is when the branch chiefs will be meeting on the various planning allocation options, whether to use the 167 or the 170 or some other way or means to handle the budget. OMB would be finalizing the BIM, the planning allocation options, the IDC allocations, and then the fixed costs. Because once that's put together, then it needs to go through the 164B review process and then dropped into legislation for action by B&F on about June 23rd. Now, if we fall behind for any reason, including, for example, the government closure is extended again, we might have to move some of these dates back again. So we have to be mindful of that. Part of the discussion this morning as well was, I believe it was Chairman Henio who brought this up, is the $600 million in the CARES Act funding for all of these emergencies. That could likely take up a lot of time as well in the coming days and weeks and months. So that might affect the regular budget schedule as well. Now, if we don't get everything done, by, let's say early September, then we'd have to consider the possibility of a continuing resolution in one form or another. Now, the branch chiefs will meet again next Friday, June 12th, and then probably a final meeting for the branch chiefs agreement, probably the week before the B&F meeting on June 23rd. So that's how it's sort of falling together now at this point. Chairman Henio has been at both of these meetings that I mentioned, so I'm sure he can add additional information. But members of the committee, that's the report up to now. Thank you.
Okay, with that, President Nash, Nanda, do you have anything to add regarding this discussion?
Chairman Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, to add to Dominic Fiala's presentation, we are set, the executive branch is set to utilize the same numbers as last year. And we are open to talking about that remaining $3 million, especially for chapter officials, grazing, farm board, and other stipends. I think we do need to have a comprehensive budget in place because there's a lot of work before us to develop in collaboration with the committee on the expenditure plan. That's going to take a lot of effort. I mean, if we just go through the process, we're going to fall behind. We got to get a budget in place before 20 days before October 1st. And if we do a continuing resolution, we're basically using the same numbers as last year too. So we just kick the can down the road, and we don't know what's going to happen with this pandemic before us. You know, people say in December there may be another spike in positive cases. So it would be good for all of us to get the budget put in place, the comprehensive budget in place, and we wouldn't have to worry much about it. I know that there should be some savings from the shutdown for these past couple of months too. But as you know, when this year's budget ends, it goes back into the general fund. And we can talk about that down the road and see how those needs are, those unmet need budgets. And so I appreciate Chairman Henio this morning, the three branches, talking about the fiscal year 2021. The other item that you all have been talking about, BNF has been talking about too, is the second year plan, the second year PTF plan. That kind of fits into the next year's budget discussion as well. And so that I think we're pretty much on the same page on that one, to utilize the dollars for the next 5 years to offset the $30 to $50 million budget shortfall from the closure of NGS and Peabody. And so, and then with the question or the comment about, you know, if we have enough staff to package this up, you know, I think right now we've been working on with a skeleton crew for running government, but I know Dominic and the controller's office can quickly get us a package. If that's the direction that we want to go, is to have it go to BNF and Nabikiyat committee, and then the full council to streamline it quicker. So we're in support of that, and we will send a memo over to you, Chairman, and the committee, maybe today or tomorrow first thing, regarding the budget. But there is a meeting again with the three branches on the 18th to recommend the allocations for the three branches. And then there's a prior meeting on the 15th to kind of discuss those options with the three branches. Thank you, Chairman. That'll be it.
President Nez. Okay with that.
Chairman. One other thing I want to mention while I have the opportunity to is that in about 15 minutes, I am scheduled to speak to the House Natural Resources Committee, and I'll be offline for that discussion, and that's very important. That's pertaining to the national parks and the reopening of parks in and around the Navajo Nation, since we're still having high numbers of positive cases here on Navajo. But the hospital visits, the demand in our healthcare system has decreased since last month, but we are still seeing increases. And as these states open up their governments and their businesses around us, there may be a potential for a spike once again here on Navajo, because it's the height of tourism season. And so I'll be speaking to Chairwoman Deb Holland and her subcommittee on parks at 12:30. So just to let you know, I know that you all wanted me to talk a little bit more about the legislation 0116-20, that there is a comprehensive approach. And that also deals with the reopening of our government too. So, you know,
Chairman? Order?
Thank you. I just want to call point of order we're on a report for the fiscal year comprehensive budget.
Okay, so if we can get back to the subject head on,
and you're welcome to sign off on 0116-20, everyone. Thank you.
Mr. President, yes. Committee members, Mr. Biel, is that the extent of the report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Shane, committee members, there is motion to accept this report.
Go ahead.
Are they open for questions from delegates?
Okay, there's a motion by Shantasha, Delegate Yellowhair, to accept this report. Is there a second? Is there a second to accept the report from Dominic Biel?
Chair.
Second by Vice Chair.
Hey, Vice Chair Smith, second that motion to accept the report. Committee members, are there any questions, comments for Mr. Biel?
This is Delegate question.
Oh, hold on. I have Shema Delegate Crotty, and then after that will be Delegate Yellowhair. Go ahead, Shema.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, President Nez, for your report, and Mr. Bial, I appreciate it. I think in terms of Chairman, and I'm not sure at some point, my question I'll need an answer, is in terms of, I'm concerned on this report that there's some type of assumption that the Budget and Finance Committee was consulted in this process. I'm reviewing my texts and my emails, and at no point from Friday when President Nez mentioned he called a meeting to discuss this item was I notified as a Budget and Finance Committee member, invited to the discussions, or actually known about the discussions. I think in terms of having a document that sets a calendar date for the committee is a bit too presumptuous, as not allowing this committee to hear the report and then make that decision in a full formal decision-making, transparent arena. This call is and this report is on public record. We have a public number that people can call in, and so I would request all entities on this report, including Chairman Henyo, to maximize the use of your cell phone, your text, and your emails to properly inform the committee on decisions that you're making on our behalf. In terms of the budget calendar, my question is, I have not seen a decision made by this committee in terms of the calendar that we approved to move forward. And so I would like to get guidance on what that looks like. I also would want to know then, in terms of the agreement for the oversight there was legislation to combine all of oversight authorities, and now I'm trying to see how that compares to what is being recommended here to Budget and Finance Committee to control or to consolidate that authority and then just make a recommendation rather than to go to the oversight and just present to Budget and Finance Committee. We have, I need to understand more of that process, as I see that more as the centralization of authority, and I'm not at this point clear on how that decision was made, again, because I was not part of those discussions, and again, because this information is just being provided right now. So I think those are two critical questions, and while we have President Nez on the line, I would want to know in terms of where the role of executive is in terms of just providing recommendations on your budget, and then when do we go in this gray area of trying to provide too much influence in the legislative process, which in my opinion includes the budget, which is a critical role that not only Budget and Finance Committee members hold, but as a delegate sitting on the Navajo Nation Council. So those are my questions to Dominic, my questions to Chairman Henyo, and my question to President Jonathan Nez. Thank you.
Yeah, Lashma. Back to Delegate Shana, Delegate Yellow Hair.
Yellow Hair back on the line. I was kind of lost and cut off my line right here. Anyway, so Mr. Bial, this is going to be to Mr. Bial. Based on your report, and I would like to request through Chair and Vice Chair, my colleagues, that your report must be also be a binder, mix the same binder with Mr. Shorty. Put it in there for next report. This one binders report. Make sure they're all current report, Mr. Bial, or Mr. Shorty. Those reports, because those are important documents we like to see in the binder. Those chair, not chair, so the vice chair, or my colleagues. Those must find so honest in thank you.
Back to two questions, one from Shema Delegate Crowdy, and then also Delegate O'Hare. Mr. Bial?
Well, Mr. Chair, committee members responding to Delegate Crotty's question. Part of our question was about assumptions that BFC is involved and so on. Some of the background, Delegate Crotty, members of the committee, is you'll remember, or hopefully you'll remember, that the first request for a possible budget calendar was requested of OMB back in April. So OMB provided a budget calendar at the time. And that particular first calendar would have started sooner than we normally do. And the reason for that is because the way the budget process has been going in the last several years, by the time the council enacts a budget resolution, and then it goes to the president for possible line item vetoes, we're into October. So the problem there is that we don't have a full budget for the entire 12-month period, in this case, fiscal year 21, until late October or sometimes in November. Because the money that is line item vetoed is unappropriated. And it needs to be reappropriated again through the budgeting process. So anyway, that was one version that we did. But then the pandemic and the government closure and everything hit us. So we knew that wouldn't work. But over the last several BNF committee meetings now, I've been on the agenda to give an update of where we are and what's happening and so forth. And that's what I've been doing. So today's discussion and the document that you have before you is the result of Sunday's meeting and then this morning's meeting. Now, none of it is definite. There's no formal action yet. It's just up for discussion, for consideration. But these are some of the matters that have been discussed so far. Now, once the branch chiefs agreement, let's say, is made, then everything goes to the BNF committee. And at that point, the BNF committee can consider it and make its own amendments if they so choose, and so forth. And it's at that point when BNF committee takes final action that it's official. All of these matters. So, Delegate Crotty, that's my answer on that portion of your concern.
Okay, with that, President Nez, are you still on the line? Hello, who's talking? President Nez, are you still on the line? I think you got off, but again, with the as chair of the Budget and Finance, responding to the concern and to the committee members, this meeting had taken place. It was a call-in meeting, and I was notified of it by of a meeting taking place Saturday afternoon, and so therefore, as a courtesy, I was notified that this was happening, and so I joined the call to listen in to see what the conversation was about on the executive branch side. So President Nez and his staff members are on the line, and they were talking about their approach to the 2021 budget, and as far as how they would be able to look at either streamlining it, like the options that we have here. One question that I posed at that meeting was that we are going to be busy handling the CARES Act with one hand, and on the other hand, we're going to be busy throughout the whole summer, and it takes all summer long to get the budget oversight hearings moving forward, to get the each committee to have each of their programs sit before them and to do budget presentations. Last year, it was easy because of the fact that we weren't, this never happened. This wasn't among us, the pandemic, the COVID-19. We could all be jam-packed into one room. This year, it's going to be different. We can't have programs sitting before us just like now. We can't even get into our BNF committee room anymore because of the memo that came out from Speaker's office saying that we have to get our temperatures taken, we have to wear a mask, we have to get a history of who we talk to and everything. So therefore, this will be almost impossible to do budget oversight hearings from the each committee. So that was one thing, those 2 points I brought out. And so the staff were like, well, maybe we need to look at a different approach then. So they just made recommendations there. And although they said, let's have a meeting with the Chief Justice and Speaker and to present recommendations now about, so they set to this morning. And these are just recommendations. They're not decisions that are final. They're just saying that maybe this is one approach that we should take because of the fact that we have first, the pandemic, the COVID-19 among us, and we can't meet. Second is budget season. It takes all summer long. And of course, 600 million to frequently meeting on that too as BNF committee. We need to be, that's going to take up a lot of our time as this expenditure plan and expense for the 600 million plus. I mean, there's more coming in besides the 600 million. So everything now, that's why we said, let's today's BNF committee meeting, let's present it to the Budget and Finance Committee and then see what their take is on these two approaches. They might have, the committee might have a different approach. So even now, these are recommendations to the committee because there's nothing set in stone yet. These are just recommendations. No final decision has been made. And so even that, and as Dominic pointed out, once the three branch chiefs come to a decision on their allocations for each of the legislative branch, the executive, and the judicial branch, then it comes to be in there for their amendments and for their consideration, deliberation. So Ebony, that's where it's at right now. So courtesy, I was invited to listen in on Sunday, which I did, and then from there we decided to, and we need to move forward, committee members, because time is of the essence for the budget right now. If we decide to keep the normal route, then we're gonna have to really double time it. But so yeah, that's my response, committee members. Any other comments, questions, committee members? Oh, Delegate Elmer Begation, now you had your name on the list here.
That's it, hello, the BNF members. Hello, thank you for that, Mr. Biel. Hello, the Secretary President. Thank you for sharing that with us about the 2021 budget process again. I call it so we all know that. I know that we're.
Elmer, can you speak up a little louder?
Okay, Kasha. Okay, so we all know that this COVID-19 we went into the midst of our land. I call it it affected the whole operation of our government and then also our schools. I call our daily life too. But then the thing about it is we're saying that we're going to have a budget process and then I guess the thing about it is how can we spend this money? Because there's some fundings that are in place. Because there's some COVID fundings that are being awarded. We're trying to spend all the money. Around the streamlining this, how we can start the process. I think as a chair, and I think that we all have phones and we all we should be all any meetings. We're ready for any meetings. I think we've all got used to it. Any kind of meetings that are coming up, even today, this afternoon, we're going to have this meeting. No, at least let us know about it. I think we're all entitled to this. To this fundings. It's very short up on such case. So that's we should have even right now. We could come together and start having meetings. That how can we do this? How can we approach the budget process again? Not just wait for it and to happen. I think as a chair and then also working with Peggy, other is supposed to let us know too as it seems like that this is already happening. But like I said, it's not final. I'm looking at it. It should be a deadline that we should put when I think we know that we're gonna be here for the next. It's gonna be like this for the next 2 more weeks, and then we should do 4 more weeks. It's gonna be about a month. So why can't we start scheduling right now? You know how we can get to the we should put schedule on it right now. So we will all know what's the deadline we can get to that. So that about this case here. I think chair I don't know even where you can be standing on some of these financing. We don't want to. We want to stand as firm as we can to be as the never best about who young the needs and the neko needs and yards and I would say that BNF committee, if we're taking care of this money and then if we're talking about people's money, I think we should be all in it. We could have a group taxing and then we should let us know. The base about Sahale. I don't put the it's a wooden it on a legal. It don't eat that either. I don't about 6 years ago. And then what ego the your whole left. In the eco boss, kitchen city, no, the Naniaco. Area, about this, and so that.
Any other comments, committee members, for Mr. Biel? Questions for Mr. Biel on the schedule?
Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
Question.
So, anyway, the last reason from a controllers there, Berlin Curtin report Ilagi. I see that this Bibi report is done all three from Don Bial, Mr. Del Shorty, and also Perlin controller. Did the information one finally is done for our next report. In each case, the vice chair, my colleagues. That's my directive. Thank you very much.
Committee members, what we need to discuss here is the schedule as far as the budget appropriation schedule Mr. Bial has presented to us. As far as do we keep the schedule as is and continue with the budget oversights, or are there any other recommendations from the committee regarding the budget schedule? Because, like I said earlier, we need to start moving forward. Once we get past the 3-branch budget allocation, it becomes the property of the Budget and Finance to start moving forward. Any questions or comments, recommendations for Mr. Bial to take back this?
Chair, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir, we do.
Good afternoon or good morning. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the updates on where we're at with the budget. We've got 2 things rolling down the road. Number one is the FY 2021 budget. The other one is the CARE Act. How are we going to juggle this? How are we going to take care of this? They're both very imperative, or very important to get done. My question would be, could we just get a legislation ready for a continuing resolution up to the first quarter? And I know by the end of first quarter, we're supposed to have spent $600 million and more, depending on Treasury, when they're going to decide to give us the rest of the money. So that's my question to Dominic and OOC and would that be wise to do that? And we can focus more in on the CARES Act money. And yes, we know how much money we have. We have a plus of 3-some odd million, according to the report, over the 2020 budget. And if we have that much money, then we can just possibly do the continuing resolution for up to the first quarter. Then when things settle down, then we can have our committees and our oversight and departments come in and start doing their presentation and do a comprehensive budget for the last 3 quarters. Have we done something like that? Has something been done in the past with a continuing resolution on this kind of circumstance? That's my second question, Chair. Thank you.
Very good, Shane. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Back to Mr. Bale. Response?
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Replying to Delegate Smith's questions. During my opening remarks and presentation, and even before in prior BNF committee meetings, I've mentioned the possibility of, if we're not able to put together an achievable budget calendar schedule, and we're running out of time, as I said, getting into September, then that would be the time to consider a continuing resolution. And it could be for, as you say, the first quarter, which would give us the first quarter, the Navajo government, that time to do the full budget. And a number of years ago, we did do a continuing resolution for the entire government. And that one went into, I believe it was February of the following year. And it was figured at roughly 45% of the prior year's budget. And that was because there was a changeover in the administration and then the council. So that budget was good up until, I forget the exact date, but it was sometime in February. So the new council and then the new president who came into office, they rolled up their sleeves, they went to work, and they did do the budget. They did it ahead of time, like 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time. So we do have some experience with a continuing resolution. Mr. Smith, that's my response.
Mr. Biel, is that your response, or are you still responding?
That's my answer.
Okay. Kashina. That committee members, any other comments or questions?
I'm not a committee member, but this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes. Shadeja, go ahead. Welcome to Budget and Finance Committee. Go ahead.
Yeah, Otto, thank you for the presentation. I've been listening along. In regards to the budget, I understand the concerns that have been posed, the questions that have been posed, and I guess what I wonder is, whether the chairs were going to be consulted with this decision being made by Budget and Finance. I understand that the budget does fall within your oversight, but the budget affects the entire, and also, the committees who do have oversight over some of these divisions and departments. I can say that Department of Public Safety right now is hurting for money, and I understand that the president did veto the $2 million We are getting right now, I've got 3 emails from officers who are saying that they need money, which is contradicting from what the press release on the reason for the veto is. And so I don't really know what is going on, but I can say that Department of Public Safety, Department of Corrections, Criminal Investigations, EMT, EMS, all of our divisions and departments that are under the Law and Order Committee are hurting for money right now. And some of these divisions and departments don't fall within the COVID-19 category, so they're not eligible for some of the funds that we are currently debating right now. So I hope that the decision that the Budget and Finance makes, that's not extended to the entire council, because I think that's a decision that needs to be made by council. I like Honorable Smith's idea of dropping legislation, because I think this issue does need to be discussed, because pushing the budget back is going to be a question of how our division and departments can be cared for during this time. A majority of the divisions and departments under Law and Order Committee they do have access to the fund. They also have access to other funds out there because it's public safety. But there are other departments and divisions that don't. So the labor relations argument that they can receive CARES money, or they can receive money coming down from the federal government, are having issues right now with employment. And I think that the labor relations will be busy here as a result of that. So again, I am just listening in, but as a chair, I hope that this can be discussed. Certainly, I hope that we, as a Law and Order Committee, bringing in our divisions and departments to hear what their thoughts are, will be able to offer suggestions on whether this budget should be extended, and in the meantime, what the backup plan is to get these divisions and departments the money that they need. So I appreciate, Shana, I appreciate your work on this, and I guess I was a little bit concerned with the president wanting to meet with just you. I know that has happened in the past, and we've always been very, open about communication whenever that invitation to you. And I guess I'm a little bit surprised in that speaker didn't even mention anything. So this decision is going to affect all of council, all of the divisions and departments right now, and it should be a decision made by council as a whole and not just by Budget and Finance staff.
I'd love for your comments, Chairwoman Charles Din and Shadeja. The committee members, any others?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question. Thank you, Chairman. So a question to Mr. Bial. Again, thank you for the report. I'm looking up our last Navajo BIM was passed, this time last year, because I was looking at in terms of when do we finalize the schedule. So can you give me an update on when you anticipate the BIM to be completed to legislate? That will help me understand this schedule of and so was that when you said June 23rd, was that the date that you felt the BIM would be ready? And I'm also looking at some of the appropriation code regarding, so if we look at Title 12, Section 840, the budget approval, adoption, and certification, it does state that Oversight Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee review and approval, that each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee. concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. So can you just clarify, because I did jot down the June 23rd, that background noise is not me, so someone needs to go on mute.
Free on this side, though.
And
We
please,
could barely hear you. That noise is overtaking your comments. We could barely hear you.
Yeah.
Updating the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Is the budget and finance, I'm looking for when will the budget instruction manual be ready? Was that the June 23rd timeline that you spoke of? And what then is the plan if regarding the Appropriation Act when it comes to Oversight Committee?
Mr. Bial, were you able to capture that, the two questions?
I think so.
Now, go ahead if you are able to. One thing, believe one is the budget instruction manual. When will the OMB be finalizing that so it could be we could get legislation moving forward with that? Then the other one is something to do with the appropriations. I could barely hear and all that, so it's the background noise. Mr. Bial?
Mr. Chair, responding to Delegate Crotty's questions. As my report indicates, and then based on prior discussion, as I mentioned this morning with the branch chiefs, and then the recent Sunday meeting, we're suggesting at this point that the B&F committee meet on June 23rd or thereabouts, at which time the B&F committee would approve everything, the BIM, the planning allocations, the revenue projections, and so forth. So in order to make June 23rd, legislation would have to be dropped 5 days beforehand. So counting backwards, that would be about June 18th. So we've got to finish the BIM then, if not by next Friday, the 12th, or the next few days thereafter, because it still needs to go through some review as well, to including the Controller's Office, DOJ, let's see, personnel management, and then on the chapter portions, DCD. And we would incorporate any changes that they want to make to the base document. So that's the plan, looking at that. Now, Ms. Crotty also mentioned that this year, fiscal year 20, the budgeting process, the B&F committee adopted everything on June 3rd, which is tomorrow, if we were to look at it for this year. That's why we're saying, due to the emergency closure and everything, we're falling behind schedule now. So that's that part. Now, the attachment to the report I gave, again, there's two calendars. One is marked A, and there's another one marked B. A is the normal process, meaning we do everything that we usually do. It would just be more condensed. The various levels of review and so on would be a shorter time frame in order to make it to the 20-day requirement at the end of the fiscal year. Now, option B is the version that would take out the Oversight Committee budget hearings as a time-saving measure for the most part, because the Oversight Committees anyway are members of NABI and Council. So those are the two options that are there at the moment. Again, as I said, they're options. There's no decisions one way or the other yet. Mr. Chair, that's my answer.
Okay, again, Mr. Biel, even though with a lot of the background noise, I believe we're still able to hear your response. Committee members, are we ready to vote?
Chair, I got a question for our listening council.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Dominic and those that are listening. And my question to what Dominic had mentioned, to alleviate the committees, then we would just send it to NABI or BNF, NABI, and then council. My question to legislative council would be, do we need to drop legislation to abide by that, to cover us? Because in the laws, it states that the committee members or the oversight would be hearing their budget, and they do testimony and they do swearing in, and then they bring the budget, and then they order them to go back and clean it up and bring back a comprehensive one, revisits and all that. Would we have to drop legislation in order to override that? That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I believe Dana is on the line, or Ms. Lowe.
Yes, Chairman Henia, this is Kristen Lowell. If anybody has their BIM with them, if you look at page 110 of the current BIM, it references section 840 of the Appropriations Act. 840A does set forth the process by which the oversight committees do, in fact, hear the budgets from the various departments. The way I am reading it, the proposal by OMB would require legislation to change the schedule. It would be a requirement to waive 840, and it would be a waiver that needs to be done by the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that, Vice Chair Smith, has your question been answered?
So in other words, you'd have to drop legislation to get this waived. Is that what I understand?
Ms. Lowe?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, that is the way I'm reading it. I was not a participant of any discussions that have been referenced previously. I do not know what discussions there have been by and with OMB, the Department of Justice, or OPVP in regards to that, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair.
I believe the question is, from Vice Chair, is that if the committee decides to move forward and change the schedule, that's already part of the BIM. You're referencing last year's BIM. This year's BIM hasn't been developed by OMB yet, and legislation hasn't been developed to accept that BIM. So when does that change in the schedule take place? During the legislative process?
Mr. Chair, to clarify my previous statement, for reference, the Appropriations Act is included in the BIM. It is, however, part of the Navajo Nation Code, so it is not something that is approved by the Budget and Finance Committee in terms of the actual Appropriations Act. The Appropriations Act section that I referenced is 12 NNC section 840A. That is part of the code. Waiver of that would be by the Navajo Nation Council under my analysis. In terms of the schedule for when things are going to happen, that is part of the BIM, which is approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. So those are two different things that have to be considered, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Committee members, any other questions or comments? We still have two more reports, I believe.
Chair, I have a question.
Councilmember McKay?
To let then BNF committee Joe, I don't know the people that are presenting it. I'm looking at the schedule. Okay, I know that we're the 3 branch chief, also including the BNF meeting on the schedule, the timeline on the proposal budget development process on the Kage. I should need we're looking at this, just the regular comprehensive budget, but and if you look at it, if you can have a plan, I think all these the goals and objectives that was made the 2020 budget, it's not even fulfilling. I think nobody is achieving all that goals. Just like, for example, water resource. He couldn't have told us the water's gone now. We've been putting the 213 in place. And then people were taught the central need. Then so so how do we grade these? These budget they're submitted last year. That people are not working. Out of the service are not being provided, and we're talking about level budget. And how are you guys nobody's working. The service is not even there, and for the people. And then we can place these money for these people that are not working today. They're not even working today, and they're saying that they cannot be forced to go to work because if they don't have PPE, then no water resource. So why are we talking about their money again here? There's nothing. There's no work going on, and we don't know when they're going to be working again. At the same time, how are we going to be spending that money too? It's like the $600 million. Who's going to be working because nobody's working right now? I think we need to start talking about something differently than just the regular budget. They need to involve us, And that's what I want to know. It has to be changed. This is different. It's not going to be the regular. I would say that I'm thinking here, looking at the BIM budget manual. It's not going to be like that. When we're going to be starting this money, this is the second one. We haven't get it yet. You spend those, this case, I think we need to sit down and talk about this. One person cannot do this.
Any other comments, committee members? Are we ready to vote, committee members? We have a motion and second. I'll call for the questions. Delegate Yellowhead.
I'd like to make a comment, Chair.
Okay, Shima Delegate Crowdy.
Yes, before we vote, thank you for all your questions. I reviewed, and I also want to say, Chairman Henyo, that I reviewed Title II and the role of chairs of the committee. And I would want to say, and I could speak for myself, that any decisions made on behalf of budget and finance, I would like to be informed with the discussions that are taking place. You once mentioned that as chairman of Budget and Finance, you're one of the most powerful men on the Navajo Nation. But what I want to humble you and say that it's through this committee that you're given that role and responsibility. And so I'm asking, as myself as an individual, to provide that transparency to this committee as we move forward in this decision making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Shema Delegate Crowdy, and your comments are so noted. With that, committee members, are you calling for the question? Delegate here.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote now as to accept the report right now, and I'd like to ask maybe you to my colleagues to maybe we could have some time with a special session just between Budget and Finance Committee to understand what's going on with the timetables. Eddie, I should have bring this up earlier, but we need to have a special meeting, being a committee. I'm ready to vote green.
Okay, with that, Delegate here votes green. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Okay, Shema Delegate Crowdy?
Delegate Amber Tanis-Crowdy votes green. Thank you, Mr. Biel.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
I agree with my sister, Delegate Crowdy. I don't know if she's gonna make that motion, or I don't know when we can be expecting that from you, Chair. The reason why I'm very concerned about it is where you are because I nominated you in that place to be upholding that the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. So I was going to, if she would make that motion, I was going to make that second from there on. I will agree.
With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Mr. Biel, thank you, and keep us on schedule once we adopt the budget schedule. Next report we have is under COVID-19 related money donations and food supply donations presented by Ms. Kirk. Are you available? Is Madam A.G. McCall available? Dr. Jill Jim. Controller Kirk, are you there?
Mr. Chair, Controller Kurt just stepped out of the office. Right now, this is Robert Willie.
Okay, Mr. Willie. Okay, and also Ms. Madam A.G. Doreen McFall. Okay, I don't believe Dr. Jill Jim is available also. Mr. Willie, are you able to present on this report, item D, COVID-19 related money donations and food supply donations?
Mr. Chair, I do have the financial donations in which we're collecting, but I don't have any information as far as the food donations and the non-monetary. That would be Dr. Jill Jim and the AG, sir.
Okay, if you would, if you could get closer to the mic so we can hear you, but go ahead with what information you have for the committee.
Mr. Chair, Madam Controller is here now also.
Controller's office, is anybody going to present?
This is Controller, and I'm back here in front of the phone, so I can present.
No, go ahead.
Okay, Chair and members of Budget and Finance, donations. From the Controller's office, we keep track of the monetary, as Mr. Woolley has explained. Although, sorry, this morning, we put together a report, which we do every Monday. So we have online payments, which is off the NDOH's website. If you go there, there's a donation branch of the the Uniform Command Group. So there's a donation website, and it takes cards, and those donations get processed. So there's a reporting mechanism on that. So almost on real time, we can see the donation amount. So as of this morning, the donation was $824,561 off that website. Although we also get checks and wires into the office. So and usually those checks come in by mail, and then we deposit them. And depending on my staff, sometimes we have a limited staff in the office in cashiers. So sometimes there's a time lag as to when we get those deposits. So based on what has been deposited so far, between the checks and the wire transfers, we have $2,219,389. And so between the online payments and the checks and the wires, the total is $4,043,950. And as mentioned before, our office set up a separate bank account through Wells Fargo. So these monies would be deposited into that account. The only thing right now is, although the $1.8 million from the online payments, that's what reporting wise we see, but what we get in the account is net of the credit card fees. So I just want to be clear about that. Sorry. We have yet to, not that we just haven't done the acceptance report. We just haven't had the time or someone to do it due to limited staff. And I think from the last time, I believe we shut the OOC for the week. So so we haven't done that. It's we'll do that for sure. And then I'm not sure if I can't speak for the AG, but I know she set up a GoFundMe account, so I'm not sure what the balance is on that. I think it might give you a real-time balance. And then to the extent that I know, having served on the Uniform Command Group for about a couple of weeks or so, with the limited information that I have, I'm just trying to get the command group and all the logistics over there to really keep a handle on inventory on the non-monetary, because All of those has to be inventoried, and then I believe they're subject to the donation acceptance process, similar to the monetary side. So, that's pretty much the only other point of emphasis that I've done with the UCG is to make sure the checks, anything checks and cash, come to OOC for immediate deposits and safeguards. So that's the only thing that I have to report on that. So I believe that's pretty much what I have. So I can't.
Okay, so this is from the controller side as far as the monetary donations. And so we don't believe, is Madam A.G. McFall on the line?
I'm here, Chair.
Okay, we have heard from Ms. Kirk regarding the monetary donations that the controller's office is taking care of. I understand that there's a GoFundMe account. Give us the Budget and Finance Committee a report.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. Regarding the GoFundMe account, the current balance when I checked this morning was 1.3 million. And I know that Mel was working with the Office of the Controller to set up on the GoFundMe backend the process to get that funding to our COVID-19 account at OOC. So that is pending coming to the nation. But we're working on getting that process set up so that those funds can be withdrawn from the GoFundMe platform. And those are real time, and that was as of this morning.
Augustina. Also, Ms. Dr. Jill Jim, are you available? Are you on the line? Okay, with this committee member, is there a motion to accept this report?
Chair, I have one question.
Who's this?
Yeah, sorry, this is Doreen, the Attorney General.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't know if you wanted me to try to give a report on the non-monetary donations.
Whatever report you have for the Budget and Finance Committee, go ahead.
Sure. So what I can share through our office, we're trying to facilitate both the non-monetary as well as the monetary donations. And I'm grateful that the controller is here to provide the update on the monetary donations because those go directly to OOC. We sometimes receive checks here or at the President's office, or I think Minerals has received a check and BIA has received the check, and they forward them here, and we document them and get them over to OOC for processing. So we normally don't see any of the funding unless it's come here in the form of that kind of check. Some people do send cash, and so we log that as well and get that over to OOC. We've had one person send foreign money in the form of euros because they couldn't get to the bank on their end. And so we just facilitate the documentation on our end and then get that over to OOC. In terms of the non-monetary, it's both medical and non-medical. And the medical donations include anything that's medical grade equipment, ventilators, medical grade PPE, the N95 masks, or the sterile gloves, certain sanitizer that has the requisite alcohol level, medical gowns, caps, all of those kinds of things. And then also medical volunteers. HCOC has a process for having medical volunteers who want to work on the nation and volunteer, go through a registration process through the Arizona Department of Health through their voluntary emergency health program. And so they register there with all their credentials, indicate that they want to work on the Navajo Nation, and then the Dr. Jim's team can coordinate that on her end. So we mostly here at DOJ are answering the phones and providing information and answering questions. Same thing, our general email address is the contact email, and so when we get those emails in, we task those out to our staff here, and they do follow up. We do have a set of volunteer instructions that is updated regularly anytime information changes, so that the folks who are here answering the phones or the emails are providing the most up-to-date information, and that it's consistent information so that the donors aren't run around. And so for most of what we do is, and I think Mr. Rodas described it best when he said we're sort of like a matchmaker. People call and they have questions and they want to give a part of their heart to the nation to fill some need, and then we try to facilitate that. We normally don't see the actual donations when they come in, and most of the time we don't know if they ever come in, but we spend a lot of time on the phone and communicating with folks over email, and we document that. And so what we have here at DOJ is a log of all of our interactions with donors, including information on what they're wanting to donate, an estimated value if they have one, and then how they intend to deliver it to the nation. And prior to, I want to say 2 weeks ago, our they call it the donation branch was under the logistics section of the Health Command Operations Center. And so we were mostly working through the logistics section. And so all of our logs and our information, our 213s, all get to the logistics section. So all the information we have here is the originals are deposited at Health Command. But we do keep an electronic log for our references, because a lot of times these donors call back, or they reach out again and they want confirmation that their items have arrived, or if their check hasn't been cashed, they'll call back and do some follow-up, or they'll follow up and want to contribute more. And so we keep those logs so that we have access to that information. So I was mentioning that about 2 weeks ago, when the humanitarian operation for the community distributions was moved out of the HCOC context, our donation branch is sort of the bridge between that humanitarian operation and the logistics section, because we're facilitating the donations, the medical donations, still to the HCOC, and then we're facilitating the community donations to the humanitarian operations. So we're still operating the way we have been before. It's just a matter of directing where those donations are going. And for the committee's knowledge, all of the medical grade donations and PPE goes to the Wildcat Den in Chinle. And my understanding is that at the outset that those donations were able to be used by the IHS and 638 facilities, and are also now being used for the alternative care sites. And I think the emphasis now is on the alternative care sites, now that the funding has come down from Congress, and IHS and 638 have funding to be able to procure supplies. But those go there. I assume that they're logged there, although I've never seen a log, and I'm not aware of how those get distributed. We get a lot of questions about that, but I'm not privy to that information. That's not part of what we're doing here at Department of Justice to facilitate those donations. Same thing on the community donations that come in. Unless they're coming here to DOJ or to the President's office or somewhere else where they're being, brought over to us to log, we don't see them. So originally those were going to the Wellness Center, and I assume that somebody there was logging them. Again, I have not seen a log from the Wellness Center donations. The donations were moved temporarily to the airport for, I want to say, maybe 3 days. And the reason for that is because of the wellness center being closed for the decontamination. But we couldn't keep it at the airport because the traffic there with U-Hauls and semi-trucks and those kind of things while flights are coming in and out with patients was not safe. And so the donations now are going to Nakai Hall. And I was there last week, Tuesday, to facilitate delivery of donations coming in from Phoenix from the Irish Cultural Center. They did a community donation collection effort, and they were going to drive their donations up using Shamrock, but their donations were too large, and we had arranged with the National Guard to bring up some donations from the South Korean Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, and we were able to tag along those donations on that scheduled delivery. But again, it was a large delivery, so I think they had to get 2 more Army trucks, and they bussed in almost 24 National Guards folks to bring in those deliveries. And so I met them there since I was involved in helping just facilitate the National Guard pickup. But other than that, I don't normally see the donations that come in. I do know, just from my time being at the Nakai Hall for that distribution, that there are folks there who are opening packages that are coming in by mail, and there is a log, paper log, and I'm not sure what information they're capturing on the log, but one thing that we've been really careful about, because even the media is asking for the donations that are coming in and the estimated value of those donations, but many of our donors want to remain anonymous. And if they haven't given us their permission to share their personal information, their address, their name, we haven't been doing that. And so I can provide a log that has the date we talked to them, what they're intending to send, and the estimated value if they had that. And so that's what I intend to share in response to a media request. But we do have that information here, and like I said, for the stuff that comes here to DOJ, we are keeping track of that. We aren't making any decisions about where those donations are going out into the community. We do have some donors, just so the committee is aware, that have very specific donations. So I have somebody who's donated sanitizer that they want to go to Delegate James for Kindlechi, for example. And so I have that here, and I need to connect those donations with Delegate James. I have people who are donating funding specific to the police department or specific to Department of Social Services for kids who are in COVID homes, or donations that are specific to veterans, for example. And so we try to honor those donation requests. The masks that came in from South Korea by plane last Saturday were for, with sanitizer, were for veterans. So I know that those sanitizers that came in went out to veterans on Memorial Day. And then the Veterans Director just came by today to pick up 2 boxes of those South Korean masks. So we do try to honor those requests if we have any control over the stuff that's coming in, but like I said, we normally don't see it. So that's my report, Chair and Committee. Thank you.
Committee members, their motion.
Chair, motion.
Chair, hold on, Chair. This me.
Motion by Delegate Yellowhair. I believe Delegate Elmer
Okay.
McGee. Are you seconding that motion?
Second. Oh, second.
Okay, good. With that, committee members, any questions, comments for Madam A.G. McFall and Ms. Perlin Kirk?
It's me, Delegate Yellowhair, Chair.
Should not go ahead.
I'd like to make it to the point that the last meeting we had on that one, our request to the controller to give us a list of all donations to the Navajo Nation. each vendors, whoever all made the deposit made to the Navajo Nation. AK, the last report donation that you learned, all reports on donations. And thank you very much, Doreen. You got a very nice report too, so that's very excellent. Yeah, you know, controls there. So, okay, so in Kenya, I don't let la. When the back end report in line, a report out and how it was not so car, a side car. A indication that on through the committee. Yeah, the chair, or vice chair. Yeah, thank you very much. Ready to vote.
Chair.
A question, Shanad Delgado here.
Oh, so.
Any other comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Elmer.
Petitioning Shanad Delgado, Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay, go ahead.
I was on mute. But Chair, then also to Mother Ms. Kirk, and then my sister Doreen. Thanks for your report. My question, I know that the previous report that we got from Ms. Kirk, she stated that all the monetary donation hasn't been spent. Later on, somewhere, is it gonna be part of the budget? Based on how we can use that, or it can be used. Is there gonna be a plan to be made, like a master plan to be used, or is it gonna be deposited into the emergency operations? What action call? That's my question. And then also back to Doreen. Doreen, since you're saying that you're all the outside funding, not fundings, but the donations that's been donated to the nation. Right now, if you look at it, it seems like who does that? I know that all the donation is being donated on behalf of the people that are out here, that are part of it is that they have going through I don't want to say really rough time and really because I was told not to really say that. I don't know. That we're not really suffering, but we still have hope. We still have our own prayers and so on. We depend on that we can stand strong. We can go be strong forever to the rest of our life. And that's what we think. That's what they're saying to me. So even now, we're not really hungry. These hunger is not going to take my life. That's what they told me about it, and the thirst, the waters that can take my life. That's what they're saying. So through that, you don't ever think like that about yourself or say something about your community or your mom and dad like that. So I'm trying to be positive. How we can be positive? We should be. I guess we say that we're resilient. We're the kind of people that we should be like that for forever. So even in this case, my question goes to you is that so I believe that you're saying that all these donations, the food are being stored at special diabetes building or the wellness center. That the part is that how much is there in there? I mean, how much do you think is worth it that's in there? And when do you really think that we can anticipate to take all that food to deliver out to the people? and what's the timeline. They will be doing that for a long time. Ako ilhan zala abandi if it's coming in on Hindel. Ako ija executive branch every day. It was saying that going taking that as much as they can. I guess 1 to 2 per chapter a day. It's like that. But we have 110 chapters that are out there. So it seems that we can deliver all the food to those people that need those food. Are we planning? What's the plan on doing that? I don't know how long we'll be doing that. That's how the Navajo Nation we're operating that, giving free food to these people now. Every day we get all this food for our people too. I know the easy answer is that whenever this pandemic, whenever this virus goes away, that they can't know. But that's what we're doing right now. It's the whole government. That's what we're doing. My thought is that when is these three that just I'm pretty sure that this delivery can easily be made if it's given to the 3-branch government to share it. This is a shared government. I'm pretty sure we know where to take these goods or food to these people that are in need. Like right now, I can take if it's given to me, I can take it or do my chapter so I can take it to these places where they really need it. People that cannot come to a chapter and then the people are in need like that. So how come we're not even making plans to share these? People are thinking like that. People are saying that to me. That's the question we have. The question means that they question each other's. That's what we're saying. That's what they're telling us too. So my question is, is there a plan on how long we're doing this? What's the plan? If there's a lot coming in, I'm pretty sure all these people are famous people, these celebrities that donating this.
Okay, back to our presenter, Ms. Kirk or Madam AG McCall.
This is Controller. Ade Shiar Delegate Begay Ade Benaitis Kidi Hate Aula Choydon Easty Kuja Beso Yakin Dehagi Ade I think last time it could abahashne so asati senelo delia in a separate account ado chido integrate do icon or chido insta benige a legislation or appropriation they indicate a hadel into hot out chido insta nigi bikeho a hot out bendedness on here and here to ben hidat so if I didn't hear not I don't about a month ago there was a legislation if you recall, and so Adi Dashin President Dashin Ado sign ilada but that type of legislation that says put out she don't eat ninigi, so a big yeah. So until that happens, I can't do anything. We can't allow it to be spent until there is an appropriation. Peso ya ni te ki ya hin dagi. Ado ani sto bayan tigi jo na jo bain no ya put out na I could end the long put ya line peso ya ni te so the federal government they 600 million ako the plan gi ya ha laid out team so jo aje sto peso ya ni te gi jo team so she don't eat so ha na aje ako ado could just if you compare the two, so in Holland ko aje the clodo aje hate out so don't inchiki ilya ado could ni nihinan so on Holland out on this case she says Joe 600 million is a lot to go through in about 6 months, so so ide hot about this ade benai this kidigi
Chair, this is Doreen.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions and for the comments there, Delegate Yellowhair and Delegate Begay. I do want to share that regarding a plan and regarding the ability to spend the funding, just to follow up on what Controller said, I do know that there is legislation sponsored by Chair Charles Newton and Vice Chair Otto, so to appropriate those funding, so it would be the $5.3 million that have come in terms of monetary donations for DEM to be able to use that for the humanitarian efforts in the communities. And I think that's where we'll see the plan. And I do agree that, you know, you guys as leaders are the experts in your communities, and you should guide what goes into that plan and the execution of that plan to get those supplies out into the communities in your areas of need where you identify them. And I think part of what's going on right now is that we do have a lot of non-monetary donations coming in for community aid, and whatever comes in is whatever goes out. But with the ability to be able to spend those dollars to purchase things that are needed, for example, water, we don't have enough water to do the distributions, or thermometers. When Chilchimbato was closed and that community was being provided all of their needs, that was one thing that community identified in terms of a need, was thermometers to be able to take their temperatures and report to their doctors, as well as cleaning supplies. So right now we don't have the ability to plan or spend to have those resources on hand to be able to work with the leadership and all three branches and the chapters to be able to address the needs in the communities as those are identified. And, you know, regarding the question about how much the special diabetes have, I don't have that information. I'm not privy to any of that. I've not been in the wellness center to see what has been collected there. I wasn't aware that special diabetes also had donations. I was aware that they have 2 refrigerated vehicles that were being used for some of the donations, but again, I'm not involved in any of that. I do want to share that Delegate Charles Newton has been in the Department of Justice for a meeting, and we gave her a tour of the donation branch here to get a sort of bird's eye view of answering calls and that, and we would invite any of the delegates here to either see that or come and volunteer and answer the calls. They're incredibly heartwarming. I promise that people will call and make you cry, because they cry on the phone and tell us about their experiences here at Navajo or just all of those kinds of things. They just share their heart, and it's incredibly bittersweet to talk to the people. So you all have a standing invitation to come here to DOJ to do that. Just let us know what works for you. We try to limit the number of people that are here just to be compliant with the public health emergency orders. But we're happy to have you come. I'm here every single day. So even on the weekends, the phone is ringing, so you can come and bring your laptop and do your business, and then answer the phones while they ring. One thing I neglected to share as part of the report was that in addition to just the sort of standard supplies and equipment coming in, we do have people reaching out to coordinate all kinds of events. So we've had musicians reach out to do all-day concerts or special events where they donate the proceeds of their events to the nation. We have somebody reaching out wanting to name their racehorse after the Navajo Nation somehow and donate all the proceeds of their horse earnings to the nation. I mean, people are being really creative. I talked to a gentleman yesterday about biking around an island off of Seattle. Swimming around the island and then doing a however many 100-mile bike ride. And he's done an event like that before where he raised over $100,000, but he wants to do that with the nation and then donate the proceeds. And there's a strength athlete who's doing I don't know what a 700-pound deadlift is, but there's a 700-pound deadlift attempt on Monday, and people are donating regardless for the attempt, and then donating more if it's a successful lift. So people are being really creative with their talents. If they don't have something, to contribute in terms of monetary or other non-monetary donations, people are being really creative to reach out and support the nation. I do want to also share that we are getting an increased number of calls with folks who are confused about where to donate, which websites to donate to. That there's a lot of confusion about the multiple sites where people are collecting money or donations for the nation. So I want to say in the last 2 weeks, we've probably had the biggest up spike in those kinds of calls, and we're trying to, again, answer those questions and provide that information. So that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Agashina, committee members, any other questions or comments for presenters?
Chair.
Okay, who was it? Delegate Brown, is that you?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is Delegate Brown. My question was, if I can ask from both of the parties, Madam Controller, Madam Attorney General, to give Budget and Finance a spreadsheet of all the donations, and then also if you can also list, I know Madam Attorney General, you did just mention that there's confusion on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If we can get information on where all the donations are coming, not all where they're all coming from, but the different types of donations that are out there. Like maybe on one column, all the Navajo donations, like donations to Navajo tribes for the nation, and then the other is there's a lot, and then there's ones that are not for. Sorry, that's a sticky thing here. So for the nation. So like there's SO branches, Navajo Hopi Relief Fund. And the reason why I'm asking about that is I've been getting a lot of text messages this past weekend, people consulting with their attorneys, people asking, is it true that Navajo Nation government will be suing us if we are doing our own donation drives, if we're not going through the incident command post in Window Rock, Arizona. So people kind of halted in some of the donation to my area as we're first hit, and people, there is still, I know that you guys are doing your best at the incident command and answering these phone calls. However, my Chochimbito community, I still have only 2 volunteers who are there basically, like you're saying, you're answering calls, you're there every day. Some of my chapters are going through the same thing, to the point where I also have other chapters contacting me and asking how we are doing our donation drive GoFundMe account, and we're able to do food deliveries, no contact deliveries. There's still a break in the system. There's a bottleneck in the incident command. I know you're not the commander. There's different people there. However, I want to still speak to getting help to our people in 110 chapters. How can we streamline the process? A lot of donation. Right now, I'm working with the KN to IHS, and KN to IHS is we're trying to get all our people tested, even people without symptoms, because our numbers keep increasing. And even Banner Hospital from Phoenix did contact me saying thank you to Delegate Pernell Falona for that connection. They're saying we see a number of our cases are coming from KN to IHS. That's why we want to reach out to you. We know that that's a hard-hit area, and are you getting your people tested? So people from the outside are noticing this just by the sheer number of people coming from KN to IHS. Yet we still have not, and I don't know how much testing kits are being stored there. I know that these test kits, now I recently found out that the shelf life for these COVID testing kits are very short. They're not, you can't store them over a long period of time or they will become obsolete. That's my understanding. And then my understanding is also, if you can list as a Navajo Nation the type of testing that you would recommend for COVID-19. There's a lot of different test kits by different states, by the state Department of Health, and also by the universities. There's no uniform in all of that. And then if you can share exactly which testing machine you have, I believe that Kayenta has 2, one of the rapid testing, and then there's another one that they have. So those are now the specific testing kits that I'm going to be looking for. I know people mean well and they want to help us. And then I want to go back around and talk about the possible lawsuits. As far as my community members, I have a lot of wonderful people in Danahoto, Kayenta, Chimbito, young people who are not going to wait for the Navajo Nation or the CARES funding. They're simply seeing that our relatives are dying. They're seeing that the number of cases are going up. And then there's a lot of other stuff that we haven't really talked about, as far as, families a whole household who have been infected and tested positive, and they're recommended to burn their mattress and then some of their furniture. So our people are doing this. So when I visited an individual yesterday, Chochimbito, he was saying, I just sleep on a little mattress now. I just sleep on my couch. Even I clean it, and now I don't have the funds. I ordered a mattress. We're still waiting for it. But imagine our individuals who do not have access to that. So if you can please clarify I did reach out to Dana Barboff, our legal counsel, on Saturday when I was picking up a sanitation donation drive in Salt Lake City, and I hope that I won't get in trouble for that as well. I mean, we're trying to wait for sanitation. I understand that even our offices, legislative, and then other offices have requested sanitation stuff, and so maybe I know that's not in your area, but since we're talking about donation. So if you can share on a spreadsheet, and then also non-Navajo Nation or non-Navajo government related donation that's out there, so we can properly really thank these individuals as well. I try my best to send out my thank you notes to people, nurses, health facilities, and that's something that I think we really need to do as a nation also, is to have a continued list, maybe on Navajo Nation Council site. Every day we should be thanking a company, organization, a person, a nurse, a Navajo youth who is really putting their heart and soul into doing these collections. we got to make sure that the Navajo Nation Council, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, does acknowledge these individuals that they are putting, because every time these individuals go to buy us a sanitizer to donate to our elder and our population here, they're putting themselves at risk also. They're leaving their home. They're going to Sam's Club. They have to put on a mask. They have to take sanitizing. And mind you, a lot of other people out there are not obeying by wearing their mask also. So these individuals, including our own Navajo people who are exposing themselves, they're putting their lives on the line. And I just want to mention again that in Denahutso, we lost one of the ASCs. We literally had a person who lost their life in the line of duty for the Navajo people. And we have yet to compensate this family properly. I'm very disappointed in that, and I need to do my part in helping the family out and how we can, help the young girl, the young girl who is going to now have no mother. Like her mother passed away, and she was doing her work for the Navajo Nation during the COVID pandemic. So there's I know that you guys are, we're all stretched really thin, but this is where I'm coming from. I hope that there's not going to be another red tape thrown on the donations, people that are doing GoFundMe accounts, and also individuals who are doing donation drives. So you can respond to that so I can start moving in that direction, because people are messaging me saying, okay, I'm not going to go donate anymore because this is what we're hearing. So there's some mixed messages. Maybe, Mr. McCall, if you can share on your public information, on your social media, what is legal and illegal, and then our people can move in that direction also. I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Madam A.G. McFall, again, if there are some items that require executive sessions, let the committee know on your response again. But I'll go to Delegate Yellowhair, then I'll come back to the presenters.
Sure.
Delegate Yellowhair, do you have a comment or question?
Yes, my brother chair, and then to vice chair, and for all those listeners, through it being a committee meeting, and thank you for this agenda that we're going through this. I'd like to, thinking about the donations, about the monetary donations and non-monetary donations, that should also be coming before the Budget Finance Committee at the same time with the $600 million. Also, that the need is where, so we can put this budget together. We need to adjust other President Naz big. We need to adjust that one, so we can use all of this donations. We're going to use some of the portion of Mr. Naz's report on PPE. We should use that money for this donation. Through the Navajo Nation Council, so that's my concern. Maybe next report we need to look at all these donation money come before Budget Finance Committee at the same time with $600 million, so we can do it both at the same time. Budget Finance Committee, I need to control and snaggy appropriation that will come before us. Controller can't spend one penny. It had to go through us first. Thank you very much to Mr. Henio. Thanks.
Thank you. Back to our presenters, Ms. Kirk and Madam A.G. McFall.
Chair, this is Doreen. So just to address the questions raised by Delegate Brown, I don't think there's anything that requires executive session at this point. And I can tell you that I try to keep my oversight committee informed. And so one of the things that Law and Order has asked for is an update on some of the issues that Delegate Brown has raised. And so I have Catherine Belzowski in my office, who is on our ECD unit and works on our intellectual issues. I've asked her to put the information together relating to the intellectual property issues that our office is dealing with right now, particularly related to the other charity efforts and the calls that we are getting regarding concerns about charity scams and confusion. And so one of the things that we've been doing for several weeks now, and this isn't a new thing for DOJ, because COVID-19 or for the nation. But anytime that a private party is using the nation's seal or the flag or the nation's name to promote an item or an effort, that creates confusion about where those funding and those dollars are going. And so what we've asked, and this isn't limited to GoFundMe, we've had to ask celebrities to take down the nation's seal from their website, collecting donations in California, for example, to send those dollars to the nation. And we have a different, the COVID-19 Relief Fund seal that's not patented or trademarked by the nation that we're letting people use without, the same kinds of inquiries. But primarily we're just asking folks, everybody sincerely is trying to help. And so we all have the same goal, and I try to keep that at the forefront, is that we're not trying to shut anybody down. We're not trying to target any particular group, but we're asking all group efforts that are soliciting dollars based on the nation's pandemic and to assist the nation's people to make sure that those efforts aren't confused with the nation's official efforts, or that there's a false association with the nation, which promotes their effort, makes it look like it is the nation's effort when it is not. And so I can tell you that one of the requests that went out, and we have an IP council that did the Urban Outfitters case, who did other IP cases for the nation, that is working with the GoFundMe lawyer, since that was the one that was mentioned. And generally, any of those sites that are collecting funds on behalf of the Navajo Nation or on behalf of any Navajo group, we've asked them just to, if they're using the nation seal, not to use that. They can use the other logo, to replace the words Navajo Nation with something more descriptive like Navajo people or Navajo community. And then also to include a disclaimer so that it's clear that potential donors to that campaign know that that campaign is not the Navajo Nations. So that's what we've been doing for since the outset of this pandemic, is anytime that there's use of the nation's protected, copyrighted information, just as the nation has always done before, to ask those folks to change the name so that it's clear, or to put a disclaimer, or both. I hope that answers the question. And there's no anticipated litigation. I know that the former Attorney General posted, because it was shared with me on her page, a call for an attorney to help her with an IP issue related to the nation and a potential lawsuit. But that was on her end and not on ours. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, thank you for the response. Committee members, are there any others before I call for the question?
Chair, this is Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the update and report. 1.3 million is a lot of money. Is this the hub? Where's the hub? The hub. Donations going to several other departments. How are we going to control that? How are we going to know where these are headed to? I think we need to have a warehouse. I think we need to have control of all these donations coming in so they can be disseminated properly. As I keep hearing data, data yana khay, ate, ato, shay rata, shiyan ten, tuda, ajisha, esha, ebayashki. Okay, how are we going to get way out there into the Kirhati, Osakanda? We're just helping folks around the highway, the roads. When it comes to emergency,
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign. Please. If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait and use conference. Please announce yourself.
Teen CARES Act Fund to build this warehouse. Is that your directive, Vice Chair?
Yes, similar to the Red Cross, because we're at long run. Thank you.
Augustino, is there a second to that directive, committee members?
This is Delegate Claudia, I'll second. Thank you.
Augustino, Shema Delegate Crowdy seconds that directive. With that, so any questions or comments regarding the directive? I have know, yeah. All in favor? Shema Delegate Yellowhair?
I'll vote green.
Christina, Vice Chair Smith?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I asked to speak.
Okay, Shema Delegate Crowdy, do you have a question regarding the directive?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's vote on this. I apologize.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith?
She wasn't on
green.
Okay, Shema Delegate Crowdy, how do you vote on the directive?
I apologize. Delegate Amber Cannon-Bacrati votes green. Thank you.
Christina Alcantara, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote on the directive?
What is the directive?
Delegate Yellowhair, can you mute your phone? Select Delegate Brown.
I don't quite understand Delegate Vice Chair Smith's directive. If you can explain that.
Okay.
And send it in writing.
Directive was to EOC to have them conduct a study to determine whether we, the Navajo Nation, would need to have a centralized hub for all the donations that are coming in, instead of it being packed away at certain locations across the Navajo Nation. He kind of similar to the Red Cross system. And the other part is to determine whether the CARES Act money could be used to develop that, to build that warehouse to be a central hub for all the donations that are being brought in. So that's the directive. To be studied to have EOC to conduct the study and report it back to the committee.
Okay, I vote green. Yeah.
I'll go that. Delegate Elmer Begay?
Vote green.
Green. Negotiating 5 in favor, 0 opposed. On the directive, chair not voting. With this, any other questions, committee members, for our panel, our two presenters?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Go ahead, Shema.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, Attorney General, and Controller. I appreciate the report. I do have a few questions in terms of when we talk about donations, and I think the initial request, our Navajo Nation, remember we passed a fund management plan that was vetoed by the president. I don't think we ever got any idea if the sponsor was going to move forward with the vote of veto override. And now hearing that there's a proposal to use the donations for DEM humanitarian efforts, I would just like additional information in terms of how that's being proposed. My question is regarding the UUSD, the $4 million that was allocated to the emergency relief. Where are we at in terms of spending, and is any of that funding going to be covered by the CARES, or could be used for CARES or a type of reimbursement? I don't know if the timeline is off. I just need that clarified. My third question is, I have seen, and actually I'm quite interested in how the Office of the President and Vice President is funding their humanitarian relief efforts. So if it was, if it first was at logistics or under Health Command, and now it's moved over to Department of Emergency Management, I'm still would like to know how those initiatives across Navajo Nation are being, where is the funding coming from in terms of this humanitarian aid? And then, let's see, that's mine. And then I would like to ask Attorney General, you mentioned your involvement with donations is just on the phone or handling handling the donations and not really knowing where they go. I need a little bit more information on your role regarding the donations, whether they're monetary donations or non-monetary donations, and how you see your role in moving forward as the Attorney General for Navajo Nation. I think I need a crystal clear understanding how you see this role and how we'll move forward. And then last, I'm going to ask, so I did ask in terms of how these are being funded. So I do have a follow-up question once that's answered, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, back to the presenters.
Sure.
Madam A.J. McFall or Ms. Kirk, there's several questions that were asked. So if you could answer those questions, I'll go to Elmer Begay after that.
Chair, this is Doreen. I think one of the questions that Delegate Smith asked was about the hub and where the hub is. And I think for the monetary donations, it's clear that the hub is at OOC. But what's not clear yet is that some of the donations that come in to OOC are specific to certain purposes depending on what the donor has designated them for. And I mentioned some of the examples for that. And I believe that those donations that are sitting at OOC intended for public safety or social services and more are going to be addressed in the fund management plan that is anticipated by the legislation. So with respect to the non-monetary donations, the hub has sort of moved depending on the type of donation. For the medical donations, the hub has always been at the Wildcat Den. That hasn't moved. for the community donations, it's been at the Wellness Center, the Health Command Center, the airport, and at Nakai Hall. One of the things I also didn't mention was during the time that the Health Command operations were being disinfected in their buildings, we were getting calls from donors that they were receiving their donations back. And we learned that we were having problems with UPS. If UPS came out and they couldn't get anybody at any of those locations, depending on what the location was on the package, they would take it back and they wouldn't attempt to redeliver. So, and they weren't willing to resend them for the donors without having the donors repay for the shipping. So I think that having a hub is an important discussion, and I'm not sure what's intended by the EOC because we talk about the Health Command Center as well as DEM, and so I think both of those entities have a role in receiving those non-monetary donations and having a hub, so to speak, for those. So I hope that addresses some of the questions raised by Vice Chair Smith. With respect to the questions from Delegate Crotty, I don't have additional information to provide on the legislation that's being proposed. We did work on it collaboratively with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and I know that it was submitted for comment and is ready for action today, but it does address some of the, I think, concerns that are raised coming from our donors who are calling for more than just an address or more than just, the website information, but are calling to ask questions related to the nation's infrastructure, to make sure that there are processes for the funding. If they're going to make a $250,000 donation to the nation, they want to ensure that funding's going to go where it's intended, and that there's going to be accountability for that funding, as well as an audit of the funding. And I know that all of those things are included in that proposed legislation. With respect to the $4 million that was appropriated to the Department of Health for emergency relief, I don't have any information on how they spent that, but or what's left or any of that. But my sense is that from the way that funding was budgeted, that those costs are reimbursable by the CARES Act. And so if that hadn't been allocated to the nation or to the Department of Health already by council, it could be. And I don't think that the dates are jeopardized because our emergency falls within the that time frame. There is an additional $1 million that's noted in the just so that while you're getting the committee's getting the report on funding and expenses and all of that, on the controller's report, she always notes the $1 million donation from Navajo Housing Authority, and that's not funding that was received by the nation. It was a donation that was made by NHA and that is housed at NHA. And my understanding is that the Department of Health and the Health Command Center send their expenses there to draw down that funding, but the NHA pays those invoices. But that's something that the committee might want to get a separate report on, because I don't have that information. I'm not sure that the controller does, but she can respond to that as well. In terms of the OPVP funding for their efforts, I'm not aware of any funding that OPVP is using for their efforts. But I think that Chief of Staff is on the phone, Paulson Chaco, and he may be able to address that better. But my understanding is that what they're handing out in these community distributions are the non-monetary donations that are coming in. So the food boxes vary depending on the food bank or the relief effort that is providing those donations. The amount of water, if water is available, depends on whether we have those donations in or not. Same with the cleaning supplies. You know, what comes in is what goes out, and I'm not aware of any additional funding that's being used to support those efforts, but like I said, Chief of Staff can confirm. And then in terms of where, you know, how I see my role, I was tasked through a 213 process by the Health Command Center to oversee this donation branch. And so I've done my best to fulfill that role. I've engaged the team here at DOJ. We all were required, before I was designated in this capacity through the Health Command, we were all completed our required FEMA training to support the Health Command Center. And the way I see the role here at DOJ is that my folks are able to communicate with donors and provide accurate information related to tax-exempt issues, you know, things that are already within their wheelhouse. Mel Rodas, who's on the call, has been an integral part of our donation efforts here. He's written the guidance for our volunteers, and he works closely with OOC on all of the tax and reporting requirements. So we're really trying to do all of this in compliance with not just what federal law requires, but more importantly, what tribal law requires. And so that's part of the reason I think that none of the monetary donations has, and I did get asked by a reporter.
Jimmy, you gotta get back on the line.
I did get asked by a reporter last week whether it was unethical for the nation to be accepting these donations and not being able to spend it. And my response was that we have a process, we have tribal laws, and it would be inappropriate for us to spend those dollars without going through that process. And I think that's the intent of the legislation that is pending. It was the intent of the legislation that was proposed and vetoed. But, you know, part of having Department of Justice facilitate this particular role is that we are supporting the Health Command, which is required by tribal law, but also it protects my staff from having to physically be at the Health Command Center, because a lot of the executive branch employees are tasked to that center. And so for me, I feel like I've got a good hold over what my department is doing, where my staff is assigned, and that they're doing the work here from Department of Justice. And we've had zero issues with contamination or, you know, anything that where we've had to shut down and not resume our practices. And a lot of the work is being done remotely by folks who are doing their legal work remotely. Follow up on an email, provide information, document it, and then go about their day. So I think that's what the role is, and you know, we'll continue to do it until we're no longer asked to do it. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, thank you for your response. And committee members, any other questions or comments before I call for the question? I believe Shana Delegate Homer Begay had a comment.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you still
Thank you, Chair.
wanting to ask a question?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, hold on. Before Vice Chair, you take over for a little bit. I need to take a short break.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Shanat Elmer Begay.
Okay, this is Dr. Begay. Hey, huh? I can proceed? Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, My question here goes to Doreen again. Doreen, this is David again. So you mentioned that there's certain places that have all these donations that are stored. I think that I don't know how many. I don't know who's going over there or doing inventory to that. So we don't know how many supplies do we have, and things that we don't know how long these. I mean, the inventory that we have, we don't even have an idea how long the president will be distributing all these donations. So, but when you think about it, you know that that's the way we're doing right now. And if there's if there's a certain point where is there a plan where from the chapter can go over there and like how the vice chair mentioned it, you know, that we know where seems like we know where all these people the rural areas are, and we know the people. We know when they're going to be home. We know that they don't have vehicles. They don't have no communication, but they live in that remote area. Called nobody goes over there. Nobody. Well, actually, CXR they go over there, but there's more than that. On the house talk, we know that who they are. So, in somewhere point that if a chapter member goes over there and pick up some of those supplies and then just take it to those rural area, what's going to happen? Is it only for a president to? Is he only the only one that's allowed to take those? How is it again? So that he goes over, I don't know, because out in my area, there's 9 chapters which under the FEMA, I guess, schedule and the procedures that they're using. White Cone multi-purpose building was considered to be a staging post. Then later on became a distributing point. And right now, all those food that are there, it just went to waste. It just spoiled. After they disinfected that area, so there was nobody there no more. Or the church officials went in there. They were told not to go over there, but later on, they just went in there. They just distributed all those all the supplies, whatever they can, that they can deliver. That's what they did. So it seems like the way the FEMA or the way the operation is going, it's not going the way it's supposed to be. You know, it's written there how many times we've seen it. People went through so many times, can be like this and should change again. But it's not even working. You know, I guess that's what we see today. Nobody knows the answer. Nobody knows who's going to be who's the people that's taking charge of that. Even the 213 forms, and I don't know how many times. I know the chapters, they fill it out, they went in for weeks, up to this day, none of this people really when they could transition. They never received it as good. I think it's an Hispanic, what are we trying to do? That's what my question is. Who can we talk to about the whole operation? Is it an operation or what is it? Oh, that's what my people are asking too. So if the president needs help, he can just tell us. We know where they can live with these goods and supplies and food. That's my question.
Questions, Dan? I think you were trying to talk things, you were breaking up, but I'll go ahead and committee members, any other questions? If not, I'll turn it back over to the presenters. Presenters.
Vice Chair, I have a question.
Okay, hold on, presenters. Honorable Courtney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the report. Time to ask a question. Attorney General, I did want to know more, be real crystal clear with your involvement, in particular with the donations. You mentioned in your opening statements that you don't know where the donations go, or you're not part of that involvement. But it appears that actually you do have some involvement with certain donations and where they go. Can you just let me know if there's special circumstances where you do need to get involved, or there's special requests that it's only appropriate if you move or help these donations be distributed? And I would ask then, in line with Delegate Elmer Begay, what is the process for access to non-monetary donations? I think any delegate will tell you that the calls, we receive similar calls from our constituents doing the home visits, the own assessments, because we can tell that the donations are not getting to that home at the very end of that rugged road. And it's not to put them in a dire situation, but really in the eyes of those who donate, the expectation is that where Navajo Nation is through some, with some kind of equity, is giving this information or giving these donated items out. And I also want to know if your team, when accepting donations, if the donors know at this time their funding will not be used. I know some of the enterprises made some really quick initial donations, and I don't know if they were ever notified or given an update that, 6 weeks later, thank you for the donation, but we still can't move that money out. And then lastly, if Controller, if you can give me a snapshot of funding that has been any type of budget transfers or transferring of funds that have happened since the declaration. I'm concerned that we don't really have a handle on how much this is costing the nation, where the money is being used, and I'm not sure that oversight in any capacity are being are being notified. Because in normal times, it would seem reasonable to allow that $50,000 be transferred, but there should also be some accountability, and may not be right away, but at least acknowledging that money is being transferred, because I think there has to be accountability in how we do this. And now, as we move in from some of the constituents' concern on, is this a humanitarian effort? And that's why it's important for me to understand how these donations go out, or is this just a political, like if it's a humanitarian effort, then where is DEM and their involvement, and how are they moving these funds? Because my chapters are saying, why is that chapter receiving it and not us? And I can't give them a clear answer because I don't know who is making those decisions on what chapters are receiving that type of food, those boxes. I have my own opinions in tracking them and who's all invited, but I'd like to hear that from if you have that information. Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions? If not, I'll turn it over to the presenters. Presenters, go ahead.
This is Doreen. Thank you for the questions, Delegate Briguet and Delegate Crotty. I understand that it's frustrating on not having a clear inventory and not having information on how things are getting distributed. And I know that there's been frustration in the changes at HCOC, but I think one of the positive changes that has come out is moving the non-monetary donations and non-medical donations to DEM, which, as you know, has a role and expertise and experience in emergency management. And under Harlan Cleveland, along with Dr. Yellerman, who works closely on these efforts as well, I think that DEM will be able to better address the needs of the communities and the rural areas and work better with the immediate needs of delegates and chapter officials. So I think one of the issues that is apparent from the Health Command process is that they are set up in a way that that's very FEMA. So all the forms, all the information, all of that is for purposes of reporting to FEMA and for reimbursement. With the donations, those aren't things that we can ask FEMA to reimburse for. So the 213 process with respect to donations is really a unnecessary, in my opinion, hurdle in information gathering or response. And I've had conversations with HCOC about how it's fine that they're doing that for FEMA purposes, but they're all still Navajo Nation employees. And if the leadership is asking for an inventory, they have to figure out a way to do an inventory that's not on a 213 form. And I haven't seen that. And, I don't need to see it, but I know when the leadership asks for it, it needs to be produced. And I know that frustration is not limited to this committee or to the legislative branch. So I'm hopeful that DEM will be able to better address the questions of the committee. And one of the things I know that Dr. Yellerman was working on was recreating from the 213 forms what that inventory is and where those donations went. And I know she was tracking them by community because she has a role to report to those communities and to those agency councils. And so she took it upon herself to attempt to recreate that inventory. So, I haven't seen that information. I've seen a link to sort of the tracking for the communities that she's prepared. And I would encourage you to ask her for that link so you can see which communities have what resources and what communities have been served in what capacity. But again, that was all a non-HCOC effort to recreate for purposes of reporting to the leadership what has happened in the past. And then in terms of moving forward with DEM, as I mentioned, there are people at the Nakai Hall who are opening those packages that are received there, and they're creating an inventory that's there. It's a paper inventory, but there's an inventory. The other thing is, in terms of donations that we are receiving here at DOJ, we have an inventory for that as well. I can tell you that, and this goes to some of the questions that Delegate Crotty asks regarding my involvement. I answer the phones along with my staff, although if they're here, I don't answer it. But if the phone's ringing and nobody's picking it up, I answer the phone. And I will talk to people and give them the information that they're asking for. A lot of people want to talk to me directly if one of the volunteers doesn't have the ability to speak to some of the questions that you all have asked today. And if it's a donor who is doing more intensive due diligence on the nation, then they want to talk to me directly. So that's been my involvement. So the stuff I know that where it has gone, I mentioned those in my report. There was donations that came in from South Korea that I physically picked up on a Saturday in my tri-B. I met the airplane there because they could only fly in on that Saturday. The wellness center was closed, and so I picked it up myself, and I'm willing to do that. I was willing to drive to the Four Corners to pick up donations from a donor in Utah who was willing to drive halfway. So I think we're all doing the best we can to facilitate these donations, but that's been my involvement, as I've done that several Saturdays where I've met Guardian Air or the other flights that come in where they need to get in and out, and they don't have the ability to transport from their airplane to the wellness center, particularly when the wellness center is closed. So that's been my involvement. They've been in my tri-B. We log them, and then we take them where they need to go, whether that's the wellness center, to Nakai Hall, or I just talked to Dr. Jim recently because we have donations that are medical that need to go to Chinle, and we do have 2 donors that offer flight services for the nation. So we have a helicopter company that's willing to come to the nation 1 day a week and fly supplies around. And so I wasn't sure if for the donations that are in the tri-B right now, which are medical grade masks, how to get those to the den. And so Dr. Jim just confirmed for me to bring them to the wellness center, that they're taking those medical donations there as well, and they'll get them to Chinle. So that's been my involvement. Like I said, the partnership between a lot of the transport, including National Guard, Guardian Air, the folks that are making those arrangements, we try to facilitate that, the information they need in order to make those deliveries. And if there's nobody here to accept the deliveries, then I'm willing to do that. There, in terms of the community distributions, I've personally been involved in 2. One of them was this Monday for Memorial Day to give out stuff to veterans here in Window Rock. And the other one was in Noslini, and I was called to that distribution in order to meet with CORE. I wasn't actually called there to be a part of the distribution team, and as well as the Elder Day events. I've done 2 Elder Day events, passing out masks and information to elders on safe shopping. But that's been my personal involvement in the distribution and seeing where those go, if you want to say that. And right now, I don't know if there's a process for access. There wasn't one other than the 213 process through the HCOC, and as I indicated, it that was a frustrating process. And so I think through DEM and through Mr. Cleveland, that there'll be a better process, and I know that he's reporting to LOC on DEM matters tomorrow. If you want to ask him those questions and get that information from him. And I did speak to a donor recently that was doing the more intensive due diligence, and I did let them know that we're not able to use this funding. And I think this particular donor wanted to contribute $25,000 to the nation. And I explained that that money is in an account, the donations that we've received so far, and that we can't use them until they are appropriated. And from a donor's perspective, what was shared with me is what they're looking for are the things that I've mentioned in terms of infrastructure, accountability, and an audit. And that the delay in our appropriation process consistent with our law was understandable. So I have not reached back out to DDC or any other enterprise that has donated to the nation to give an update on the appropriation process. I think that's all public information and that the entities are familiar with that process. But if that's a request of the committee, then I can work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McFall, for that. Committee members, it's 2:45. Any other questions? We still have one more report.
Honorable Hanya, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask a question?
Okay, before that, committee members, anything? No, go ahead, Stasia.
And thank you, Ms. McFall, for the presentation. I just have a really quick question, and this is just for clarification, because I always think that I know the law based on what I'm reading, but it's completely different than what I'm experiencing. So my question, based on just what I said, is who appropriates those funds, one? And two, has there been any appropriation of those funds since this COVID-19? Thank you.
Okay, back to Ms. McFall. Madam AG, do you have a response?
Sorry, I'm here. I got disconnected. I just called back in, so I missed anything that was said in the last 2 minutes.
Go ahead. If you would restate your question, there's a Chairwoman Charles Newton.
Ms. McFall, thank you so much for the presentation that you've given to Budget and Finance. What I said is, so whenever we go through the process, I always try to refer back to the code or to BIM, and sometimes I'll even ask my colleagues for clarification on the way that the process is. And so I feel like I understand reading the code and reading the processes and talking to my colleagues, but I just need clarification from you, which is my question number one is, who appropriates the funds that are currently on hold? And then two, has there been any legislation that has appropriated the use of those funds since we've set up the account? Thank you.
Okay, so that, Madam AG McFall.
Thank you, Chair Newton, those questions. And so in terms of who appropriates the funds that are being held at OOC and right now, and that those are appropriated by council. And in terms of prior legislation to appropriate that, those were appropriated by council previously and the appropriation was vetoed by the president. I believe on May 2nd. I had to share this information. That's my memory. And legislation to and going through the council process.
I request for this month that,
Delegate here, can you mute your phone? Committee members, any other questions?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Go ahead.
So there was an appropriation done, and it was vetoed by the president. And so those funds continue to just sit there while our people are suffering. So my question is, was an expenditure plan required for the appropriation or for the use of those monies that have been donated to the people per the Navajo Nation?
Response?
Yes, thank you. This is Doreen again. So the legislation that was passed by the council was vetoed. I think it's the reporter I sent this information to, who wanted to know why there was a veto, and I hadn't read the veto message, but I pulled it up to send to the reporter, and I think the objection was related to the legislation required the first $4 million in donations to replenish the general fund. And the thought was that that was not consistent with why people were donating to the nation. But I am aware that the new legislation does not have that sort of reimbursement provision, so that those dollars that are there, $5.8 million right now, or sorry, $5.3 million right now, will be able to be used for the purposes intended by the donor. And regarding your question on expenditure plan, I know that Jana and Mel are on the call and they work closely on that legislation, and I would defer the question to them. I don't know I know that a fund management plan is contemplated by the legislation, and that they've been working on that effort as well. Thank you.
Okay, committee members. Any other questions? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. Delegate Yellow Hair.
hello, Yate, vote green.
To accepting the report, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Okay, Sheena. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Okay, Shema, Delegate Crowdy. Shema, Delegate Crowdy, how do you vote? Accepting the report? Case Salute, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Accepting the report?
I vote green, Delegate Brown. Thank you.
Okay, Shina. Adoshna, Delegate Amr Begay, how do you vote? Accepting the report?
Green.
Okay, Shina. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair and Delegate Crowdy not voting. With this, Kehalan, thank you for your presentation and all the questions that you responded back to. Item E, CM 4420 CARES Act Fund Implementation of Directives, presented by Dominic Bial, Director of Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Bial, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sheena, with this, floor is all yours, sir.
Members of the Budget Finance Committee, Cordell Shorty, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Members of the committee, let me just do a quick overview, and then Mr. Shorty can provide additional detail. In the resolution that was enacted by the council, I believe it's CMY 44-20. It includes language that ONB would develop an expedited budget process for all of these CARES Fund Act dollars. That was one. And then the second is working with OOC and DOJ to develop an expedited fund expenditure plan, process, and methodology. And then the third part to it is developing a website so the general public can follow the allocations and then the expenditures and so forth. So with that's what we've been looking at, and I'll let Mr. Shorty explain further now. Mr. Shorty.
Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and all those listening in on the telephonic meeting. This morning, when I gave an update of the COVID-19 and CARES Act funding, I referred to the directive in the council legislation for OMB to develop an expedited budget procedure, and also the need to develop an expenditure plan format. So last Monday, a week ago yesterday, we had a teleconference involving representative from Office of the Controller, DOJ, Dana, the Chief Legislative Counsel, OMB, to have preliminary discussion on developing those instruments. Dana did explain that the expenditure plan format she had developed as to inform the council, to provide an example what she was had in mind. She followed the plan that was developed for CHSN funds. So we took that look at it at OMB, and looking at the directive that this be a streamlined, expedited process. And so we considered looking at an existing instrument, an existing format that we could use as a takeoff, as a base to develop the format. So in the FY20 budget instruction manual, there is a format, a Navajo Nation grant process, I think it was called, where the Navajo Nation appropriates Navajo Nation fund to grantees for whatever purpose. And that format basically calls for what's the purpose of the request, and then what's the plan for the grantee when the entity get the money. What's the implementation plan? So those are some of the items included in the format that Dana developed. So we started modifying the Navajo Nation grant format to incorporate some of the recommendation that Dana had. So we explained to her what we were doing, and she was receptive to it. We also on another develop a guideline. The thought here was when the legislation that the council had adopted or becomes law, then we have 10 days from that date to develop this instrument. So once that instrument is developed, then it goes back to BNF for review and approval. Once it's approved, then we need to announce it to the public and include it in there with this format, expenditure plan format, and then guideline also. What's this funding for? The instruction to the entities, what form do they need to submit, and what review process will be included in considering their requests, the timelines, and some other points. So it's a 2-page guideline so far that we've developed, and we had a follow-up phone conference scheduled at 3 o'clock today to go over this draft format. But because of the line item veto the president did on the council legislation on the CARES Act law, among the items deleted is reference to development of the expedited budget procedure. So based on that, Dana, she's taking the lead and arranging the call on this. Is let's hold off on having the 3 o'clock follow-up call today until we find out what becomes of the action taken of the president, and then get back together and proceed and develop in the plan and the format. So tomorrow we're going to have the follow-up call finally at 3 o'clock. So, but bearing in mind that the expedited process, where we feel that we need to take off an existing process or tool that BNF had already approved, and also streamline it and not make it a lengthy process, or that the application, the format is streamlined as well. Maybe 1 page and the guideline 1 page, and put it up there on the website that was also a part of the council directive that OMB and the officers involved in the implementation of the CARES Act money developed for public information. So all this instrument, when it's ready, it goes to BNF. Once it's approved, then it'll be posted on the website, and the public informed on availability to apply for the 600 plus million CARES Act funding. So that's an overview of work in progress on that activity.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Is that the extent of your presentation?
Oh.
Akashina, thank you. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Yellow hair.
Motion by Delegate Yellow Hair. Is there a second? Is there a second to Delegate Yellow Hair's motion to accept the report?
Okay.
Okay, I guess there's no second. Going once? Going twice? Second to accept the report? 3 times? Okay, motion dies, so there's no
I'll mention.
report. So we'll move forward on our agenda. Thank you, Mr. Bial and Mr. Shorty, for giving us some information regarding this item on the agenda. With that, committee members, we're on new business, old business, there's none. On new business, we did legislation number 289-19, that was now item A. Peggy, are you still on the line?
Certainly, Chair. I'm still on the line.
So go ahead.
Okay, legislation number 0289-19, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee and Budget and Finance Committee, amending the Navajo Parks and Recreation Department Enterprise Fund Management Plan as approved in BFAU-41-05, sponsored by Raymond Smith Jr. and Mark Freeland, council delegates. On this legislation, the Resources and Development Committee considered this item twice. The second time, they have a due pass with no amendment, but they have a recommendation. It says the Resources and Development Committee recommend inclusion in the Navajo Parks and Recreation Department Enterprise Fund. 1, use of the fund for infrastructure to improve the tribal parks. These infrastructure improvements would include roads, water, electricity, and telecommunications. 2, use of grants to improve infrastructure. 3, use of the fund management plan for providing services to vendors. So that was agreed to on April 29th, 2020, Mr. Chair. And it has been electronically read into the record, legislation number 0289-19. Chair?
Kashina, thank you for that. Committee members, is there a motion?
Yellow hair.
Okay, motion by Delegate Yellow Hair. Is there a second?
I'll second. This Delegate Karate. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Second by Shema Delegate Kadi. With that, Vice Chair Smith, are you ready to present?
Well, thank you. First question is, do I have my sponsors on board? Could we?
No, Vice Chair, we can barely hear you. Vice Chair Smith, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
A little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yes, definitely hear you now.
I guess I was talking to myself. Oh, Shananda, kaya these na wait I phone it das so apenda what you need agents that's it. Yes, data did yeah. That's kind of so I was wondering if they're there.
This is Martin Begay with Parks and Recreation.
Okay, Shananda, what we're trying to do here is change the fund management plan for Parks and Recs, and I'm glad that the agent's here. What I'd like to do is turn it over to the agent to amend the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation Enterprise Fund Management Plan that was approved back in 2005 by BFAU-41. It's in the hands of the Budget and Finance Committee. It went through the Resource Development Committee, and they wanted to utilize some of these funds for various purposes. And that's why it was held up over there. And they did pass it based on the readings from Peggy, our advisor. And I'd like to give some time to Mr. Martin to explain the expenditure fund plan and thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Begay.
Go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Yes, thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee for giving us the time to request that our fund management plan be amended to address certain changes that were made to the program. Back in December 2018, the division director, Bita Becker, directed that the Navajo Nation Fair Office be transferred from the Parks and Recreation Department to the Department of Agriculture. And the reason for that change was that the Department of Agriculture is located on the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds, and also that the events that take place there involve a lot of agriculture activity. And so that change was recommended, and after that, the department's Parks and Recreation Department plan of operation was amended to reflect that change, which we took all references to the Navajo Nation Fair Office and the Navajo Nation Fairground events took that out of our Department Plan of Operation, and that was approved by the Resources and Development Committee in mid-2019. And so as Delegate Smith has indicated, that the change to the fund management plan was pending further review by the Resource and Development Committee. And so the change to the fund management plan was intended to mainly take out the section referencing the Navajo Nation Fair Office and removing it from the plan of operation. And then, so that was done, and along with some cosmetic changes to the plan of or fund management plan. So in their review of the fund management plan, as Mr. Delegate Smith indicated, the Resource and Development Committee suggested additional uses for the fund, which is always been an intention of the Parks and Recreation Department to address the infrastructure development and also the improvements to the tribal parks. And so with those recommendations, we do not oppose those changes because it will also improve our services and our work with the Navajo tribal parks. So with that, I would like to ask for the committee's approval and support of the change to the fund management plan. Thank you.
Okay, this back to Vice Chair Smith. Does that conclude your presentation?
That's all I have. Yes.
Okay, if that committee members, any questions or comments regarding this legislation?
This is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the legislation. I think in terms of RDC's recommendation, I just need to completely understand what was the concern and then the documents to support rectifying that concern. I also want to know that in some of those conversations, there was questions regarding outstanding bills. If you could give us a high-level summary in terms of where you're at in the bills that are outstanding as vendors contact delegates, and I don't think and being from Northern and the fair here, I know that they've asked us for closeout reports from Northern Fair, but are there closeout reports regarding your activities? Thank you.
Okay, back to Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Crotty for asking those questions. I'll refer those questions directly to Mr.
Yes, thank you for the questions, and the inclusion by the Resource and Development Committee as to additional uses of the fund. They wanted to be more specific as to the way the funds are used to develop the infrastructure, like roads and utilities. And so we are currently using the funds for those purposes and working with NDOT in improving the Valley Drive and Monument Valley Tribal Park, and also the water line that was installed from Eastern's Bus to the Four Corners Monument, and also which allowed the local residents to tap into that water line. And then the other one is the power line construction that is taking place now for the Four Corners Monument also. And then there are other road projects that are underway, such as the Little Colorado River access road, which was completed. And then we also now are working on the road project for Antelope Canyon, one of the tribal park access roads there. So they wanted to be more specific as to how we can use these funds for those infrastructures. So, and then, and the question regarding the invoices, this was one of the reasons why the plan was held up or pending by the RDC, because they wanted to have those closeouts done. So all those outstanding invoices were paid, and only with that was that RDC approval of the changes to the fund management plan. So that's my response. Thank you.
Okay, Ted, thank you for your response. Committee members, any other questions or comments?
Sure, this is Elmer.
Shana, Elmer, we go ahead.
I guess it's I don't I think it's Martin. My question this regarding this fund management plan. I know that I've been approached by some of these vendors. The vendors that are tour guides, especially down in Chinle area. I think Chinle area down that Canada Valley. I think the tour guides there, the tour guides vendors down Bendigo, they have very concern because they say that they pay so much to the park service there, and I'm not sure how much you have involved in it to try to help them out, because the tour guides they take visitors down the Canada Shea, and the restrooms there are not, or they have to pay for the restroom to go in there. So when it seems like they're not clean, and it seems like it's not equipped to where sanitation, and it's not there down beneath it either. And then they said that they pay so much for operators to that. Eight agent down that they give money to you, and then I don't know how many times they come around to see you. For that, how they can get help these people. Like today now the restriction. So is there any plans how you can help them out? These are the people of ours, like they're trying to make business. How can they answer to? I mean, they pay tax too. Even tax commission to change it. So you know about it. How can we help them? Is my question.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Begay. The Canyon de Chelly is actually a national park area, National Park Service, and under the Department of Interior. And they have management responsibility for the national monument there. And our role is basically the regulation of the tour operations through the Title V of the Navajo Nation Code, which is the Tour and Guide Service Act. And the requirement is that they have a tour permit that they procure on an annual basis during the calendar year. So the fee that we charge for those permits is charged and collected by our department, and the fee for all tour permits is $1,500 per year, plus the administration fee, which is $75. So that is the only fee that we collect, which is a permission for them to conduct that tour service on the reservation. The National Park Service does have a regulation that requires all tour guides to be registered with the National Monument, and they have to follow certain criteria and meet certain conditions before they are authorized to perform guide services. And at the current time, due to the pandemic, all park areas are closed on the reservation, which includes tribal parks and also the national parks areas such as Canyon de Chelly. And so during this period of closure, there are no tour services being provided to the public in order to maintain the low levels of the coronavirus infections. So at this time, with there are no revenues being generated by the tour companies, we realize that they are in desperate condition, desperate straits. And so what we had proposed to do was to develop a plan where we would provide financial assistance to the tour operators, so at least to cover their basic fixed costs and their operating expenses during the period of closure. So we are working on that plan, and hopefully we may be able to also apply for funding assistance for them through the CARES Act. And so we're working on that, and hopefully we have provided that report to the Resource and Development Committee, and hopefully they can provide the support for that assistance to the tour operators, as well as the vendors, the arts and crafts vendors that are also affected through the park closures. So in that manner, we are providing assistance to them. The National Park Service through Canyon de Chelly is responsible for all the management of activity within the National Monument, which includes the overlooks, the viewpoints that they have there, as well as the restrooms that they provide along the rim drives and also within the canyons. So that is my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. Any other committee members?
I have a follow-up question.
Good.
Thank you for that, Martin. I don't understand. Can you kind of verify that again? So I believe that there's about 14 vendors or operators that down that valley that Canyon de Chelly, the Navajo people, so they pay $1,500 a year. So so somewhere how does they benefit off of this $1,500? So I know that they say that the National Park Service, they require them to have a insurance that almost you have to have an insurance for more than about $2 million insurance that they have to buy. I heard that. So it's really hard to do it. I know. Then we have to have our own vehicle insurance and up at the $1,500 because nada $75 administrative fee. I know that. So when are we going to get this? How we're going to be able to get help? I know that. So could you verify that aspect there?
Yes, thank you. That is the annual fee that is charged to all people that want to enter into guide service on the reservation. It's not just limited to Canyon de Chelly, it's also in other areas like Monument Valley and Antelope Canyon. And the $1,500 fee is kind of to there are other requirements for that to get that permit. One of them is the liability insurance and the liability concerns that the Navajo Nation has in order to ensure that the guide services are being done in a professional and safe manner, including the inspection of vehicles that are going to be used in those operations, make sure that they are in safe condition. And then also, it's kind of like a fee that will kind of offset the costs for administering the tour operations, because we have to have enforcement services that's going to be covering those two operations, as well as the personnel that are involved in monitoring the tour operations. So at the present time, since the tribal parks were closed in March 14, I believe, was when the tribal parks were closed. So all the tour operators have been closed off then. And so what we are proposing to do, at least for this fiscal or this calendar year, is to reimburse the tour operators for the fees that they had collected for this calendar year 2020. So we are working on that to start some reimbursements to the tour operators, because they have not been operating. Thank you.
Give me my,
Thank you for that. Committee members.
Did you see yeah.
Somebody mute their phone, we can hear a conversation. Call for the question. Legislation 289-19. Jimmy Yellow here. How do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Vice Chair Smith is on.
Green.
Shema Delegate Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Okay, Salish, Delegate Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Oh, green.
Okay, there's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Resolution passes with your fund management plan. Thank you, Martin Begay and Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, yeah, thank you, for the committee.
With that, moving forward, legislation 116-0, sponsor Edmund Begay. Edmund Yazzie, are you here?
Edmund Begay, I'm here, Chair.
I'm sorry, Chair. Peggy, would you read that legislation to the record? Peggy, Ms. Nakai?
Sorry, I had it on mute. I'm sorry. Okay, legislation number 0116-20, an action relating to budget and finance and the Bikiyat committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Navajo Nation CARES Fund to be comprised of the share of the Coronavirus Relief Fund received from the United States pursuant to the Federal CARES Act, authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to establish an expenditure plans in accordance with the Federal CARES Act and other laws, authorizing the formation of the Kwasensai 19 Relief Fund work group, providing for audit of the fund and reporting to the federal government. This is sponsored by Edmund Yazzie. Co-sponsors are Paul Begay Jr., Pernell Halona, Edison J. Wanika, Herman D. Daniels, Key Allen Begay Jr., and Ricky Nez, council delegates. And this has been electronically read into the record. There were several comments received on this legislation when it went through the public review process. The first report indicates that there were 10 in favor supporting the legislation. Then inconclusive comments were 3 of them. And then those are all attached to the legislation. And I sent the legislation out to all of you. Mr. Chair.
Kashina, thank you. Ms. Nakai. That's all, committee members, their motion.
And there was a second report that had 3 comments supporting and 1 opposing, and then 4 inconclusive.
Okay. So, committee members, is there a motion on legislation 116-20? Is there a motion, committee members? I'm going to once, committee members, is there a motion? Legislation 116-20. Is there a second call for a motion, committee members?
Motion,
Motion by who's this?
Dr. Begay.
Oh, they got Elmer Vigation, motions. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion, committee members? Going once? Is there a second, please?
Chair, I have a question.
I need second.
I'll second the motion. This is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, second by Shema Delegate Crotty. There's a motion, and there's a second for 116-20. Back to Kodon. Shana Delegate Elmer Begay, do you have a question?
The question was, if there's no motion and second, but there's if there's no vote on it, it can still go forward?
There's a motion and second now. It's on the table for discussion. You motion, is that your motion? Did you motion?
That was my question. That was my question there. Okay.
Oh, so you didn't motion. Did you motion or not?
Oh, motion stuff.
Oh, motion is that. Okay, so there's a motion and second now. So with that, Elmer Brigade, do you still have that question or not?
Yeah, that was my question before the motion. I was going to ask if there's no motion and second on it, what does the legislation still go forward?
Jonathan.
Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. Did you want me to respond to Delegate Begay?
Yes, I believe a similar action took place with Law and Order Committee, and explain that, Ms. Lowell.
Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, if the Budget and Finance Committee would like to discuss this legislation, this is the opportunity in which to do that. If there is not a motion in a second, then the legislation can't be discussed. In that case, it will go to NABI, but it just won't have the input from the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Okay, Shana, with that, Mr. Shana, Delegate Elmer Begay, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, Shana, but this committee members, we have a motion and a second. And sponsor Evan Yaldi is here. So, Jake, go ahead.
Okay. Chair Hino, thank you. And also, Budget and Finance Committee members, good afternoon from Coolidge, New Mexico. I just want to say I ask for your support, my colleagues, on this legislation. And I know there was a lot of talk. I've been listening ever since Budget and Finance Committee started. And our AG seemed like she had answered some of the questions that is regarding to this legislation. As you know, my colleagues, we are still fighting this virus, and sadly to say, our numbers are still high and within the Navajo Nation. And I know, as I always say, that we are impacted as leaders and, with our members that are infected by this virus. And I can only wish and pray for that we could get a cure for this. I know it's in the works. And so, but we can try to do our best to prevent in this COVID, prevent from more future people passing on, or from people that are going to get contracted to this virus. So this legislation would help that cause, my colleagues, and I hope that the President, the Chief of Staff is on. I hope the agents are online as well, and I hope the President is on with this phone call as well. But the COVID legislation that we have, of course, you had time to look at the bill, my colleagues, and I can go on and on with the subpoints. It's going to provide protection, but the main issue is that it's going to provide us to fight this disease that's going on through all the three branch government. And so, an example, the PPE for protective gear, it's going to provide the food and water for people who are affected by the COVID, and for people who had lost their jobs as well. And then also for the executive area for staff and payroll expense. And so my colleagues, and it's going to also help with the healthcare issue that we're faced upon. And I know with the Eastern Land Commission and Resource Committee, we're actually trying to pick a location and where the new IHS hospital is going to be at. And I know we can, get that worked out as well. It's also going to help, this legislation is going to help the water line extension that the people that dearly need to keep themselves cleansed and washing their hands and just keeping everything sanitized back at the home level. And it's going to expedite that process. My colleagues, I know this is something that we've been in the works, and because of this emergency situation that we're in, I would just ask for your support. Also, it's going to ask for electricity for homes within our area. So at this time, Chair, I would like to, give some time to President Nez. I believe he's on the line. If not, Mr. Chaco, the Chief of Staff. And so, President Nez, if it's okay, Chair, if we could give President Nez some time on this legislation, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Shenandoah, President Nez on the line.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Inyo, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and Delegate Yazzie. Thank you for a comprehensive legislation to address the $600 million that we just received. We just received from the federal government, and it's in our bank account. It's within our coffers right now. Committee members. It is not a settlement. It is monies that were intended to aid U.S. citizens, and in this $8 billion package to aid tribal communities throughout the country to fight off COVID-19.
So it's a relief aid, not a settlement. And so based on that, we are fully supportive of this legislation that is sponsored by Ed Minyazi, also Key Allen Begay, and Edison Winika, Herman Daniels, Paul Begay, Pernell Halona, Ricky Nez, Mark Freeland, and Jamie Henio, Chairman Henio. We are wanting to make sure that there are some immediate expenditures from this legislation before we really begin to talk about major projects. $50.5 million of this $600.5 million would be for the immediate needs to fight COVID-19 here on Navajo. Personal protection equipment. We've heard and we've read about PPEs not going to our first responders. This would get personal protection equipment to our senior centers, to our chapters, to our first responders, and our Navajo Nation employees, because we're at the point now, Sananta, when do we begin to look at opening up our Navajo Nation government? I said earlier during the reports that the height of the pandemic in terms of medical attention and emergency room visits were projected to be in this mid-May. But we reevaluated the data and it showed that the peak of the hospital use was
Chairman Henio, point of order.
in April.
Vice Chair Smith, what's your point of order?
I'd like to have the updated proposed sponsors in the primary page 1 of 2, 1 of 10, with the new added persons that were also on the co-sponsors. I don't have that in place here.
Okay, with that, Peggy and the Snugkite, do you have what Vice Chair Smith is requesting for?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do. I have a copy of it, and I'm forwarding it at this time.
Okay, if that, Ms. Vice Chair Smith, she will be giving you that information momentarily here.
Thank you, Chair. Checking the dibs wasn't in here. That's why I was requesting that.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Henio. And in that $50.5 million immediate expenditure with PPEs will be care packages for Navajo families that have been impacted by COVID-19. We also want to put some dollars aside for hazard pay and special duty pay. We gave $3 million, which was a pass-through through the BIA to the police officers. But as you know, there were a lot of other Navajo Nation employees out there that were on the front lines, the CHRs, the senior citizen centers, the chapter administration, to give them hazard pay. And as we look at reopening in the next few weeks, we need to make sure that some of these government buildings are clean. Some of them are compromised. Today I was in mini farms. Their administration building is shut down, waiting to be cleaned because of an individual who had COVID compromised the facility. So those, and then cleaning other office space so that Navajo Nation employees can go get back to work knowing that their office
has been cleaned. Deep sanitation. And then, since we're in social distancing, you all know there's no cure yet. There's no vaccine of COVID. So when we bring our staff back in, we have to abide by the social distancing, 6 feet, right? So we're going to need some help to reconfigure offices so we can comply with the Center for Disease Control's guidelines. Telework capability as well. I know that the legislative and the judicial branch needed some equipment for telework, and other offices to get equipment, and that would be where it'd be the money would be used for. The other would be to help out the public loss 93-638, like TMC, Utah Navajo Health System, Sage Memorial, Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, Winslow Indian Health. See, they weren't a part of the Navajo area IHS distribution. So we would help supplement some of their funding to do their work for our people. And then last, for the $50.5 million would be for the finance. Either we bring in a third party to help us with administering these dollars, accountants, we need staff to hurry up and quickly get these expenditures through the process. We'll need help doing that. So that would be for the immediate needs, 50.5. So that leaves 550. And we kept these in really general, because I know that we will discuss specific projects down the road. But overall, I think we all agree that there's a need for water line and agricultural water development. And 300 million of this 550 would be used for infrastructure and agricultural water infrastructure and agricultural projects. And so that would be like water, major trunk lines, also local chapter projects from the trunk lines to the homes, also bathroom additions, and agricultural projects, more farming. We found out that we don't have fresh produce during this time, because if we eat healthier, our bodies are stronger, or we got to strengthen our immune system to fight off this bug. And right now there's just a lot of processed foods, focusing on farming and agriculture. That would be $300 million. $100 million power line and solar infrastructure. As you all know, there's some people need electricity. All of us need electricity to run a refrigerator. We need to charge our phones. We got to look at telehealth and telework. And I think getting electricity to our citizens is a big need. Then $50 million for broadband and telecommunication. As you may have noticed, we don't have the best and fastest internet capability here, and we would help provide fast speed internet, especially if we're looking at down the road. And if this happens again, how are our students going to stay engaged in learning and getting their work in, rather than telling them to go to these places where internet is provided, parking lot. Here we have a shelter-in-place order. They're supposed to be at home. And telework, too. A lot of our Navajo Nation employees and those that work don't have internet capability to connect to their work. So that would be telecommunication and broadband. $50 million for scholarships
Navajo students that are entering the healthcare and also public safety. Through this pandemic, we found out that we don't have our own Navajo doctors as much as we should. We have a lot of nurses, healthcare professionals, but I think we really need to grow our own. And also, we found out we don't have that many police officers, a little bit over 200 police officers. And we need to invest in there so we can get at, because, people are saying lock down the nation, and you all know that we don't have the resources to do that. And if we do try to do that, a lot of people will not listen. And we don't want to put the public safety of police officers in that type of predicament. Lastly, $10 million for housing needs. We said that multiple generations of family members live under one roof. This falls in line with our Hogan, modern-day Hogan manufacturing plant facility to build Hogans, modern-day Hogans. Nothing too elaborate, but simple, where new families could have a home and elders and veterans can have their own home. We have a plan for that already. We've been working on that, as you all know, for some time, and we're ready to push that out.
Point of order, this is Delegate Cotty.
Delegate Cotty, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm missing part of this presentation. I don't have the breakdown other than the $50 million. Is there a part of this presentation regarding the other requests that are being discussed regarding this legislation? And if so, please forward that information to me. Is that an amendment? I'm not sure. Please clarify.
Okay, Ms. Nakai, do we have any other documents regarding what the President Nez is referring to? That's the point of order, I believe.
Mr. Chair, the document doesn't include any additional items. Amendments or anything like that have not been forwarded to me. So as of today, or any other time actually, that's my response.
Okay, with that, I believe the presentation should be focused on what's on the current legislation currently, and if there's anything other than what's not on the legislation as it is currently, then maybe we could wait for that discussion later. But I believe that's what the point of order was, is that there's discussion on extra items that's not currently in the registration, and that's so BNS committee members are not privy to that information. So if we could just narrow your presentation to what's currently on the legislation, well, we can move forward. Thank you.
So the $50.5 million, Chairman, is in the legislation. The categories of the $550 million is mentioned in the legislation as well. And the breakdown basically is our recommendation, but I would just ask that, we'll send you our press release that went out yesterday, giving you a general idea. Again, this is just general. The specifics is the 50.5, the remaining 250, we announced our thoughts on an expenditure plan, but with no projects, because we would discuss that with the council. And so, and the controller would be tasked to work with the Treasury during this time. And also, it would create a 12-member work group, 4 members chosen by each of the branches, experts, that can help us with federal programs helping us as possible ex officio members, so we can submit a expenditure plan to the Navajo people, so we can start drawing down these monies. And so overall, that's the intent of this legislation, to make it a comprehensive bill that will delegate. See, there's a, and I might go off a bit. Please don't point of order me, but all this falls in line with what we're doing. When we met with the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Bernhardt did mention that he is open to waiving, setting aside certain federal regulations and policies based on the President of the United States' executive order that delegates waiving regulations to the secretaries, to his cabinet members. And so a lot of regulations that pertain to tribes are in the BIA and Department of Interior. So when we met with him, Garrett and I, Garrett is really well-rounded in knowing those barriers because of transportation. Because those same barriers are the same barriers to do water line and electricity in any type of infrastructure. And so Secretary Bernhardt said, send me what you are wanting for us to put aside or waive. So I established a team, a work group that's been working on this since our meeting with Bernhardt, to look at what federal regulations and policies that can be set aside. I gave this work group 3 tasks. One is for federal regulations so that we can get these projects done. Second task is to have them give us Navajo
who's calling for a point of order?
Delegate Begay.
Shannon, Delegate Elmer Begay, what's your point of order?
Point of order is that we're talking about the legislation that
that's what I'm talking about.
Says it doesn't specify anything what he's talking about, the agreement or any collaboration that he has with the federal at the NWC. So if there's attachment to that, he can attach that. So point of order, sir.
Okay, point of order, that we need to stick to what's on the legislation currently. I believe the Delegate Elmer Begay stated that any information regarding meetings with federal partners, if they are part of the legislation, then we should be addressing that. So if we could continue the presentation.
Well, there's a lot of things, Chairman and committee members, that pertain to this bill, so I'll do my very best. And so those are discussions that we've taken. So the bill is before you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Shannon. President Delegate Edmund Yazzie, does that conclude your presentation, or do you have other...
Yeah, just a few more words, okay? And I know our co-sponsors are probably listening as well, Mr. Daniels and Mr. Nez and Mr. Halona. And thank you, Prez, for the presentation. My colleagues, and I'm just going to close off with this, okay? And I know this is the first step that we're going to take. And we've seen all our donors from all over the world. We've heard, I didn't even know that overseas are planning and wanting to help Navajo, to fight this COVID. But this is, upon the passing of this legislation, my colleagues, yeah, we're appreciative of all the people that are donating food and diapers and canned food and bottled water, for the people. But, my colleagues, let's have Navajo help Navajo now. And we can do this with this legislation, my colleagues. I know each and one of us on the council and on this committee can share a story, and I know we've all had shed tears, on what this disease is doing. And some of our people, a lot of them are still in hospitals up in Gallup and up in San Juan, up in Flagstaff, and up in UNM. And they're fighting for their lives, Chair and committee members. And let's think about them too as well, and the families that are impacted by this, Chair. So my colleagues, Enya, we pray and we just ask for your support.
Okay. Is it Elmer Begay?
Yeah, this is Elmer Begay. Tuesday.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my point of order is, can we stick to the legislation? We wanted to learn more about the waiver part of the legislative and the judicial. But no, we haven't get to the point yet. If you don't know about it, so we need to get to that. We all know the statistics, the data, the donation and what's going on. We don't need to hear that. And then we need to stick with this legislation. What is being waived, what's going to be waived, what's going to be granted to the president. That's what my point of order is.
Agustin, thank you for your point of order. Jay, can you wrap up? So we can go to...
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, I was wrapping up before the point of orders. I mean, everything I'm saying is regarding to the legislation. But anyhow, my colleagues, I would just ask that you really look inside and dig into our hearts and on the caring side of our side, that we look into the legislation and ask for your support. And so we'll continue in our prayers and strength on this fight against the virus. So, Chair, that would be my presentation. I believe we would stand for questions if there's any. Chair, sir.
With that, committee members, we do have a motion and second before us. So, are there any questions on 116-20, committee members?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Claudia. I have a question.
Shema, go ahead. Delegate Claudia.
Thank you. I do have a question regarding how this proposed legislation either conflicts with or complements Navajo Nation Council Resolution CNY-44-20. If I could, I don't know if that's a question for our legislative council or to the sponsor. I also want to ask that our legislative advisor provide the latest update on federal funding for our hospitals and distribution. I did see that our 638 facilities did get some of the funding, and so that just helps with the full picture. And I'd like to ask the sponsor on Section 3, paragraph F. There's a portion that says the president shall develop and prepare all expenditure plans. I'd like to know how that language was developed and why the sponsor and if other co-sponsors want to answer why that the need for that language, and then I have a few other follow-up questions once those are directly answered. Thank you.
Okay, with those two questions, do we have Department of Justice still on the line too also?
Yes.
Okay, hold hold your response. If we need to, we'll get to you. Committee members, one more committee member, and then we'll go back to the presenter.
I have a question.
DOJ.
Okay.
Who's this?
Vice Chair Smith?
Oh, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Delmer. Okay. And looking at the legislation, there comes a big question under Section 6, authorizing the Navajo Nation President to form the Kwasensagi 19 Relief Fund Work Group to assist in creating expenditure plan. And that kind of contradicts what Honorable Crotty said about what is written in there. The President shall develop and prepare all expenditure plans. Now, if the President's going to be developing an expenditure plan, why do we need a task force or a work group? And if you count the numbers, we're actually going to be taking away a total of 12 people from their normal tour and duty and responsibilities, 4 from the executive, 4 from legislative, 4 from judicial, and the work group shall be tasked in creating the expenditure plan. The other question is, who is their oversight? Who are they going to be reporting to? It doesn't say in here. These are sort of the questions that has come up. Why do we need these additional people? It's red tape. We need to get these services out there. We need to expend this money. If we have another layer, we're just adding a layer on top of layers, 164, you name it. We're not going to get the funds out there. So these are the concerns. And it goes on to be that there'll be an appointment. You have BIA, IHS, BIE, Homeland Security, Department of Energy, Federal Communications Commission, EPA, Federal Emergency Agency. That's another added layer. And we're expecting to get this out by 15 days? I don't think so. So this is one of the big concerns that is really pondering on my mind as I sit here wanting to get water out there, wanting to get electricity out there. And I heard earlier that we've already earmarked how much money is going to be set forth for water, for electricity, which was called to point of order. And I'm not going there because this is something that's in the that I would like to talk about, but I want these to be answered. And thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President of Navajo Nation, and Edmund Yazzie for sponsoring this. But I'm sure the people would like to understand the gist of this. Yeah, Shinanda, thank you.
Okay, with that, to have two delegates that are asking questions for the presenter, Chase, Edmund Yazzie, and also Shinanda delegate. President Nez, before we go to back to the presenter, regarding Shaman's Delegate Crotty's question regarding conflicting resolutions. The first one that was passed, CMY 4420, and this current one, 116-20. Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Lowell, are you still on the line there?
Mr. Chair, this is Kristen Lowell.
No, if you would weigh in on
Kristen, this is Dana. I'm also on the line.
Okay.
Okay, I'll leave it up to whoever would like to.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and Budget and Finance Committee and others on the line. It does, although the line item veto struck out some sections of CMY 4420, it appears that
right now the two do conflict, and that it will be quite confusing to reconcile them. So yes, when depending on how this legislation, when it gets to council, something will have to be done so that the two don't conflict. I hope that's helpful. My office is still reconciling that line item data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Ms. Barbara. Okay, for the other remaining questions, going back to Delegate Ebenyazi.
Chair, okay. Thank you, members, for the questions. Just real quick with Dana's response, I know maybe she could help with some type of wording that could help ease that question about the conflicts on the bill. And so the other question that why, sponsoring, a bill, just like I said before, my colleagues, I mean, in all honesty and all, in reality, it's to help, to fight this cause with the virus. And that's, why, we are sponsoring the bill. I can't speak for the other co-sponsors, but that's where, I'm coming from here. Out of the years of our leadership and, within council, my colleagues, we've never faced any issues this bad with, dealing with the Navajo Nation. This is a test that, that we're going to have to stand strong and to continue to help one another. And that's from all three branch governments. And if we do that, then, we can go a long ways, for, helping the people out. President, I don't know if you're still online. You want to go ahead and answer the other questions, Mr. President?
Chairman? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right, Chairman, members of the committee, thank you, Edmund. The question about the legislation comparing to the previous one, one incorporated a lot of the Treasury's guidelines into it, which we felt should not, bind our hands.
Chair?
Is the president still speaking?
President, are you still on the line?
It sounds like he broke out of range, Chair.
Okay. With this, so do you have the other responses, Delegate Yasi?
No, not at this time right now, Chair. Just real quick before we get into more topics. Congratulations becoming a grandpa, sir. I know we talked about this before in the session. Anyhow, so my colleagues ask for your support on the legislation.
Thank you. That committee members.
Chairman,
Any
can you verify if the president lost signal? His IT team says he has a chip that he could have signal anywhere on the nation. Can we just verify if he
Ebenyazi, would you text him? I believe you have contact with him.
Chair, I want to ask John to list me down.
Okay, go ahead with your explanation response.
Okay, this is Jonathan. Got a drop call. I guess this is the time to pitch for better telecommunication. May I continue? I know I got cut off there.
Yes, go ahead.
So I don't know how much you heard on the two bills. One kind of ties our hands. This one here is a little bit more general, which we have much more flexibility to determine how we should spend the dollars that are in our bank account right now. It's in our bank account. And, Congress, when they were debating this, they said tribes know what their needs are. And that is what we're using as a justification for these categories, is that the Navajo people want water lines, want electricity, all those categories we mentioned, and which is in the bill. In terms of the oversight, we right now we're working on the submitting. Yeah.
Somebody please, I believe you're being disrespectful, and it's not cute. Please, Mr. President, if you continue.
Yeah, I almost started singing, Chairman. Sorry. Sweet Home Alabama. So when I got cut off by a point of order, I was explaining that we're changing law, recommending federal law changes, Navajo Nation law changes. So within the bill, there's a portion that gives the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, and myself to begin to package up the Navajo Nation waivers that need to be done so it could be submitted to council so that we don't get bogged down by the same process, you see. And that's where I was going earlier before the point of order, and I apologize for bringing this back up, but it's important because in the overall legislation, the 12-member work group, what we see is there's going to be experts in water line, electricity, that are going to be sitting on this so that they could begin to vet all these projects. You begin to see which projects are construction ready. And that's very important to note right now, Chair and members of the committee. As you know, they got to be construction ready. If they're not construction project ready, then it's going to take a long time. And so these experts would give us a general idea of what projects are ready to go. Because as you all have seen, previous council members put into the CSN legislation a lot of projects from their communities. And to this day, we don't have them as project ready, so they're just sitting there. And we don't want that to happen here. So with the 12, but once they package up the information, the expenditure plan, then it goes to the council and leadership to begin to identify which projects need to go forward. And I'm hoping we all, make sure that the projects that are ready to go are in that list. And if we do not do that, we may see monies reverting back because they're not construction/project ready. So on that question, and then we are right now evaluating the Navajo Nation laws, package that up with the help of the professionals to be submitted to the council, either for permanent changes or just a one-time waiver during this pandemic. During this time, we gotta spend the money. So that's going to be the decision that we need to make down the road. And so it's about project readiness. So how many projects are ready out there? I don't know. I don't know how many Elmer has, because one of the issues there was a project that wasn't vetted too. And all the others, we need to make sure that projects are ready to go. So on that note, it's not about giving ultimate authority to one person. It's just making sure someone is focused on getting a recommendation to the council. You guys are going to consider it. And if it's permanent or just a temporary waiver for the $600 million, I would think it would be a permanent waiver. I mean, a permanent law change so that future projects can get done. The same thing goes with the federal recommendations for waivers. Now is the time that we tell our congressional delegation to change some of these laws, since all eyes are on Navajo now. And so, yeah, those are the questions that were posed to us. Maybe I missed one. My apologies.
Thank you for
Chairman.
that. Thank you for that explanation, Honorable Crotty. Did you get your answer on behalf of that?
No. Probably not.
If so, committee
I did
members,
not
is there any?
get that question answered.
What was the specific on that question? We can go back to the presenters on this bill.
My question was
floor.
on section 3, paragraph F. It gives the president the sole authority to develop and prepare all CARES funds, including expenditure plans for the legislative and judicial branches.
Chair, I have a question too. Down to the game.
Okay, we'll go back to the sponsor after I let Honorable Elmer Begay ask a question. Keep in mind, Honorable Crotties want to get an answer on section 5, expenditures under F of page 5 of 10.
Okay.
Shada, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay,
Honorable Begay.
all right, yeah, take Nana, I know the colleague, Finito, I mean, based on, I'm not sure, I had done something like that, and then it don't, the question, you see, you know, that you veto in law that, CYM 44-20 again. And now, I think they're asking us to pass their legislation number 011620 again. Not called
Jimmy, you'll hear that
I don't know it's little system, no. We're still delegates. The government is still the same. It's still in operation, and we're still legislative branch, and we're still executive branch, and there's still judicial branch. Nothing has changed yet. The power and the assignment, and then the shared government is still the same. You know that other you take an oath, we take an oath. And this virus that we're talking about, it came through. And even we wanted to do changes because of that. No, alcohol down. My question is, you know, that May 15th, the Neverland Council approved that legislation. So today, 18 days is come. It took that long again. If you signed it during that time, we would have been spending money right now. What you're talking about. We need to spend the money to get this up. ako adali Ben just case ko. If you leave this needle or like that. Ako at the was ko. Aro my brother Abiyagi said no. I know there's a conflict. You voted for the PMJ down 4420. You voted for it. I think for you're sponsoring that 116 again. All the delegates that did that. You're sponsoring these the 116 again. The conflict. And then President Nez, I look at him see what's the real difference between that person? You're saying that is it the way the way you sounded, this is better legislation. What are they? I don't think it is better needs. Is that what you were saying? I'm pretty sure you're one of their supporters saying that, or your staff. While I'm talking, he said it is better. So is that what is this what it's all about? That we're trying to say that I have a better idea and I have a better understanding and I have better staff. It's actually been clean. We talk about the people's life. That's what we're trying to work with it. And one thing that I don't understand, President, is that you're saying that that we can change the law, and it's automatically a waiver. That's what it is. And you don't give the delegate a say-so on it. But then we haven't said anything about our powers and authorities. What about in return if we say that to you? Just step down and then you could indeed need a shot. How would you feel? That's the question you should think about it. If you have respect for people, you think about yourself. What if I was told like this? What if somebody said that to me? So what? It's getting legal. So now I just so the authority you're saying that so no. The projects that we're talking about, they're already in place. We don't need expertise. I know my chapter official from here. I know my people's needs. I don't need an expert to be hired or to come over and start asking me about what kind of water line or what size water line do you have, and I didn't call this. That's not expertise. Yes, former delegates said that. If they had the expert, if we had the expert a long time, we would have been all ahead of it. What have they been? That's my question. But are they
back over to sponsor and nomination president. Okay. On behalf of the
Vice Chair, do I speak?
Report by Friday.
Thank you, Chair. I would just prefer if you could facilitate this meeting on who you're identifying to speak. Thank you.
Exactly.
The floor over to the sponsors. The floor.
Vice Chair?
Vice Chair, you're breaking up there. You need to get a better location.
Chair, you home?
This is Chair Heaney. I'm back. I have to take a real quick short break, but I believe, are we on, and who, Delegate Yellowhair, who spoke last?
Chairman, this is Vice Chair. I'm breaking up. We had Elmer Begay ask a question, and we had Honorable Karati's question not answered, and now it's turned back over to Honorable Yazzie and also Navajo Nation President. We're at that point, and then Honorable Yellowhair wanted to speak after the questions are answered. So that's where we're at, and I'll turn the floor over to you. Hopefully I'm clear as mud.
Okay, we can hear you now. Back to your presenter.
Chair and to members of the committee and also the President, to Mr. Begay's questions on his point of voting on the last legislation. We all know as delegates we are entitled and on our free will to vote on our own, and we can't pressure anyone out to how to vote, if you will. And so, yeah, I voted for the last bill out of respect. And yes, we are entitled to do legislations, and that's why this is brought up. And I can't speak for the past delegates, and how they work for their community, Mr. Begay. I know we served on the council years ago, Mr. Begay, and so I can't answer that. I can't answer how the past delegates work within their areas. But I do know is that we can just continue to, just continue to work for what is right. I know for a fact that this COVID is not, is not concerned about who has more power, who has more authority, and what the past council has done. And so I know for a fact that if we do vote and if this legislation passes, then I know for a fact that it will help to fight the virus.
What about the other bill?
To Ms. Crotty's question on that Section 3, subpoint F, I know the president, hopefully he's still on, but I would just ask my colleagues on the committee to be respectful, and I'll keep that in our hearts while we talk about this bill. So, President Nez, I don't know if you're still on, but could you, Mr. Crotty, had a question on subpoint 3, letter F. President, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Good?
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Well, I think all it comes back down to is working together to get a comprehensive bill passed without having a piecemeal approach to expending the $600 million, right? So what we're trying to do here is take care of a lot of items in one bill, and to also unify the three branches so that we can all entertain a list of projects that are vetted, that are project and construction ready. And then we, as a collaborative, as a team, will put those projects into a unified plan. so we can get these dollars expended. And you know, CSN dollars have helped get a lot of projects completed, ready to go. Maybe it's time for us to use $600 million to finish off these projects and then reevaluate the CSN down the road. So that's how we're looking at it on with the team that has co-sponsored it, going at it as a unified approach. And I agree with you, Delegate Begay. You know, I remember last administration we did this with the CSN dollars, and we brought on some people to help us. And you know, back then, you know, it didn't seem like it just transpired about this tug of war or pushback. I remember recommending your hire to help us. That same collaborative effort should be on this legislation, and let us unify to help our people. I'm right now at Saley Wheatfield's Black Rock Chapter House, seeing how people are struggling firsthand. We were out at Round Rock with Delegate Slater earlier, handing out food. People are struggling, not just here on Navajo, but all across the country. And we owe it to them to move forward on a comprehensive bill, not a piecemeal approach to getting this done. Once this bill gets approved, the next step will be the expenditure plan, and that's going to be considered by the council. And that's basically it, including the the Navajo Nation waivers. But those will probably only go to RDC because many of it is under their oversight. See, that's why I talk about it as a unified package. There's a lot of different factors in doing this. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. It's not about whose bill is better. It's just a comprehensive approach to expending these dollars. And I ask for your support on this bill because I know we can do it. This is once in a lifetime, once in a lifetime opportunity, I think, when it comes to infusing strength into our economy, into the Navajo Nation. And it's got to have visionary leaders like all of us. We are all visionary leaders. So we ask respectfully that we move forward on this bill. Thank you, Chairman and Edmund.
That committee members, they need further
point of order, Chairman Henning. This is Delegate.
Delegate Cardi, what's your point of order?
Thank you. I asked for a direct answer. There's in section 3, paragraph F. This is my third time asking. Why is this legislation, or what is the rationale to give the president the sole authority to develop and prepare all CARES fund expenditure plans for the legislative, for executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches? I need that question answered.
Right.
Okay, with that, back to a sponsor, Delegate Izanyazi Shmenta.
Chair, committee members, all I do know for a fact that on the legislation that stated that President Nez indicated that once the legislation is passed, then the council will take part in the projects that is out there for our areas to fight this COVID again. So, President, can you And I know the legislation that we worked on, Ms. Crotty, was through our staff and then with the president's staff as well in drafting up the bill. It went back and forth. This legislation was not one-sided, if you will. I know for that because we had to, give the bill back to the president's office. Words had to be changed, and then it was sent back, and but that's what I do know. President Nez, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Go ahead, President Nez.
Thank you, members of the committee, and Edmund, Delegate Yazzie. The provision is to develop a plan that has been vetted, and I mentioned this earlier, that with the help of the work group of experts, I'm hoping we can get some real good experts in construction, project management, package that up with the help of the executive branch, as much of the work is within the executive branch, working in tandem. We package it up and we submit it within 14 days to the Budget and Finance Committee. I think that was Delegate one of the delegates mentioned that. I think might have been Elmer that said what happens, why is it so much being placed on one group when we're making it a little bit more bureaucratic. The experts is important. Packaging it up, it goes to the B&F committee, your committee, before it gets entertained to move forward in the legislative process. And so we're willing to begin to work around the clock to get the 14-day expenditure plan based on experts. And then it goes to the council, and the council looks at the expenditure plan. And if I know that there was a recommendation previously that had delegates recommending their local projects, which is fine with me. But again, it's got to be project ready and vetted. And if it is, we should be able to put it, all of us agree to put it on the expenditure plan. And that's just water line. Today at Nabi, I don't know if there was an update, but that's what that $300 million recommendation is focusing on. So the best explanation I can give you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, still hear a lot of news, noise in the background. If you can mute your phone. I believe our attorneys are trying to listen in, and they cannot hear the conversation. And also, when we also speak, if we could talk a little louder, so our attorneys could be able to hear. So when we do ask them questions, they're readily available to answer. But this, back to Shimad Al-Ghifari.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. A point of order. My question is, why in Section 3, Paragraph F, does the language give the President the sole authority to develop? I have not heard an answer on why that language is in there, and I need that answer. Thank you.
Okay, I believe Delegate Edmund Yazzie and President Nez have tried to answer that to their best of their abilities. Shimad Al-Ghifari.
Do they not answer the question? Do I need to rephrase?
Okay, who's calling, Chair?
This is Delegate McGee.
Who?
Delegate McGee.
Oh, Elmer McGee. Okay, I could barely hear you. That's why. Okay, back to Shimad Al-Ghifari. You were cut off.
Chairman Henyo, do I need to rephrase the question? My question is, why does this legislation ask for the President to have full control and authority over the CARES expenditure. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Before there was a lot of background noise, but right now it's cleared up. Okay, with that, at the same time, committee members, it's on Budget and Finance's table right now for any amendments. If the committee feels there needs to be an amendment to this section, then there needs to be presentation of that amendment so it can be voted on by the committee. But I'll go back to Mr. Chair, Delegate Edmund Yazzie,
Okay, let me try again. On to the question. What the chair had stated that if there's any change that needs to be done, of course, it's in our title that we can make an amendment. Okay? I do not know why, if the president's going to be, if he's going to be taking full charge, but I do know the entire legislation is based on getting projects done. Again, for an example, the water lines, for an example, the electricity, and to get, started in fighting this COVID again. So that's what I do know. Now, again, this legislation it took probably a week to finally get it to where it's at right now between both legislative, our attorneys, and then through the president's attorneys. So, President, but that's my response, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's important to note, just as Delegate Yazzie mentioned, that both of our chief legals came together to help answer some of the questions on this drafted bill. And there was, we thought, a compromise. And I did explain the reasoning behind, having the executive branch package up this expenditure plan for consideration to the Budget and Finance Committee. You all will, at the end of the day, have all the vetted projects lined up and ready for consideration. So, I'm going to rephrase my answer that way. Thank you.
Okay, Shema, Delegate Prati, and for the committee members here, if you look at the legislation under section page 5 of 10, line 25F, it says expenditures of the fund pursuant to section 5 of cost. But that's a typo. It should say section 6. Sections A and C. So if you go down to page 7 of 10, under section 6, that's what it's supposed to have said, 6, the way I'm looking at it. That the president is authorized to form the Coast-Sagi-19 Relief Work Group. And it goes on to say you may appoint the advisory representatives to help put the expenditure plan. And C says work group is to present the expenditure plan for expending the fund to the president. Then D, president to present the final expenditure of $550 million in future deposits to the Budget and Finance, and Nomination Council for approval, and then the president may submit other proposed legislation. So, if this would answer your questions, Samant Delegate Karate, is that the legislation is under page 5 of 10, under legislation, paragraph F. I believe that's why it states that the president will put together the working group. The working group will work, then present their expenditure plan to the president. From there, the president will go before Budget and Finance.
Point of order, Chair.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Point of order, Chair.
Hold on. Hopefully that answers your question, Shema.
Point of order, Chair.
Karate. Vice Chair Smith, point of order.
Yeah. Yes, my point of order, Chair, is you're starting to interpret the laws and what is not actually written. The legislation in itself says the president shall develop and prepare all expenditure plans. It does not say anything about the
expenditure plan.
question 19 as a work group. All it says, if you read it, it says the president shall develop and prepare all expenditure plans. That's where Honorable Crotty's got that question. Why is it written that way? If that's going to be that way and we leave it that way, the president has full authority to make and develop all three branch government expenditure. Is that what council wants? I think the president should refrain from making that as what is stated in here, because we're going back to the chairmanship of 1989.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barba, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm still on the line.
Can you explain to the committee, section 3, paragraph F?
Sure. Under paragraph 3F, the president will develop and prepare all expenditure plans. The president shall incorporate the needs of the executive branch in an expenditure plan for the executive branch. The president shall incorporate the needs of the legislative branch after consulting with the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and an expenditure plan for the legislative branch. As you read this, that would mean that president, although he's consulting with the Speaker, he would be developing and preparing the expenditure plan. The same would work for the judicial branch, although the judicial branch would consult, the president would consult with the Chief Justice. The president would still be developing and preparing the expenditure plan. Granted that the president would get assistance from the work group. That is actually in section 6. I think in section 3F you need a small amendment there because it says section 5. And then in section 6C, the work group would present those expenditure plans, one for the executive branch, the judicial branch, the legislative branch, to the president. And then the president will present those plans to the Budget and Finance Committee, NABI, and the council. And then under section, I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit. Oh, under section 5, the president is also not just presenting those. He is introducing his sponsoring proposed legislation. So that is the way this would work.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barba. Back to the committee. Any other questions or comments?
Me, yellow hair, wants to speak.
Okay. Delegate yellow hair.
Okay.
Delegate yellow hair, Sana. Go ahead. Delegate yellow hair, are you still on the line? Okay, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Back to what Dana had said, our Legislative Chief Counsel. In her summary, the way I read this is Section 3, Paragraph F, states that the President gives the President sole authority to develop and prepare all CARES Fund expenditure plans, including expenditure plans for legislative and judicial branches. So that's what that language says. And I think that should not. I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to make an amendment.
Go ahead,
Chair. I'd like to strike out the language on F, expenditure funds. I'd like to keep the president to incorporate the needs of the executive branch. And under the next sentence,
Y'all head back on the line.
Let the legislative branch develop their own, and let the judicial branch develop their own.
Right.
That's my amendment.
So what's your language amendment then? You had stated before the council, committee.
Expenditures of the fund pursuant to Section 5 should be Section 6, A and C. Below, the president shall develop and prepare and incorporate the needs of the executive branch and the expenditure plan for the executive branch. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall develop a expenditure plan for the legislative branch. The judicial branch, Chief Justice, shall develop a expenditure plan in accordance with Title V of the Federal CARES Act, U.S. Treasury guidance, and any other guidelines of regulations as stated herein in paragraph C above. That's my motion.
Okay, Shannon, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. With this, Ms. Barboff or Ms. Lowe, were you able to capture that amendment and put it in written form for the committee?
Mr. Chair, this is Kristen Lowell. I can't put it in written. I can put it in written form, but it's going to take me several minutes. So I can repeat it again as what I understood. Otherwise, we'll have to break for a few minutes.
Okay, go ahead now. Repeat how you understand it.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, on page 5 of 10, paragraph F, line 25, the amendments are as follows. Expenditures of the fund pursuant to section strike 5, insert 6. And then on line 26, strike all expenditure plans, insert the expenditure plan for the executive branch, period. On line 28, same paragraph, strike president, insert speaker. Strike after the word grant, you'll strike after consulting with the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Line 30. Strike the word president, insert Chief Justice. Strike after, going on to line 1 of page 6. Continue to strike consulting with the Chief Justice. And that's what I got from what Mr. Smith recited.
Vice Chair Smith, is that how you want your amendment to read?
I was trying to diligently follow along, but I will trust what is written, and if it's not accordingly, I will make the necessary corrections, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, well, what we'll do is I'll hold your motion in abeyance for a few minutes while Ms. Lowe crafts the language for this amendment. And once it's emailed to the committee members, then I'll recognize their motion for an amendment. Well, with that, though, we have Delegate Yellow Hair, Nishka Nancy, Hile.
Oh, shouldn't sorry.
Go ahead.
Yate chair or vice chair doesn't. It's not only my colleagues. As I have a problem with the Mr. Nas. Ayo not on it. At all tahni kile. It is a city. Those other they put me on the city authority. So what did on hot area and so on. So case this is not a teamwork. This is not what I call a collaboration. On such case, either a breakdown of comprehensive expenditure plan outline, either without a consensus from the legislative and judicial. President and Vice President, the only branch proposed these allocations without a consensus from the two other branches. The allocation does not indicate who, agency, where the cost will be and occur. The NF committee has authority to approve the total amount of all particular project to get the accumulated totals and etc. BSC, other upon $300,000, $300 million water project. I need more than that in Black Music. Yeah. I don't want behind the Navajo housing. We need housing for the in NPL. We need these houses. Then stay home. Then they have no place to go. I need about $200 million. I'm talking about close to $450 million. About this. And so I don't understand. A chain roads and spare husband. Like, even in our roads, at all, Nigga White Valley. The numbers chain it then. I can be first responder. Ambulance, police comes up there for this. A bad weather, rain, storm, then don't bajo, then in scouts, you know that road too. None of them said, no, this not any. Where? This is a COVID, they COVID-19, and that, oh, you use a change in under the facility, under Indian Health Service. These all on first case. Not up in yes, they deals and all this, I don't know. They had to business. Should I look at things and know what something essential public facilities for this pertains to Indian Health Service, so we can provide a maintain for our public safety like a COVID-19. What about that needs? And we had to build maybe 5 facilities like that in 5 agencies. I did all by the whole body. It is top priority plus priority. None of broadband is a specified not needing the quest sitting in not allocation of the creature in your Tatia, Ahara, and a best of it or Sati. There's even more hello a proposal hello a could did I saw this? Yeah, you she's on the share it or the yeah could education and I saw a will yeah that's on this case. We need a background a little bit. She yes, has own deal. She don't ask us all that we're human beings too. We're also the elected official to help our community up there as a grassroots. Today, by a teen, hey, penny on the oh, you that you know how. Thank you very much, Chair Doshi, President. I don't have name. I used to tell the young kid, Mr. Amniazi, and on the screen, the question is cook, and then the non. It all what you back to the council in Sandita, Cecilia, Honorable Amniazi. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, and Chair.
Chair.
Yellow Hair. Is there any other committee members that
Chair.
wish to?
Delegate.
Commissioner Sina, Delegate Elmer Brigade.
Sacrifice in general.
Thank you again, Chair. I'm not confident that my question wasn't answered. I'm still waiting. My question is basically, my basic question is, at the beginning, you know, that we all say that we're going to work together And we all know that there's a three-branch government, and we know the laws. Called anywhere, we never did. You know that we invited the president, staff to come over to sit down with discuss. Then today, then we haven't come together yet. With this legislation, we're saying that we can work together. So we haven't even done that. We haven't been tried yet. Then that was my basic question. Why? Then you know that you're saying that you know that there was already a legislation that went through. Okay. You veto, then you have your another one, your own. Okay. There's a question there for me. Why do we have to have another legislation? Okay, you're saying that this is better. So and then they're saying that you know that I know that 4420 has all the one that the president mentioned it. It's a federal provision. It's all in there. It's been applied in there. I don't know why you would say that it's not in there. And I don't know that one is more like piecemeal. Not that it's not. It's not. So what does that mean? It's going to be. It's better than what council did. So what? My question is. So this is the thing about it is why do we have the two legislations? Why do you have to have your own legislation? You want your name to be written on there? You want you to so that's what the way I'm understanding now. This is so basic. And why did you have to just veto? You have a chance, President, your staff. Somewhere they don't even come to Jonathan council anymore. So you had a chance to compromise at the council agenda before you vote veto, and you had a chance to do that. You didn't come over. You have this approach. I don't understand you. I don't understand epidemiology too. Why they're sponsoring that? There's two legislation. There's two. This is the same thing, the same money we're talking about. It's going to do the same thing. This money. It's going to have the same project. We don't need expertise in it. If you think you have more votes than the council, why have another 12 experts to do that? This is not. You don't need expert. So my question still here is why do we have to have two legislations? They speak for the same. It's going to do the same work, the same project. But because we're going to do this. No, so my question is, if you signed it already, we would have been already spending this money now. So, but this is faster. No, what I don't understand why you can't even say that. To answer that basic question. But anonymous. That's what you can say.
Okay, with that, we have two delegates that spoke. Back to our presenter, Delegate Ebenazi.
Chair and members of the council, Mr. Yellowhair, thank you for your comments. I'm still here, sir. Just been busy, trying to, get items out for our area. And, with this virus, it's pretty dangerous to be out and about, and so, and I say that because, I just got my first nully and, I have to be really careful too as well. And so, and then we lost, I've lost members and, and it makes you really think, how serious this virus is, Mr. Yellowhair. And just want to ask everyone that we continue to wear our masks and that we take the precautions. But Mr. Yellowhair, thank you, for, your comments. And I tried texting you, sir, and just was going to let you know that Jerry's restaurant is going to be opening soon. But if we do go have coffee, we'll have our mask on, sir, Mr. Yellowhair. And Mr. Begay, I can understand your question. I don't understand. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't understand too, sir. But I just gotta move forward and continue to work. I mean, I can't answer the veto portion, and I'm gonna definitely say for the record that one legislation is not better than the other. Mr. Begay, like I indicated before, you've been on the council before, and and it's entitled to all of us delegates, 24, to enter a legislation. But I'm not gonna sit here and say one legislation is better than the other. With the amendment that Mr. Smith has, yeah, I mean that's our right. That's if the amendment passes. But I just want to say to the committee, let's focus back on the why this legislation is out and about. There's a lot of help that needs to be done. And we can start now. I mean, what has happened in the past has happened. We have a chance as leaders to, get something and vote on something and to move it forward. So I would just, respectfully say that to my colleagues here. I'm not going to say that this bill is better. There is no way I could say that. I just would ask for your support, on the legislation. Chair, sir.
Yeah, with that, Ms. Lowe, are you ready with the amendment?
I'm emailing what I have to the legislative advisor. I can't strike through or underline on my iPad, so it's still going to have to be typed in the word.
Okay, committee members, we have one more delegate that needs to speak before I go back to the amendment. With that, back to Vice Chair Smith and Ms. Nugfay, have you received the email yet?
Mr. Chair, I've only received the one from Dana, not Kristen yet. The system's really slow. There it is. I got it now. You want me to review it?
Yes.
Okay, going to page 5, line 25, overstrike 5, and insert new language 6. And then going to line 26, strike over all expenditure plans, and then put the expenditure plan for the executive branch. And then page 5, line 28 through 29, and then overstrike president, insert speaker, shall incorporate the needs of the legislative branch. Overstrike after consulting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council in an expenditure plan for the legislative branch. And then page 5 and 6, lines 30 and 1. The president, overstrike, new language is Chief Justice, shall incorporate the needs of the judicial branch And then, after consulting with the Chief Justice is overstricken, and an expenditure plan for the judicial branch remains the same. Does that make sense?
Okay, with that, back to Vice Chair Smith. Is that your amendment?
Thank you, Chair.
And I'll
That
send
is,
it out to all of you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'll wait for the email.
Okay, with that, email should be coming through pretty soon here, so. Oh, somebody can mute their phones to hear the television going in the background.
Hello?
Who's this?
Is this
Hello?
Delegate McGee?
Okay, yes, we're waiting on, Vice Chair Smith's, amendment to be emailed to the committee,
okay.
so we can recognize the motion and the second for this amendment.
Okay, 头一3个月上你的 cut off 是那个。All right, good night. Yeah. Delegate.
Go ahead.
Okay. Delegate, Chair, she wrote down after we're done with Smith, the amendment. Yeah, I'm make an amendment too.
Please, work with Kristen, the dog to get that amendment going, so we won't be waiting like this.
What was his number? What was her number?
Email Linda. I believe she can work with you that way. Maybe while we're waiting, Delegate Begay, what's your amendment, proposed amendment?
I didn't know I was on mute here. I'm having the difficulties with my phone again. Hold on.
Jonathan.
Vice Chair, did you receive the email yet?
Chair, I'm checking.
Committee members, have you received the latest email from Ms. Nakai?
Chairman Tenyo, I've received a handwritten picture of the amendment, starting with page 5, line 25. Is that the amendment you're referring to?
That's the amendment because Ms. Lowell does not have access to a computer, so she had to handwrite everything. Delegate Yeller here, have you received the latest email from Peggy?
I haven't checked it.
Okay, because that's the that's the amendment we'll be voting, recognizing after Vice Chair Smith receives his emails from the Delegate Brown. Have you received the email from Peggy?
Yeah, Chair, I did get the handwritten one, but I'm trying to read the whole. I can't move. Okay, there we go. It was taking a picture like an extra large, so to go through.
Okay. So now, Delegate Elmer Begay, have you received the email from Peggy regarding a proposed amendment from Vice Chair?
The written one.
Oh, the handwritten, Nigio.
Handwritten, Nigio. Yeah, got it.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith.
Go ahead, Chair. I'm here.
Have you received your amendment? It's a handwritten amendment.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair.
So is that your amendment?
Correct. That's my motion.
Okay, motion by amendment number 1. Motion by Vice Chair Smith to strike page 5, line 25, strike 5, and insert 6. Line 26, strike all expenditure plans, and then leave the remaining language in there. And then page 5, line 28 and 29, strike the word president, insert the word speaker, and then strike after consulting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and the remaining language stays the same. Page 5 and 6, lines 30 and 30, and line 1, strike the word president, insert the word chief justice, and then strike after consulting with the Chief Justice, and then leave the language as is. With that, is there a second to that amendment number 1?
Second.
There's Delegate. I'll second.
Okay, Delegate Brown, so are you seconding that motion?
Oh, I'm seconding.
Okay, Shane, now, that, committee members, amendment number 1, any questions, comments?
I have a question, Chairman. This is Delegate
Yes, Delegate Gotti.
Thank you, Chair, President Nez, sponsor, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, and all of the colleagues and relatives on the line. I just need to be clear because how we're just making the amendment. Can we just do a quick check?
Yeah, I'll back on the line.
If this is consistent throughout the document, if these amendments then are consistent with other language that we see throughout the document. If we could if that's been double, triple checked. Thank you.
Okay, with that, back to our sponsor, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. The question should be probably posed to Legislative Council since it was written up, to see if there's any conflicting language that's conflicting with the language that's being proposed on the amendment. I kind of don't see it if I look at it. Of course, I'm not in the court of writing these things, but the way I look at it is just make an explanation of who does what and how this thing's going to work out. And that's my amendment. I hope I'm answering your question. If not, maybe I could get help from Legislative Council to maybe answer Honorable Crowley's question. Thank you.
Okay, with that, going back to Ms. Lowe.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I don't see any conflicting language with the legislation and the amendment as drafted. Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, this is Dana, Chief Legislative Counsel. I actually do. I think so. What we changed, what Delegate Smith changed, is basically that you have 3 different groups. The President, the Speaker, and the Chief Justice putting together expenditure plans. To be consistent with that, I think you need to look at page 8, line number 11. It's actually paragraph C. That states that the work group is to present an expenditure plan for expending the fund to the President with 15 days after the enactment of this legislation. My recommendation would be that you add the Speaker and the Chief Justice there. And then also, if you look at line 13, it then states that the President shall then present a final expenditure plan to expend $550 million to, as well as future deposits in the fund. If you have 3 different entities putting together a expenditure plan, then that provision will probably need to read something like the President, Speaker, Chief Justice shall then present a final expenditure plan. I think that's probably the way that works. They come together. I also then think you may want to take a look at there was something else I thought was inconsistent. Oh, section 5. Section 5 on page 7, that's authorizing the President to introduce legislation into the legislative process, and you have on line 24, well, you have the whole issue with him introducing legislation, but specifically, you may want to remove the section in its entirety, or at least on line 24, delete specifically including expenditure plan legislation. With all due respect to Ms. Lowell, who's doing a great job today, those are the inconsistencies I've identified.
Mr. Chair, this is Mel. Mr. Chair.
Mel, this is Vice Chair Smith. I don't know if we lost Chair Enyo. Go ahead, Mel.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, this is Mel from DOJ. Good afternoon, everyone, members of the committee, Mr. President, sponsor, everyone on the line. I just wanted to ask for a point of clarification because I think that there could be some inconsistency or potential for the proposed amendment to be interpreted in different ways. And so my question, if I may, is actually for you, Mr. Vice Chair, since it was your proposed amendment. Are you intending that each branch chief will be able to propose an expenditure plan just for the expenditures of their own branch? Because I think it could be interpreted that way. Or is your intention that any of the three branch chiefs could propose expenditure plans for the entire Corona relief funds?
Thank you, Mel. Vice Chair, back on the line. I guess the phone was shut off early here. Right. Sure. I'm back online now. So go ahead, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. The question was, what's the intent of the amendment? The intent of the amendment is to keep it as a three-branch government, for them to come up with an expenditure plan, as stated earlier, as a packet, and then that would be presented to the council, BNF, so that BNF could send it on to the Navajo Nation Council on behalf of the CARES Act and provisions of that. That's why I left the language in there, the last portion of that Title V of the Federal CARES Act, Treasury guidance and any other guidelines or regulations as stated herein in paragraphs C above. That's the intent. It's still going to come through BNF. We're going to still look at it, and we're going to look at the package. But the way it was written, it's actually allowing the president to make all the determination to incorporate this. So this is where we coordinate with one another. The president can develop his thoughts, the legislative can develop their thoughts, and the judicial can develop their expenditure plans, come together and consult with one another and get a comprehensive plan and bring it to BNF to expedite this as quick as possible. That's the intent, Mel. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rodas. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My concern is the part about shall incorporate the needs of the legislative branch and shall incorporate the needs of the judicial branch. Someone might make a legal argument that means that the legislative branch is limited to putting forth a proposed expenditure plan just to expend funds for the legislative branch. I don't know if I'm explaining myself, but in other words, do you want each branch chief to be able to put forward proposed expenditure plans for the entire pot of money, or just the portion of the pot of money that your own branch would be expending? Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Mr. Rhodes. Now, back to Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Mel. I was looking at that, and I was limiting it to the way the language is written. Yes, I need some help in this. What I'm trying to say is that we want the three-branch government to develop a comprehensive way of spending the $600 million or the $500 million that's still available, $550 million, if we do approve the $50 million right off the bat. That's what I was intending to do, so that the three-branch government can say, let's get to the gist of this and get down and utilize the three-branch powers. Not just president incorporating his needs in the executive branch. I see that. Legislative branch and their needs. Judicial and their needs. No, we got to speak about the whole Navajo Nation as a whole. Because number one, water is the big issue. Electricity, and on down the list. So I think with that, I'm not sure how I can word this where it can be understood that the president, the speaker, and the judicial chief justices, like when they come together for the three-branch on behalf of the budget of FY 2021, they see the funds, they come to an agreement, and they say, let's do it, and let's make this work for the Navajo Nation. And it still has to go through our committee. That's what I was intending to do. I'm not sure how I would incorporate that language in there. Maybe you could help me out, legislative council or delegates, to wordsmith this.
Okay, with that, committee members, any other questions or comments regarding amendment number 1? You've heard from Vice Chair Smith.
No comments. This is the other here. I understand, Mr. Vice President. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Jonathan. Can I comment?
Go ahead, Mr. President, while we're pondering this.
Yeah, I was pondering the amendment, the intent of the amendment, which Vice Chair Raymond Smith mentioned. And I think it's clear the way he presented it. All it needs to be is to package it up into an amendment. And I mean, if we're going to work together, I would be open to Vice Chair's amendment to where the three branches come together. This is what I heard Vice Chair say: 3 branches come together. We deliberate upon the projects, and probably with the way it sounds, there was no deletion of the 12 members, so we're using the experts there, but we're all sitting at the table as well with that group to package up a expenditure plan that will move, yes, and I've said this before, committee members, that it goes to the Budget and Finance Committee. Then from there on, it moves forward to the full council. So I am open to what Vice Chair is a legislative intent to make an amendment to this bill. And I would ask Mel and maybe Chief legislative council to draft it up in that fashion, which I think is pretty clear. Thank you.
And back to Vice Chair Smith. Are you still good with your amendment the way it is?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I opened the door for suggestions, and I don't want to just leave it to where the speaker will do the incorporate needs for the legislative branch. Maybe strike that out. Just put speaker, president, chief justice will come together and develop an expenditure plan. Thank you.
Chair.
So back to the my question, Vice Chair. So your amendment as it is, as it's written right now, are you still sticking with that amendment, or are you? What's your wishes, Vice Chair, for moving forward on this subject?
Vice Chair, can I say something?
Hold on, Elmer Begay, hold on. Vice Chair, what's your wishes?
Vice Chair, can I add something to your amendment?
Chair, that's why I left it up to the members to help me to incorporate something. So I think Shada wants to maybe give me some help on behalf of drafting this up so that we just don't keep the speaker with the needs of legislative branch, like Mel had said, and then the Chief Justice with just the needs of the judicial branch. I think we need to ensure that these three chiefs, President, Speaker, Chief Justice, can come together and make and coordinate with one another. That's what I want to incorporate. So I want to give some time to, if it's all possible, Chair, to Shada.
Okay, Vice Chair. I was just trying to see if you were still sticking with the language. But for those Delegate Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Vice Chair, Chair, I think my thought has a good point. So I don't know is it good to add the language to say that the legislative branch shall develop expenditure plans incorporating each chapter, develop expenditure plans too. So we can invite the chapters to help with the expenditure plan.
Vice Chair.
Shada, thank you for that information. I think if we start putting that kind of language in there, which is good, don't get me wrong, which is good, but we're starting to go into the nitty-gritty of who's going to be actually on there. The executive will include the chapters because they're under the executive branch. And I'm hoping that the president hears this, that I'm going to stick with how the amendment is right now, Shananta. I'll keep the motion and on what the language says. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, any other questions or comments?
This is Delegate Crotty with questions.
Go ahead, Shema.
Thank you. I don't know if we're gonna. I don't know if we're gonna modify the amendment to incorporate some of the conflicting language that Barbara identified. And then my second question is, if the intent is to give the branch leave to develop the expenditure plan of their respective
Shema,
branch.
Delegate Cardi, can you hold on for a little bit? If it goes to who's that on the? Can you mute your phone? We can hear you.
Can't address it.
Sounds like Honorable Edison Wanika.
Kasi Tiegi, can you mute your phone? Astronaut Itla. Go ahead, Shema.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. So the first question was, Ms. Barbara identified a few areas that have conflicting language. Are we going to modify? Is that going to be part of this motion? The second question is if the intent is for each branch chief to submit their expenditure plan. I have some issue in terms of how this. It's not clear on how that will be. I guess amending, Vice Chair, help me understand. I'm thinking of the water projects, but that's under the executive branch and it's also under IHS. So who would recommend those projects? If it, I'm not sure if that's then something we want. Help me understand then how we have that working relationship when it comes to water projects with this amendment language. And then my third question is we also have Navajo Nation enterprises, we have tribal colleges, and we have Navajo-based nonprofits. Based off of this amendment, where do they fit under? Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I believe Vice Chair. Hello, can you mute your phone? Okay, Vice Chair Smith, I believe Vice Chair Smith had stated that he will be sticking with the language as it is, as he had stated. If there's any other amendments that need to be made regarding what Ms. Barbara had mentioned earlier, and that could be done with a separate amendment. Back to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. Also, Honorable Crotty. I think we're thinking way too deep into this right now. The President and the Speaker and the Chief Justice would be able to initiate or incorporate an executive expenditure plan for all the Navajo Nation projects, as we do with the FY 2021 budget. They have an appropriation, they have an amount, and they sit down and they think about it. They say, well, let's work together to ensure that we appropriate enough dollars for these projects that are under the CARE Act. That's where I'm trying to ensure that the three-branch government has that ability to do that. The way it's written right now is, if you read it again, which is stricken out in the amendment, the President shall develop and prepare all expenditure plans. If we leave it like that, then we're subject to the President and his preparation of how it should be orchestrated. Now, mind you, the chapters, the entities that are enterprises, they're not shunned from this. They still can do their proposals. They can still do their requests. There's many requests out there that is needed. What we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that the three-branch government does not ignore them, so that we can get this money expedited as fast as possible and do it correctly. The reason why I'm sticking with this amendment right now, and what Dana had mentioned earlier, we can do that to ensure that it's not conflicting. Like she mentioned on page 8 of 10, the President shall then present a final expenditure plans. And then E, which is under there again. So I'm open for D and E to be amended, but let's work with this amendment to ensure that the three branch government does that. So, Chair, I'd like to request that there be an amendment to my amendment to incorporate the needs of the legislative branch. I think it should just say to incorporate the needs, and also the executive branch and the Chief Justice, the needs of the Navajo Nation, rather than sticking with just their branch. I think that's where Mel had said.
Chair.
Chair, can I speak up to that?
Vice Chair, are you
help my
wishing to modify your...
Vice Chair.
Hold on, Elmer Begay. Are you wishing to modify your motion then?
Yes, I
I
am.
have an
Where that the language that says the needs of the legislative branch, it should be the needs of the Navajo Nation, and also Chief Justice, the needs of the Navajo Nation, and executive, the needs of the Navajo Nation. So it'd be comprehensive, saying we're talking about the needs of the Navajo Nation, not just solely of the branch. That's how I'm want to make sure that language is. I don't know if I'm making things more complicated than what it should be, but that's where I'm standing. This chair. Thank you.
Okay, so your motion, your modified motion will be under line 20, page 5 of 10, under line 27. Strike the word executive branch and put Navajo Nation there. And then line 28, strike legislative branch and put Navajo Nation there. No, I'm sorry. Yes. And then going on the next page, line 1, strike out judicial branch and put Navajo Nation there. Is that what your modified motion is? Vice Chair.
Chairman.
Yes.
Let me review my amendment that's written. Let me review it real quick. I think I'm taking this the wrong route right now. Let me review it.
Okay.
Under the amendments is the expenditure plan for the executive branch speaker, line 2829. The president shall incorporate needs of the legislative branch.
I'm gonna put in a lasagna, Mom.
Okay.
Yeah, give us some lasagna too.
Yeah, we're hungry over here. Chiaja. Chairman.
Vice Chair.
Chairman, I want to say something here.
Okay. While you're pondering that, I think the Senate Delegate Elmer Begay wanted to speak. Mr. Delegate Begay.
Chair, since we're trying to develop some more words, I want to ask the legislative council, is there a way that we could add a language where these amendments are made? And if legislation 0116 is approved by the council, and we put that not subject President line item veto, can we put it in there? Add to add a language where these amendments made, and if legislation 0116 is approved by the council or not subject President line item veto, can we add that?
Dana?
Dana, are you there?
Thank you. You can as an amendment. There are challenges with doing that in that the president's line item veto authority was provided by the 2009 initiative. So you could add it as an amendment, but the president would, of course, have the ability to challenge it or veto the whole legislation if he did not agree with that. So it would have to be a joint agreement. That might be something that is better put in the expenditure plans. Maybe you can work out something there. I would not recommend putting it in this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Back to Vice Chair.
But the chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I still have a question to that. It's just to me that if we're talking about this legislation and we're talking about cooperation and coordination and working together, I think we should put it in there. Since we're talking about it, what the president saying that we're together, put it in there. That's what I'm saying. This is something that a written agreement that we have to make. We want something in writing that we will feel confident in this. That's why I'm saying this. So can it be done?
Dana?
I think Kristen perhaps has that language available. Once again, I just want to reiterate that I think it will make this legislation subject to challenge because of how the veto authority was established. But Kristen does have that language.
No. Yeah, just walking. Okay.
Chair.
If you can,
Okay,
can you mute your phone, please? Somebody is walking somewhere.
Tomorrow I'll be in Utah.
Chair.
And you'll be in Utah, so
Okay.
can you mute your phone, please? Vice Chair?
Chair, this is the dog J again.
Go ahead.
Chair, I was asking the legislative council to add that language where these amendments made, and if legislation 016 is approved by the council or not subject president's line item veto, because we know that this CARES Act is not under the line item veto provision, and that's how we as a legislative branch, that's how we see it. The whole CARES Act is not under a line item veto provision. So that's why I'm saying that this is a good opportunity. If we can work together, it's just the way we understand this CARES Act is restrict to where the CARES Act is giving the money to the Navajo Nation. So I think we should be relevant to it's not. We should put it in there. That's what I'm saying.
We're still on amendment number 1. We haven't gone past that yet. So, and Vice Chair is holding that motion. If you wish to add that as your own amendment, then you're free to do so, Shananta, Delegate Elmer Begay. But right now we're on amendment number 1, just striking the language from page 5 and 6. And so we back to Vice Chair. What are your wishes on your amendment so we can move forward?
Chairman, I'm sorry if I could interrupt. This is Dana. I just finished an amendment that, I just finished drafting it that may help, Vice Chairman, if I could just send it to him real quickly.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair here, Chair.
Did she hear Dana? She has some.
Yes, I did. Well, I'll wait for that, suggestion.
Okay, it'll be just, I'm emailing it now.
Thank you.
Chairman, Henio, Jonathan here.
Go ahead.
While you're waiting, I'd like to, if we can get a courtesy copy of that amendment. Be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Vice, Ms. Nakay, would you provide that to our sponsor, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, and President Nance, the amendment that Vice Chair Smith is working on?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
I just reviewed the amendment from Legislative Chief Counsel. I will motion to accept that and put that language in, so that will be coinciding with page 8 under the line 13 and also line 16, I think it is. Kind of limited to technology over here. Thank you.
Okay, so your amendment, are you modifying your amendment to include this language here? Where it says page 8, line 11. Committee members, do you have the latest information from Dana?
Chairman Henio, I just sent it to Peggy and Delegate Smith.
And also to Delegate Yazzie, as he's the sponsor. And President Nance. With this, committee members, if you have received, it's page 8, line 11. After the word fund to the, insert Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Chief Justice, and then the second part is page 8, line 13. After the word president, add the language Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and Chief Justice. That's the modified amendment from Vice Chair Smith. That's amendment number 1 now, along with the third stuff. Can somebody mute your phone? Okay. With that, that's the amendment number 1, modified by Vice Chair Smith. Should Select Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you open to that modified motion? You're holding the second.
Chair, this is Peggy. Could you please repeat what is consisting of Amendment 1? Because I'm getting all these different amendments from the attorneys, and I'm confused now.
This one is from Dana, and there's two areas that Vice Chair Smith wanted to modify his motion to include on page 8, line 11. After the word fund to the, insert the word language Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, comma, Chief Justice, and comma. or the and, the word and. And then, the second part is page 8, line 11. After the word president, add the language speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and Chief Justice. That's the amendment that's being modified by Vice Chair Smith. Do you have that amendment, Peggy?
You stated page 8, line 11. Insert new language. Okay,
I
I'll have to
received
look
this
for
email
that.
from you. I just received
Yeah,
this email
that's
from
where
you.
I've got several of them like that. So I'm trying to make heads or tails of them. So this is
Okay.
part of Amendment 1, right?
Yes, so modified to include as part of amendment number 1.
Okay.
Select Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you still on the line? Delegate Brown? Okay, please, we don't have Delegate Brown on the line, and he's holding the second on this motion. So is there another committee member wishing to, Delegate Brown?
Is this on the amendment?
So Delegate Brown, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith wished to modify his amendment to include language in page 8, and that was emailed to all committee members from Ms. Nutley. So page 8, line 11, after the word fund to the, insert the word speaker
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign. Access code or phone number you have dialed is incorrect. Please check your credentials and try again. You entered. If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait and you will be joined into the conference. Please announce yourself.
Amendment again? Because otherwise, we still would have to have Legislative Council draft the language for all committee members to follow. Dana, did you capture what Vice Chair was requesting for?
I did, thank you. I do believe that Kristen is working on that amendment. Kristen, can you change that for Delegate Smith?
No, I did not somehow, it wasn't clearly communicated that he wanted me to work on that amendment. So I don't have an amendment.
Let's see. Thank you, Chair. It'll take me a moment.
Okay.
I believe I can do it.
Hello? Now, who's this?
I thought it's out here. This is Doug again.
We're still regular with the First Amendment. We're going.
I got kicked off again. Okay. All right.
Elmer Bigay.
It is 6 o'clock, committee members. Dana, are you done with the amendment?
I'm sorry, I had my phone muted. It'll be just a second.
Chairman, Nino,
Go ahead.
Jonathan here.
Sure, Don.
You know, I thank you for sending us the amendment language. I have two, and the one that has just two underlying, which was amendment page 8, line 11, and then a page 8, line 13. And that was just a simple insert, Speaker and Chief Justice on both those. And then I received another one with a larger paragraph, page 5, line 25, that struck out section 5 and added a 6. And there it says Navajo Nation President, Speaker, Chief Justice jointly develop. And that's the one I was referring to in terms of our support. And I think that would address, you know, the collaboration and getting a plan to your committee, Budget and Finance Committee. So I thought I'd bring that up while there's a lot of silence on the phone. Thank you.
Okay, there's amendment number 1 consists of an email which is handwritten. I don't know if you received that.
No, sir, not the handwritten one.
Okay, Peggy, would you send a handwritten to sponsor Delegate Yowzi and President Nez?
Chair, I've already sent that. It's just the system's really slow. So they should be
Okay.
getting it momentarily.
Okay, thank you. But the amendment number 1 consists of the amendments that are handwritten. Then the other one is where you have the two that are referencing page 8, line 11, and line 13. That's all incorporated into one amendment. But then Vice Chair Smith is wishing to add to his amendment again, which at this time Dana Barboff is working on that.
Okay, I'm just about to send it, Chair. I would point out that the amendment that President Nez just said he supported, I was in support of. I had sent that one. That was the one I sent out.
Order a hamburger.
Funny.
I got chicken waiting right now.
Someone promised us lasagna.
Well, yeah, that's true, huh?
Brother Evans, take us to James now.
Well, I got chicken, corn, and tortillas waiting.
Okay, that explains it. I think some of our people are hangry, right? Hangry. Get it?
Yeah, I'll eat with Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay.
Okay, Peggy, I'm sending this right
Dana.
now.
Okay.
I'll also include President on it.
Dana.
Yes.
Okay, I received an email that has one big paragraph.
Yes,
for line, page
that
5,
is
line
the one
25.
that President said that he could live with or is in support of.
Okay, committee members. Vice Chair, let me go back to you. Are you in receipt of this email, the amended language that's proposed by Dana? Does that fall within your amendment?
Chairman Inyo.
It says page 5, line 25, Vice Chair.
Yes, I just printed it. I'm fine with that amendment and the, amendment to page 8 and 11. So I'm fine with it, what is on now right now. Let's go forth. Okay, so are you wishing to modify your amendment to this, language here? Committee members, if you received the, email from Dana, it's a one long paragraph, and on top it says amendment to 116-20. Then right below it says page 5, line 25A, expenditures of the fund pursuant to section 5 is stricken out. New language is 6, A and C below. The president, and then new language of the Navajo Nation, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation shall, and then new language, jointly develop and prepare. Then you have new language, underscore, expenditure plans that incorporate the needs of the whole Navajo Nation, including the needs of all 3 branches, period. That's all new language. And then from there, we strike language from the word all the way down to where it ends with judicial branch, period. Then the new language, the regular language starts. Such expenditure plans shall be in accordance with Title 5 of the Federal CARES Act, U.S. Treasury. Committee members, that's the modified motion by amendment to the amendment by Vice Chair Smith. Select Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Also, keeping in mind page 8, line 11, and line 13, as we previously talked about. Select Delegate Brown, you're holding the second. Are you still on the line with us? Delegate Brown, Select. Delegate Brown. Okay, I believe we don't have Delegate Brown with us. She might have dropped this call. Is there a second to this modified motion by Vice Chair Smith, amendment number 1?
Can I help? This is Delegate Yellow here.
Oh, Yellow here.
I'll take second.
There's a second to this motion, amendment number 1 from Vice Chair Smith, with the language that we all have before us. Committee members, there are questions or comments regarding this amendment number 1 as modified by Vice Chair Smith? Tanoia, call for the question on amendment number 1. Delegate Yellow here.
I'll take green. Move on with it.
With that, Vice Chair Smith? Green. Okay, with this, Delegate Crowdy?
Delegate Amber Timmons-Balcotty votes green. Thank you.
Select Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Brown. Okay, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Oh, green.
I agree with that. Amendment number 1 passes with 4 in favor. Chair not voting and Delegate Brown not voting. So committee members, we're back to the main motion.
Chairman, can you? I have an amendment.
Okay, with that, Delegate Crowdy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that Delegate Brigade? Did you have your amendment ready?
Elmer Brigade. Hello? Do you have your amendment ready?
Oh, yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have it ready right here.
Okay, we do have, here's, through the email system by Ms. Nakay. Is your delegate, Elmer Begay, go ahead with your amendment.
Okay, now I'm trying to get back on.
Do you want me to go
Oh, it's
ahead
right
and
here.
read it?
Yeah. Yeah, can you go ahead and read it? It's
Okay.
sent to,
It says, in section 3, establishment and expenditure of the Navajo Nation Cares Fund, add as a new paragraph I, notwithstanding the above, first priority for all expenditures from and contracts using the Navajo Nation Cares Fund in all expenditure plans presented by the President of the Navajo Nation, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation shall be given priority 1 and priority 2 contractors on the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Source List maintained by the Navajo Business Regulatory Department of the Division of Economic Development. Only in such cases as there are no qualified contractors or no qualifying bids from qualified contractors shall consideration be given to non-Navajo business units. And then a new paragraph J, any party aggrieved by a violation of this subsection shall file a complaint with the Office of Hearings and Appeals no later than 10 days following the announcement of the awarding of the contract or the commitment of the expenditure. OHA shall hold a hearing on the complaint within 10 days. In the event that it finds a violation of this subsection, it shall be empowered to properly award the aggrieved party the contract or expenditure, to award damages and attorney's fees, and to award such other relief as it deems appropriate. Then going on to section 6, authorizing the Navajo Nation President to form the Dequesson 19 Relief Fund Work Group to assist in creating expenditure plans. Add to item D, last sentence, all expenditure plans approved by the Navajo Nation Council shall be the final action. The President's veto authority shall be waived, and the Navajo Nation President shall not have the option to veto the Navajo Nation Council's final approval of expenditure plans presented to the Navajo Nation Council. And then it says delete E in its entirety. That's the reading of the Second Amendment.
Okay, with that, there's amendment number 2 before the committee. Is that your amendment, Delegate Elmer Begay?
okay, Chair. And other Delegate Yangzido, other Secretary President Nash. I know you've been saying this, and we've been listening to you respectfully regarding the buy local and buy Navajo without the Yankee. So this money should be spent.
Elmer Delegate Elmer Begay, is that your amendment? Is that your amendment?
This is what the amendment that we're on Bantakis, that's what our amendment is about. Yes.
So that's your motion. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
There's a motion for amendment number 2, as it was read by Ms. Nakai. Is there a second to this amendment number 2?
I'll take second, Delegate Yellowhair on that one.
Okay, second by Shana Delegate Yellowhair. With that, committee members, questions, comments regarding amendment number 2?
Chair Henyo, if I could, if I may ask the sponsor of the amendment to explain, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shima Delegate Crowdy. Delegate Elmer Begay, explain your amendment.
Okay, the amendment that was presented here is that we know that any external funds, any funds that become available to the Navajo Nation we have a lot of business owners that are out here. For one good example, I've been trying to lobby, and I've been trying to get this Navajo people to our own traders and our own, that has traits and skills. And when money becomes available, especially from exterior funds, we don't even have a priority for them as using the Navajo preference law. And we don't really use it. So just people that we have here, the Navajo Nation people, since we say that this costs lives of our own people, money was given to us, and we should have our own business owner people to use this money as a preference, as a first priority. We wanted, and then second priority contractors and Navajo business opportunities to have that listing, to utilize it as a restricted, that they'll be part of this funding. I'm pretty sure some of these business Navajo business, they lost their loved ones. So I don't, to be in line with the president saying that buy local, buy Navajo. This is a good opportunity to be used here. Yeah, this is the main thing I want this to be in there, restricted, like the how if they're not going to be considered, then all these contractors that we have business that's construction going on, like this Dalcom Medical Hospital. And then all my people that are around here that have skills, they have their equipment, their tools ready, but they can't even get hired. And they hired from Oklahoma, New Mexico, Colorado. These people are working, and they're just here with laborers and things like that. I don't appreciate that. We don't advocate that funds for these outside people. That's what the whole the amendment is what it's all about, Shadeja.
Good shake, Ella. So now, Elmer Gay, committee members, any questions on amendment number 2?
Sure. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Okay, so now Delegate Yellow here, and I believe Vice Chair Smith will be after that.
Okay, can I speak now?
So now Delegate Yellow here, go ahead.
Okay, to the chair, the Vice Chair, my colleagues, Mr. President, my friend, my brother, Mr. Edmund Yavi. Mr. Honorable Elmer McKay. The way I see this is example. The way to the Chief of Laundry, you call it a mini mill water line project. And this is going to be part of it. We need one of those people that can finish a water line project with their heavy equipment. Either city engineering, AI Smith Stoker. We can hire these that can do the job water line project. If I said Navajo preference first according to Navajo Nation procurement law, that's the water line project. After all, thank you very much. Yeah.
Vice Chair Smith?
So thank you, Shanandat. Chair, on this amendment, sponsors of the 0116-20. My question is, on the amendment, it's regarding the line item veto. according to this, it says all expenditure plans approved by the Navajo Nation Council shall be the final action. The president's veto authority shall be waived, and the Navajo Nation president shall not have the option to veto the Navajo Nation Council final approval of all expenditure plans presented to the Navajo Nation Council. Now, in this legislation, I'm trying to look for it. It was stating that this CARE Act money should not be considered as an appropriation. Now, if it's not being considered as an appropriation, then that means all prior laws, all prior actions that was given to the president back in 2009, I think it was, when they did a referendum to do budget and supplemental and all that to be line item vetoed. Guess my question would be to DOJ or Legislative Council, if we're going to treat it as not, it's under page 6 of 10, under G, expenditure plans shall not be considered as appropriation and shall not be subject to the Navajo Nation's Appropriation Act, which covers that line item veto. Now, if we're going to be saying that, then the president, is he allowed to make his own laws on this if we're not treating this as an appropriation? Because we're trying to get this money expedited as soon as possible. And council will pass the expenditure plan or approve, whatever you call it, and it'll go to the president. And the president, will he have that authority to say, well, I have the authority to line I veto this and line I veto that? And then here we go again, putting our gloves back on. That's what I don't want to see happen. I don't want that to take place. If we're going to not treat this as appropriation, then that line I veto, I agree, should not even be allowed. That's my question to DOJ or to Legislative Council on where we're at with this. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, with that, Vice Chair. Dana, do you have a response to the concern?
Chairman Hino, if you want me to provide, this is Dana, if you want me to provide an answer to Delegate Smith's question, I can.
What are you saying, Dana? I didn't hear you.
He's asking that question. If not, we could go to Department of Justice. Ms. Barba?
So that is a continuing, as Delegate Smith pointed out, the breadth of the line item veto, of the President's line item veto authority has always been a tussle between the branches. The courts of the Navajo Nation have not ruled on that. And I'm not going to give you an absolute answer right now. As I mentioned earlier, I think that this amendment is better placed in actual expenditure plans. But when the people voted in 2009, the ballot language that they voted on stated that the President of the Navajo Nation will be authorized to exercise line item veto authority over budget items contained in the annual Navajo Nation comprehensive budget or supplemental appropriations approved by the Navajo Nation Council. Budget line items vetoed by the President of the Navajo Nation will not be subject to Navajo Nation Council override. So that question becomes rather complex in the answer, because I do believe, and Mel can correct me if I'm wrong, the Department of Justice has previously determined that expenditure plans are supplemental appropriations and thus subject to the line item veto. However, I don't know how that will play out with this statement that expenditure plans shall not be considered as appropriations and shall not be subject to the Navajo Nation Appropriations Act or its underlying policies and regulations, including the Budget Instructions Manual. That's what paragraph G says. So I've given you the background. Oh, and I should add that I think it was the 22nd Council, when it added the it incorporated the 2009 initiative into the code. It actually put it as a restriction on the Navajo Nation Council's authority as opposed to really on the President's authority. But what it says in the code is that instead of using the word budget line item, it uses financial line item. So that's kind of the background. I don't really know what the answer to the question is now that this is not expenditure plans aren't going to be considered as appropriation. That's something this office would want to research and probably consult with DOJ on. But right now, I'm going to turn it over to Mel and see what he has to say.
Mr. Chair, this is Jana.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jana.
Jana,
I didn't realize you were on the line.
Go ahead. Jana, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. It's a very, very complex question, and I don't have the answer. I don't quite understand the provision on page 6, paragraph G, that the plans aren't considered appropriations, because I think that anytime council or the nation decides how to use money, that does constitute an appropriation within the meaning of the Appropriations Act. So I've got a big question mark on that provision in the first place. I don't really understand how that plays into this legislation as a whole. And secondly, talking about the president's line item veto, that power largely comes to the president from a referendum of the people. And just speaking off the top of my head, I don't see how council can pass some sort of waiver or provision that takes it away from the president. I think it's given to the president's authority by referendum, and I don't think council has the authority to take it away in a piece of legislation. So those are just, I agree with Dana. It's very complex, and I don't have a full-bodied response off the top of my head.
Okay, with that,
Hello?
committee members, hold on, committee members, hold on, committee members. We do have, after explanation from the Chief Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice, it would seem that this last amendment 2, the last item would be out of order due to the fact that it would have to go through the changes in the code and not part of the legislation. And also the veto authority is at the vote of the people, which is line item, but the veto authority is part of Title II, so it would have to be a code change. So committee members, be aware that this amendment might be out of order, if I'm correct, Chief Legislative Counsel.
Chair.
Wow.
Chief Legislative Counsel.
Order. That's a difficult question, for me to say outright, but, it definitely is going to create issues. My recommendation, this is still going to, NABI and then to the council. My suggestion would be that, Delegate Begay, allow my office and, in concert with the Department of Justice to review this, review this longer and to do some research. Thank you, Chair.
Agustina, thank you, Ms. Barbo. Back to you, Delegate Elmer Begay. You were going to say something?
Oh, yeah, thank you for that. I don't that, so Dana, I would like to, since you are, from the Legislative Council, you are our, Chief Legislative, Attorney from here. So, I want to ask you that if you could, further research this, which we would appreciate that. I think this is where our understanding of how we interpret laws, and we have our own minds, I think, as being a delegate, the way we see it. So it changes the where an attorney changes some of these interpretations. So from my mind and then from my heart, I think I would ask you if you could research more. I think this is a legitimate questions and then also very important question to go forward. We're just asking, how can our to be fair for Navajo business owners, they're ready to work. I think if we say that that they're out there, I mean, this is absolutely for that. So the way we're understanding this line item veto, it's not absolute. The funding that we got is strict for it's all it's like that. It needs any deep in the to relieve and to comfort somewhere we could use that funding. So these people are out of, just like you said, at the beginning of the session, beginning of this legislation, we say that the net on dog, the best in the equity and they will get on the net. And I think we would like our own people to go back to work with this money. So let the Navajo Business Preference Amendment go forward for a vote and leave the line item veto further research. You guys can, as an attorney, you guys do your research on the line item veto. But what we want is Navajo Business Preference Amendment. We get to go forward. That's it.
So now, Delegate Elmer Begay. So what are you saying? Are you wishing to strike the last portion of this amendment then? So the Legislative Council and DOJ could do some more research?
Yeah.
Agustina, with that,
Chairman?
Under this section 6, where it says section 6, all the way down to delete E in its entirety, ADG is stricken. Is that right? Delegate Elmer Begay? In your amendment. So this I and J underline is Yagi. Is that the only two
you're going with
on your amendment? Oh,
Chair, can you hear me now?
Oh, it's not that, Elmer Begay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get your modified motion is you're sticking with I and J, but the rest of your language amendment language, you're going to strike that until we get more information from Chief Legislative Counsel, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, just the underline one, Nikki.
Oh.
The underlined ADE is there's an amendment. Other than the other one, they can do research but continue with that to begin.
Kashina. Kashina, that, Delegate Yellow here. Kadoshana Delegate Elmer Begay modified his motion to amendment number 2 to only go with the underlined portion of the amendment, Sigi. That was emailed to us. Mr. Salko, you're holding the second. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Are you still on the line with us?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was on mute.
Oh.
So let me, I've got some questions. Hold on.
Okay, but Delegate Elmer Begay modified his motion to only include the underlined language. All this other language with the veto and so when the research you're holding the second. Are you okay with that?
I'm not okay with that. Why do we do this to take this back out again? We should just move on with it. But even you had opportunity where you're trying to take this thing back out again. Meanwhile, it's going to come back to us with this legislation back to Budget and Finance Committee. Okay.
Are you withdrawing your second then?
I'll go ahead and just support it. I don't want to get this budget. Hold up.
Kashina, with that,
Chair,
with that,
Chair,
committee members.
Chair, for clarification, the underline, we can vote on it. But the other one, you have to ask the legislative council to do research and get together with DOJ.
Kashina, so that's your modified motion, and there's a second. That committee members, we're back to amendment number 2 with only the underlined language that we're looking at right now, which is item I and J.
Chairman Genio?
And so with that, committee members, is there any other comments or questions before I go to President Ness? President Ness?
Chair, I have a question. So,
okay.
Just for a point of clarification, then this is Peggy. Section 6, that whole language, that's being removed, right?
Oh.
Okay, and
just
then it says delete.
Underlining it, yeah.
Okay. All right, and then it says delete E in its entirety. And that's the wording where it says the president may submit other proposed legislation to the respective standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council necessary to expedite the implementation of the expenditure plan. Is that remaining?
No. What Delegate Elmer Begay just stated earlier, it's only the underlined language. They keep that, and if there is, and that's for DOJ to
delete E.
Research. No, that's not underlined. There's no underline. This is delete E. The I and J, those are the 2 that he wants to keep, and the rest will be subject to research by DOJ and Chief Legislative Counsel.
Oh, okay. So delete after section 6, then, all the way to the end.
After that,
Okay.
I got it. That President is?
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee and everyone that's on the call. I just wanted to mention a little bit, add a little bit to Jimmy Yellowhair's comment about do we have enough Navajo contractors out there to do $600 million worth of projects? You know, if you tie your hands here with only exclusively using Navajo businesses, do we have enough? That's a question. And we've always had that question. If we want these projects to be completed, we remember when we were talking about the citizen, we said we have to bring in non-Navajo contractors. Some of these
Navajo contractors may not have the equipment or the manpower to do major projects, whereas other companies are. So that's just my observation, and we don't want to tie our hands to, expertise to where we're not able to finish these projects within even our term. So thank you, Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay, Shannon, thank
Sure.
you, Shannon.
Sure.
For that,
Sure.
back to Amendment 2, Shannon, Delegate, Amendment 2.
So, here's what solution. These are neat criteria. These are neat. If we don't have this equipment, the vendors, we need to bring outside companies so we can move out with these projects. We have that experience before many times. I'd like to get the thing, take care of it too, from the outside vendors can come and take care of this business, because this construction is big, too big for us. And I'm not against our own Navajo can work local too. Yeah, if we could support that one. Thank you very much, Chair and Vice President and my colleagues. Thank you.
Delegate Yellow Hair. Any other questions regarding Amendment 2, committee members?
I have a question.
Okay, who's this?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
No, Shema, go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Elmer Begay, for the amendment. And second, I appreciate the conversation. I am trying to now, again, look at where in the document you're adding this amendment. If you could just quickly, what page and line number are you amending with this language? Thank you.
Okay, this amendment is under page 8 of 10. It's it will go at the end where it says G, and then it goes I, H, and I. That's the way I'm looking at this. Page 8 of 10. I and J. Okay, hold on here.
Mr. Chairman?
I believe this is section. Okay, Delegate
Chair, I believe
Dana.
It's on page
Go ahead.
6.
Thank you.
Chair, I believe it's in the middle of page 6 before it goes to section 4, where I and J would be inserted, the language starting at line 15.
Okay, go back to the drafter of the amendment, Dana.
Is this section 3?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen because I think she worked with Delegate Begay on that, but from what best I can tell, it would probably go on page 6, line 15. But Kristen may have a different idea.
Okay, Ms. Lowell, Kristen.
Hello. Yeah, it's going to go the end of section 3, line 15. Page,
okay.
I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Page 6. So right after paragraph H, that ends on line 14, and then I'll start on 15.
Okay. I believe we're all tired. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day, so I'm still sitting here. But Shema, Delegate Crotty, does that answer your question there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe we're in order. Thank you.
Okay, Shana. With that, committee members, are we ready to vote on Amendment 2? Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Amendment. Okay, who's this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. This is Mel.
Mel, what do you have?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm just a little bit concerned about the proposed amendment in letter J. where it talks about damages. And I'll just give a disclaimer right off the bat that I'm not an expert in the damages that are available for the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. But I know that in general, the nation does not agree to typically agree to the award of attorney's fees. And I'm just wondering if the Honorable Begay would consider limiting the damages to what's consistent with the Business and Opportunity Act or consistent with applicable Navajo Nation law. And that way we're not expanding the scope of damages that are available, just in the interest of protecting the Navajo Nation. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mel. With that, back to Chinook Delegate Elmer Begay. Were you able to listen in on that comment?
Yeah, I have a question here. Now that there's a Navajo Business Opportunity Act already awards damage. Is it how it's already specified in the law?
His concern is attorney fees, because Navajo Nation courts does not usually award attorney fees. Is what he's asking. If he could take that out, is what Mel is asking. Shinanta.
But we have Navajo Nation attorneys and they have business just like you, just like the attorneys we have. Are we trying to not use our own? I should. Is it what?
Mel, if you could explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, Honorable Begay, my concern is that we don't expand the scope of damages that are permissible under the Business Opportunity Act. And so my request would be if you would be willing to consider limiting the damages under J to damages that are provided for under Navajo Nation law, or damages that are provided for under the Business and Opportunity Act. That would be my suggestion.
Back to Elmer Begay.
Okay, we know that the Navajo Business Opportunity Act awards attorney fees, and Navajo Business Opportunity Act, it's specified that it already awards attorney fees, and attorney fees are already under the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. Isn't that how? That's what I'm saying. That they're being awarded in there, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up right now. Kristen, this is Mel. Do you have a searchable version of the MBOA?
I do not.
Just looking at. Okay. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I am trying to find attorney's fees in the MBOA, but my point is just if we could keep the damages consistent with the MBOA instead of expanding upon them.
Okay. So back to the sponsor of the amendment, Elmer Begay.
I think,
Chairman
amendment-
Henyo, can I just add one more thing to what's been discussed? And that would be that, it's very clear that CARES Act funding cannot be used for settlements, and I presume it cannot, and that probably means any type of judgment. So any type of Navajo Nation's liability under that amendment is going to come from the general fund. Just something to consider. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, back to the sponsor of the legislation,
Yeah.
Elmer. Okay.
Yeah, Chair, I heard that, Mel just, in his, answer, he says that it's expand. I think, the amendment doesn't create, that for an extra damages. It's just what the Business Opportunity Act normally awards it. It's like that. And, I don't know where the amendment on the CARES Act, it doesn't say CARES Act will be used for damages. I don't know what the let's say the council alluding to.
It's in the CARES Act. It's part of the CARES Act. You read it through.
Well, the amendment doesn't say CARES Act will be used for damages. I don't know.
Back to Mel.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what was the question?
Do you have you come to conclusion for another response to Delegate Begay?
Mel.
Yes, sir.
I think the amendment on the table doesn't say that the CARES Act funds will be used for damages.
That's right. I think that Ms. Barbara's point was just, it would be in the nation's best interest to minimize the damages that would be awarded by OHA, because we would have to use general funds to pay out those damages. We wouldn't be using CARES funds because it's not permissible under CARES.
Back to Delegate Elmer Begay. You wish to repeat that language?
Okay. Chair. So legislative council and then also Mel. Can we just say that add on there, just say that pursuant to Navajo Business Opportunity Act. Just add that pursuant to Navajo Business Opportunity Act at the end of the amendment. I don't know if you can accept that.
Delegate Elmer Begay, all he's asking is in your amendment number 2 to strike the word attorney fees. That's what he was asking.
Mr. Chair?
Mel, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just looking at the last sentence of letter J. In the event that it finds a violation of this subsection, comma, it shall be empowered to properly award the aggrieved party. My suggestion would be damages consistent with the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, and then strike the remaining part of the census.
Delegate Elmer Begay, did you hear that?
Mel, can you say it again?
Yes, sir. Sorry. Sorry, just close that.
How
Okay.
about mine? How about you? Can you consider mine? This act pursuant to Navajo Business Opportunity Act. I mean, I'm advocating for this Navajo Business Opportunity. The people that are in business. I know you're a DOJ. You're a permanent employee. So I think they should just go with pursuant to the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. These are people that Navajo business owners that we advocating for. These are people that have their own business. We haven't gone into our own business yet. I think they should have all the rights to have this in place. We have attorneys just like you.
So, what part are you referring to, J? Are you referring to letter J?
Oh, I'm just here to admit that the amendment says protect the nation and that the Navajo business owners.
Okay, back to our counselors, either Department of Justice, Mel Rodas, or Dana Barbara.
Like I said, that we should just add that.
This is Kristen. From what I'm hearing, it seems like Mel has recommended that asked Delegate Begay if he would consider striking attorney's fees, and Delegate Begay has declined to do that. He wants attorney's fees to stay in.
Delegate Begay, Ashkota, are you sticking with your original amendment?
Okay, what I offered to Mel, he's not even considering that is pursuit. If you have problems with just put pursuit to the Navajo Business Opportunity Act at the end of the amendment.
The question is, you're holding the motion for the amendment. Are you going to stick with the amendment as it's written, as you presented it to the committee?
Yes.
Okay, with that, then we'll move forward. Agashina, with that, committee members, we have amendment number 2 before us. And Delegate Elliher, how do you vote?
I vote green. I wish Peggy Nake should have read again what's in there on the amendment.
We have it on our email. Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Henio.
How do you vote on the amendment number 2?
I understand it. I was hoping to ask a question, but now it's voting. It's hard to vote when you have something like this. For the sake of the legislation, I'll vote green.
Okay. Shema Delegate Crowdy, how do you vote?
I'll have to vote red. We should have been able to ask questions.
Okay. Shenda Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I am.
Okay, we are on amendment number 2.
Did you send the amendment out?
Yes, it was sent by Peggy at 5:52 p.m. How do you vote on amendment number 2?
Question of privilege, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith?
My question of privilege is, are we voting on this Amendment 2 with the lawyers and what Mel had said and
No.
what was presented?
No, it's, the language, Delegate Elmer Begay has indicated he's sticking with his original amendment, as written in I and J, which is the underlined portion. And so that's what we're voting on.
And that includes the damages and attorney fees, right? Which CARE Act
As
does not present.
it was presented first time around.
I vote red.
No changes to the, no
I
changes
red.
to the, okay. Should that Delegate Elmer, Nathaniel Brown?
I read it really quick. So it would be distributing the authority between the three branches and not just the president, correct?
No. We voted on that. This is amendment number 2, and it was sent by Peggy, and this is sponsored by Delegate Elmer Begay. It's regarding 2 items that will be added to page 3, line 15.
Chair.
Two new paragraphs, item I and J. If you have that, Delegate Brown.
Chair,
Who's that?
this is Doug again.
Okay, hold on before we go ahead, Delegate Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay, I totally disagree with Mel.
I
don't
think
know what
we're
he's
beyond
looking
that.
at.
I think
know,
we're beyond
but I
that.
want to pay
Delegate
this to
Elmer
him.
Begay, we're voting on the original language as you presented to the committee.
Because I wanted to make it clarified to my committee members. This attorney fee has nothing to do with CARES Act.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
This Brown, I vote red. Yeah.
Okay, with that, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Great.
Okay, with that, we have 2 in favor,
Chair.
3 opposed. Motion, this amendment number 2 fails. With that, back to the main motion. Committee members. It is 7:12 p.m. now.
This is Delegate
back to
Crotty
the main
with an
motion.
amendment.
Okay, Delegate Crotty, go ahead with your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I do have an amendment that's been sent to the committee.
Okay, I don't have it here on my computer.
Okay, I could, I'll read it, but I will also, let me send it. So it's, amendment is page 7, line 21, delete section 5, lines 21 to 25.
That's your amendment?
And, this kind of, and, page 7, line 29, after the word president, enter Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and Chief Justice are, and delete is, and after 2, insert jointly. Page 6, strike lines 5 through 7. Page 8, strike lines 16 through 18. And if, I know, Peggy, you have limited service, so I'll forward to the committee.
Chair, second, Vice Chair.
Okay, with that, so we have amendment number 2 and motion
Amendment
by
3.
Delegate Crotty. 2 failed. So, we have a second. A second by Vice Chair Smith. So the new 2 would be, if I'm following along, page 7, delete section 5, line 21 to 25. That's amendment. And then after that, same page, page 7, line 29, after the word president, comma, new language will begin, speaker, and Chief Justice. And then, if you help me, Shamakado, the word jointly would be where?
So it's after the word to, insert jointly.
Okay, to jointly form the Kosnahag 19?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so same line 29, after the word to, new language, with the word jointly. So would read authorized to jointly form the Kosnahag case, 19, and then after that you go back up to page 6, and this would be line.
Chair, there's another word that's missing.
Okay, let me get back to that, Peggy.
Okay, on line 29, it says, it'll say the president, comma, speaker, and chief justice. And then you overstrike is and insert the word are.
Okay,
So
yes,
that's
thank you.
what she mentioned.
That, and then also on the same line to insert the word jointly after to. Then going back to page 6, strike line 5 to 7. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, which would eliminate item G. So that's amendment number 2, committee members. I believe email has come in. Yes, it is here. Committee members, if you open up your email, it is in 2 parts. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Committee members, one more time for clarification. If we go to page 7, line 29, after the word president, insert the word speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, comma, and chief justice, and strike the word the word is, and insert the word are, A-R-E. And after the word to, insert the word jointly. And then going to page 6, strike line 5 to 7. And then page 8, strike lines 16 to 18. And then the other one is on page 7, strike lines 21 to 25. Delegate Crowdy, is that your amendment there?
Thank you, Chairman Henry. I believe so. I believe it's in order. Thank you for assisting.
Okay. With this one, committee members, any questions on amendment number 2?
Chair, I have a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith.
I was trying to follow along best I can. Getting kind of tired here. Page 7 of 10. Was that amended out?
Okay,
line
let's
21
go,
through 25.
Let's committee members, let's all go to page 6 of 10. Page 6 of 10, amendment number 2, as presented.
If you go to line 5 to 7, which is labeled item G, expenditure plans shall not be considered as appropriations, shall not be subject to the Navajo Nation Appropriations Act, and so forth. All of that section is under Amendment 2 will be stricken. And then if you go to page 7, you go to line 21 to 25, which is section 5, authorizing the president to introduce legislation into the legislative process. That whole section, line 21 to 25, is proposed to be stricken under Amendment 2.
Yeah,
If you go back to that same page, down below, line 29, after the word president, you put a comma, a speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and Chief Justice are, and then following that, you strike the word is, I is. And then from there, that same line, after the word to, after the word authorized to, insert the word jointly. Jointly formed the Coast and Sagi 19 Relief Fund. Then you go to page 8, the following page, from line 16 to 18, which is all of letter E. E as in Edward, where it starts off with the president may also submit other proposed legislation. ADG 16 and line 18 is proposed to be stricken. That's amendment number 2, committee members. Vice Chair, is that? Did you get that? Thank you, Chair. There is date. With that, committee members, any other questions or comments? At the now, I'll call for the question. Delegate Yellow Hair.
Vote. Green.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Shema, Delegate Crowdy.
Delegate Amber King-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Amendment number 2 passes. But this one, back to the main motion, committee members. Are we ready to vote? With 2 amendments. For this, Peggy, final reading on legislation 116-20 for Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, Chair, thank you. I had trouble trying to follow the Amendment 2 on the legislation and making that Amendment 2, so you have to help me with that one. But the first amendment was on page 5, line 25, add new language as follows. And that's F, expenditures of the fund pursuant to section overstricken as 5, new language 6, A and C below, the president, and the new language of the Navajo Nation, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation shall jointly is new language. The remaining languages develop and prepare new languages, expenditure plans that incorporate the needs of the whole Navajo Nation, including the needs of all 3 branches. And then this language is all stricken. It starts with all and ends as branch at the end of the sentence. And then remaining language, such expenditure plans shall be in accordance with Title V of the Federal CARES Act, U.S. Treasury guidance, and any other guidelines or regulations as stated herein in paragraph C above. And then B on page 8, line 11, after fund to the, insert Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Chief Justice, and then C on page 8, line 13, after the word president, add Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and Chief Justice. And that was an Amendment 1. made by Raymond Smith, seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Nathaniel Brown not voting. And then D on page 6, line 15 and section 3, establishment and expenditure of the Navajo Nation Cares Fund. Add new language as clause 1 and J. This is an amendment that failed, but I'm supposed to note these, I guess. So I, the new language there, and then J with the new language. The amendment failed by a vote of 2 to 3. The motion was by Elmer Pigay and seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair. Okay, so then the new amendment 2, on page 6, line 5 through 7, strike language in its entirety. On page 7, line 21 through 25, strike language in its entirety. And then on page 7, line 29, after word president, insert language Speaker and Chief Justice. Strike word is and insert are. After word 2, insert word jointly. And so then after that is where I lost you, Chair.
Okay, with that, then, then you go to the next
Is that the entire?
page.
Okay.
That's part of Amendment 2. The last part of Amendment number 2 is page 8 of 10. ADG, yeah, looking at line 16, which is letter E, all the way to 18. Strike through that paragraph. It's in entirety.
So the amendment was made by Amber Crowdy and seconded by, I didn't get who seconded.
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, right, Vice Chair Smith, and there was a vote of 5 in favor, 0 approved. 0 opposed.
Oh.
5 in favor, 0 opposed.
So committee members, with those 2 amendments, we'll call for the question on the main motion. Delegate Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Canis-Ball-Crotty votes green. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Okay, with that, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Green.
We have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. 116-20 with 2 amendments passes to the next committee. Ada Kadosh Che. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, thank you. Thank you for
committee members. Thank you. Yeah.
And then also President Nez, are you still on the line with us?
Sure. Yes, sir, Chairman. I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Chairman
you for your
and
involvement.
members of the committee, I hope you all get a good meal today. Sorry, Chairman, I had to get something. My wife had brought me some food, so I know you guys are hungry. So thank you so much, everybody. Yeah.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. And back to Delegate Ebenuagi, thank you for acknowledging me as being a grandpa. Only problem is I can't hold her because of this, because of COVID-19, so I just have to be at a distance. Committee members, we are complete with new business. We're at item 8 now, close of session. Written announcements. There's no written announcements, so is there a motion to adjourn?
Chairman Kenya, this is Ramona. Can I get some information from Honorable Raymond Smith on his location of the meeting and also Jimmy Yellowhair as well? Thank you.
Okay, with that, Delegate Yellowhair,
Le Winderaj Nasha. Winderaj.
Kashin KGA Kaden Jimmy Yellowhair. Vice Chair Smith, your location?
The hot zone of Arizona.
Lupton, Arizona.
Christina, Ramona said,
Yes, thank you. I got everyone's location. Thank you, Chairman.
our next regular meeting is June 16th, 2020, for BNF. Is there a motion to adjourn, committee members?
Yellow hair, go ahead.
Okay, Delegate Yellow Hair, motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Delegate Cardi will second. Thank you.
Okay, Shimon, Delegate Crowdy, seconds. All those in favor, Delegate Yellow Hair, motion to adjourn.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Okay, Shimon, Delegate Crowdy.
Delegate Cardi votes green. Thank you.
Okay, I should select Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Okay, Shana, Delegate Eleanor Begay, motion to adjourn.
Great.
Okay, she cannot 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We are adjourned at 7:30 p.m. Thank you, committee members. A lot of good discussion. Have a safe trip home, and we have 30 minutes to get home before you get curfew though starts.
Chair, one of the items that wasn't covered was, at the beginning of the meeting, Budget and Finance Committee addressed the fact that maybe they wanted to have updates like on Friday or Thursday, something like that, from the Controller's Office regarding the revenue projection and other matters like the budget process. And I think they said donations or something like that. How do you want to handle that?
Okay, I think we already took action on the Friday. It was Fridays. We had settled on Friday mornings, and so.
Do you still want to do it at 8:30? You still want to do it at 8:30?
That was the action that the committee had taken. Friday mornings at 8:30, and to work with the controller, maybe this Friday would be our very first meeting with the controller. This action already taken by the committee.
Okay, so that would just be on the revenue projection or anything else?
Revenue projections, which includes oil and gas, and of course our investments.
And that's it?
I believe that was it, but there might be other topics once we get online.
Okay, well.
Good night, John.
Let me know if there's anything else.
Good night, Grandpa. Christina, we'll do that. Thank you, Peggy.